X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you. Hello there. KCW727, what's up? Hey there, Midnight Kitty Boy. Heavy Gretel, good to see you. Cuddlesworth Guapo, what's up? Lucky Otter, good to see you again. Minimum Volts, what's up? Hold on. Gotta get it right. Need to take a sip of water before I do it. Oi, Queensland! Ah! There we go. There we go. That's how I greet Minimum Volts. If I don't do that, it's racist. So good to see all of you. Hey there, Incognito. Sergeant Flux, what's up? Coin Dog, good to see you. Arcadia, good to see you again. A Symbolic Symbol, nice to have you here as well. Our Family, what's up? Mike Gay, yeah, it'll happen. Just know that I did a perfect Queenslander. Queenslander. You gotta hit the land part has to be said like land. You gotta say it like that. Queensland. Yeah. They say land, not land. Land. Design the room yourself? Yeah, I built this. I actually built this entire room. My bare hands, I built it. Like, I literally went to Home Depot. I bought the lumber. I bought the the sheetrock stuff. I bought the plaster and the paint, and I also did all the electrical work. You know, I hooked up all the outlets and you know, got all of the lighting fixtures applied, and you know, got all the light switches working. Yeah, it's, you know, all there. No bricks. There's probably some bricks. I don't know. I've never built a house, guys. Zan's Carpenter arc. I am literally Jesus, as it turns out. Who would have thought? The second coming is real. The second coming is what I just said. He ever did the fiber optics, y'all? No fiber here, unfortunately. I wish. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. How are all of you doing? Guess what I did yesterday? I relapsed and played Rust again. Literally in a month, it would have been a whole year since last time I played Rust. I played it last night. Just a little bit of solo fucking around on a lower pop server. Been having a fun time. Yeah, Rust is my favorite game, for those that don't know. I really love Rust. Wait, has it been a year since the Rust server? There never was a Zan Rust server, but I just played a lot. Zan, is Rust worth it? Yes. If you're thinking about buying it and it sounds interesting to you, buy it. Get it. Right away. It's so fucking good. Oh no, Zan's rusting again. Get the oil. Good one. I haven't played because you can't play solo, lol. You can play solo. It's just difficult. It is pretty difficult, Mistress Lynn. Your daughter loves Rust? It is a great game. Yeah, I'm the Tin Man. No, the game Rust. It's a fantastic game. You almost ripped a mole off your back with a rusty nail. Jesus. Did you hear Little Caesars brought back pretzel crust pizza? I got one today and it's fucking delicious. No, I just like normal cheese pizza, my friend. I do not like anything that sounds like that. I'm sorry, that sounds horrific. Too American for me. Pretzel crust sounds like a stoner food. I am a stoner and it doesn't sound like food for me. I'm gonna be honest. I forgive you, I'm addicted to Kerbal Space Program. We all have our vices. I'm addicted to weed and nicotine. And caffeine. And Rust. I feel like Kerbal Space Program's the kind of game that if I engaged autism mode hard enough and I like really got into it, I'd really like it. Like, it looks really good if I could just get past how complicated it looks. I remember way back in the day, like this would have been 2019, I saw Destiny playing a game on stream that looked fun, and it was like an RTS where you were fighting zombies, like massive hordes of zombies. And so I joined, I couldn't find out from anyone what the game was called. Like, I kept asking in DGG chat, and no one would fucking tell me. Back then, I was a nobody, so I was getting ignored a lot. Like, I was really a nobody back then. So I waited in Destiny's, like, call-ins, like, Discord thing, just so I could ask him what game he's playing. And he was like, oh, it's called They Are Billions. I was like, thank you! And then I left, and I played, and I got the game. And it's a really hard game, but it's really good. They Are Billions was like one level more of complexity than I like. Yeah, They Are Billions is like, if you fuck up, you have to start the entire map over again. If like one zombie gets to your houses or to your like your infrastructure and starts turning people, you're done. You might as well just restart entirely. You fucked up somewhere. Like, yeah, it's a hard game. It's a pretty hard game. Whatever happened to the Civilization type game you talked about? The Civilization type game, you mean the, Project Zomboid? We had a Project Zomboid server, but it just didn't really work well for streaming. Project Zomboid's like just too slow-paced of a game for streaming. I feel like Minecraft really is the perfect streaming game. That and Rust. Rust was also good for streaming if I didn't have any technical issues with it. But yeah. Yeah, definitely play Project Zomboid if you like difficult games and you're looking for an actually good zombie survival game. Also, the devs of Project Zomboid are based. One of the devs, at least, follows me on Twitter and watches my content and is a fan. And I know multiple people who work on Hytale who watch my content and are chill and very good people. From what I can tell, pretty much everybody working on Hytale is based as fuck. Like, there's a lot of LGBT and trans team members working on the game. And, like, the CEO himself specifically, like, donated a shit ton to BLM during 2020 after George Floyd was murdered. And on top of that, they're, like, all Europeans, almost. Like, almost all of them are Europeans. So, like, the George Floyd BLM protest stuff wasn't really even, like, a nationally relevant thing for them, and they still donated that money. And like, as a studio, they don't have a lot of eyes on them. Like, they didn't do this for publicity because they're not actively hyping up the game at the moment. They're not actively looking to have a lot of eyes on them. So they just did that. They just did it because they wanted to. Like, they have no interest in bringing positive press to their studio at the moment. So, I mean, not that they're against positive press in their studio, I guess, but it's like they don't have a priority of getting attention on them or their game at the moment. Riot's going to be advertising the game plenty. Right now, their focus is just develop the game. As it should be. Keyword, actually, extra little addendum I should add with the Hytale development. Develop the game, and with absolutely no crunch time and weird, like, toxic developer studio, like studio and publisher bullshit going on. Like, just from what I've heard, the environment that Hytale's being made in, the environment at Hypixel is very positive. It's very, like, not toxic and very progressive and based. There's no crunch time and whatnot, which is awesome. I like to hear that. Makes me happy that a game I'm very hyped for is, 1, not going to be released until it's finished and in a perfect state, and 2, not going to be pushed to that state through crunch time and overworking and underpaying of employees. So yeah, very based. We should all like the stream and give Zan a pleasant surprise when he goes to check the likes. Fun secret surprise. Hold on a second. I like that idea. You guys should do that. You guys should hit that like button. If you're watching right now and you're enjoying what you're seeing, you should 100% consider hitting that like button. Simply hitting that thumbs up goes a lot further than I think you guys realize. We currently have 79 likes in the stream. Can we get it to 100? I feel like we could get it to 150 even, because we got 177 people here now. But the more you push that like count up, the more people see the stream and the more people that come in. So definitely consider hitting it. I really do appreciate it. Every single one of you who does. It really goes a long way, and it's completely free. And of course, if you want to go the extra mile and support me a little bit more substantially, and you've got the money for it, you can always consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. Regardless, though, whether you like the stream, donate, or just hang out and watch and maybe even just talk and chat a bit, I do appreciate your support. Thank you for being here. And thank you for the likes, guys. I see him rolling in. Thank you. Damn, my tummy hurts. Liking the stream will help. Exactly. Good idea, Hemorrhoid King. Holly, thank you for the 5-tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. That is an extremely kind $25 right there. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you, Holly. Said, or gifted to Tezcatliopoca. Tezcatliopoca. That... I don't know why, but that almost looks like a name in, like, a language from, like, South America in the 1700s. Like an Aztec god. Yeah, okay, I was right, okay. Yeah, is that an Aztec god? How's it pronounced? That's the name of an Aztec god, okay. Which one? God of the Great Bear Constellation and the Night Sky. Holy shit, this art goes hard. Well, that's pretty cool. How's this motherfucker's name pronounced, though? Because I am not even gonna... I don't want to butcher anything here, and I'm getting pretty... What? No, just tell me what it sounds like. How to... Allow microphone permission first? No. Tezcutlupauca. Tezcutlupauca. That's how it's pronounced. Tezcutlupauca. Tezcutlupauca, maybe? Yeah, Tezcutlupauca is how it's pronounced. There we go. We got it. Gifted to Tezcutlupauca, prepaid vibes, flighted crow, saliva, and smiles in the flash. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $25, and I'm sure they all appreciate the gifted subs, Holly. Said thank you all for existing so freaking beautifully. Those of you guys who don't know, you should definitely check out Holly's stream. She's very, very positive, and if you need some hopium in your life, go to her stream, okay? You can go to my stream and hear about how the world is dying and we're doomed, and then you can go to Holly's stream and have a little bit of hopium. Sort of surge through you. So that's my advice to you guys. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Holly. Pufflecakes, thank you for the tier 1 gift of sub to minimum volts. I really appreciate the $5. That's very kind of you. Didn't even say anything. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Midnight Kitty Boy, thank you. Or is it just Midnight Kitty now? Midnight Kitty, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. I really, really appreciate that. That is $50 right there, guys. Oh my god. Gifted to Lucky Otter, Toby Whiskers, Fantasy Jorts, Lux Infinitia, Cognito, Arcadia, F the Right, base name, Sophia 1, Turbo, Trans Ben Shapiro said white names? Not anymore. I don't even see any white names in chat anymore. Okay, there's still a few white names. The genocide's not done yet. Frankly, I don't know if the genocide will ever truly end. If we're lucky, it never will, because, more white names means more new people come into the stream. Anyway, I really appreciate that, Midnight Kitty. I really, really do. That is extremely kind of you. The white name genocide goes on. But you took a big chunk out of the white name population today. You should be proud of yourself, Midnight Kitty. And all of you, frankly. I updated the dono goal. That's how close we are to the onesie goal, by the way. We are nearly 1/3 of the way to the onesie goal. Remember, if we hit $300 in the dono goal, I put on the new Triceratops onesie, and if we hit 500, I've got a brand new onesie you guys haven't seen yet that I will be donning for the very first time for you guys to see. And you guys are going to like it. You guys are really going to like it. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate the support. And as I said before, don't forget to leave a like. Liking the stream really does go a long way. We've got 134 likes now with 215 people watching, so consider dropping a like. It really does help. I'm spiritually a white name. That is true, Shenanigans. You don't have the little X, so technically you are a white name. Hi, Shenanigans. Did you hear about the space agreement between Ethiopia and the TPLF rebels a few months ago? While the brutal war itself was somewhat reported about in media, I feel like more positive news like this peace agreement rarely gets coverage. Well, to be fair, I haven't heard about it, but to be fair, any news that happens that is good news, like, unless it is extremely relevant to the lives of every American, like a resolution to a problem everyone's been facing and complaining about for a while, like, negative news will always get more clicks and keep eyes better than good news. Like, this is true of both mainstream media outlets and people like me who do sort of, smaller tier media. If I did a bunch of stories about positive things happening, like, in the political space right now, you guys probably wouldn't be very interested, especially if it was in the title. You guys probably wouldn't even click like, or you probably wouldn't even click on the video to watch it. But if it's, like, the most terrifying bad news only in the title and whatnot, you're way more likely to click and watch, right? And that's just the fact of things, right? People want to watch the news when they're scared to get more scared, when they're angry to get more angry, when they're motivated to get more motivated. Like, they watch the news purely to feed, like, a black hole of negative emotion, right? And the same thing is to an extent true of my content, but I feel like my content offers a sort of cathartic aside on top of the bad news of somebody angrily, like, ranting about the things you're upset about. But, like, in a valid manner. And not only that, but, like, for a lot of you, I know a lot of you are trans, or, like, gay, or non-white, or whatever. So I imagine seeing somebody who isn't part of the groups you're a part of equally as blown away by the stupidity and evil of the right is also somewhat cathartic. It's like, okay, so we're not crazy. Like, even cis people can tell the right is just downright insane, evil, and lying. Okay, just, all right, glad to tell, glad to know, you know? Like, I feel like that would be sort of a cathartic feeling. Like, okay, yeah, it's happening. Even they could see it, all right. Quit being silly, cis people aren't real. That is true. I have the blowhide. This is irrefutable proof that I'm an egg, according to my little gay chatters. Hi chat, what's the topic right now? Right now, dumb cat girl, we are currently not doing a topic. We've just started about 22 minutes ago. We'll get into politics and doing segments in just a minute. We are going to read a few more donos first. As far as vaping is concerned, what strain or strains do you tend to like? So, I'm a really big sativa guy, mostly because I'm a streamer. If you're going to be a streamer or any type of entertainer and you want to get stoned while doing it, or you want to be like a stoner and have an active lifestyle, avoid indicas at all costs. This isn't necessarily always true, from my understanding, but generally speaking, like 99% of the time, in my experience, an indica is going to make you feel run down and lazy, okay? And any type of weed will make you feel run down and lazy compared to being sober, especially compared to being on, like, caffeine. If you're looking to be energetic and you're looking to be, like, alert, weed isn't the drug you should be going for. Get addicted to caffeine like a normal person. But if you want to be a stoner, you're dedicated to weed, and you need something that doesn't really run you down physically and mentally in the same way, sativa is what I'd recommend. It's sort of a type of strain of weed, sort of a type of cannabis. And it's known for making you a little bit less run down. It doesn't make you more alert. It doesn't make you more energetic. People will say it does. What it actually does is makes you less tired, less foggy, less all the normally negative effects that weed has on you that slow you down. So if you're going to, like, get high and like, be active, sativa's what you want to go for. And generally, people would gravitate towards an indica for getting sleepy and just being lazy and hanging out. But regardless, even if you're on a sativa, even if the guy at the dispensary is like, trust me, bro, this sativa's so good, you're going to be bouncing off the walls. This gets you so energetic. They're exaggerating. No matter what type of weed you're smoking, it is going to make you feel more tired, more physically like you'd rather sit back and relax than if you're sober, okay? There is no, like, get you super hype weed, okay? That doesn't exist, okay? The dispensary guy's just is just talking shit, okay? He doesn't know what he's talking about. But I do still recommend sativa if you're going to be active, like if you're a streamer or a YouTuber and you want to get stoned and do content. Sativa is what I recommend. It's what I do. And as far as, like, what should you get? If you're in Washington and if you're in Seattle and you're looking to get fucked up, I mean, like, you're looking to take a hit, hold that fucker in for, like, 20 seconds, and by the time you exhale, there's nothing left, and you're blazed for, like, 10 minutes. That's what you're looking for. This is what you want. These are called sticky frogs. These come in like 99% THC. Like, the strongest vape I've ever hit has been these sticky frogs. You'll want to, like, check which one you're getting. I don't know exactly which one I got that was, like... Doe gave it to me, and I took a hit from it like I would from this thing. When I first got this, and it was full, Doe gave it to me, and I hit it like I would hit this. I was hacking up a lung for like 5 minutes after that. I was just hacking up a lung, and Doe was just like, "You're gonna be okay, Zan. You're gonna be okay." Just like patting my back, like, "You're gonna be okay, Zan. You're gonna be alright." I was just like, because I hit that thing thinking I could handle it. I hit that thing thinking I could handle it. Couldn't handle the gay weed, chat. Got ripped on the Zaza. I once got called an egg for picking Fem Shep in Mass Effect. That is pretty egg behavior. One thing that I will say is I've always like played male characters in games, and I was always like, when I had a friend who played like a female character in games like every game, I was always like, okay, that's a little interesting. I don't really get that. I don't really understand why you'd want to do that. Okay. Maybe you're just horny? Maybe you're just horny and you want to look at a girl's ass while you're running around in the game for hours. That's understandable, you know? Because that's what I do in Fortnite. I like to have the big booty thick skins in Fortnite so I could see the ass jiggle. You know, it helps calm me down in stressful, tense moments when in a build battle to just see the ass. But, like, now I know. Now I know why that's a thing. You get called an egg for having short hair? Holy shit, women get called eggs too? That's actually kind of funny. You'd think that people just assume that you're, like, gay, right? Like, usually people would, well, not on the left, maybe. Maybe they would just say egg, yeah, I don't know. It's very funny. I'm hitting a newer strain, Tiger Blood, by Sweet Boo, quite effective. Huh. Heavy Gretel says she's only 50% gay. Wait, wouldn't it be like, because it would be like, you would just be gay generally, though. If you're pan or bi, you're just gay outright. I think that's a more apt, like, umbrella term, you know? Not like 50% gay or kinda gay or partially gay or half-time gay or anything like that. Just, you know, just gay. What about Ace? I think Ace doesn't count as gay because you're not... It counts as LGBT, but it doesn't count as gay. Because you're, like, if you're asexual, like, let's say you're asexual and aromantic, right? You definitely wouldn't be gay because you're not attracted to anything, right? Well, maybe not. You can still be attracted. It's complicated. Asexuality and aromanticism are pretty complicated. There are instances in which one can feel, for example, sexual pleasure, but not really sexual attraction or like sexual desire or like horniness, as one might say. It's very complicated, but you know, it's not going to speak for anybody's sexuality, but yeah. Nah, asexuals are still gay. But, like, the way we categorize gay is that, like, someone's attraction and, like, generally we also lump this in with, like, their gender identity because typically, like, people who have, like, a differing gender identity by society would be considered essentially gay. Like, if a cis person dated somebody who is trans, society would consider that, like, no different than a gay relationship, essentially. And so that's why, like, typically we would include that into the umbrella. I view gay as non-heterosexual. Well, yeah, that's pretty much what it means. It's the opposite. Like, it's basically everything outside of heteronormative values. That's why it's so effective as just a very simple, broad umbrella term, right? That's queer. Yeah, but, like, at the same time, not everybody, like, I feel like we need to be able to, like, have a transition word in certain settings, right? Like, I can, in this context, I can say queer on my stream, because you guys all know how much of a massive lefty SJW I am. But, like, if I was out in public, like, talking to like an LGBT friend in like a public setting about politics, and I use that word, and I was known but not known like what I do, like I feel like it would draw some eyes, you know, dropping that word. I don't know. Like out in public, you know, online, sure, but I don't know. It depends. I don't know if the word's been entirely like destigmatized, like culturally. Not wrong, queer isn't 100% reclaimed. Yeah, like, it's not 100% reclaimed depending on the setting, for sure. Like, Can you imagine going to Palm Springs and walking down the street as like a visibly cis het guy? And trust me, dudes in Palm Springs can tell if you're straight, okay? They can tell. They've got the scanners on and they can tell, okay? Not a single gay guy in Palm Springs ever approached me. Not one. Not one. And I literally went to a concert hosted in a gay bar. Never once hit on or approached by a gay guy in my entire, 2 years living in Palm Springs. And I know that gay guys are attracted to me, okay? I know they are. I've seen your messages in my DMs, chat. But, not once, because they could tell. They could tell that I wasn't gay. They've got the radar. I don't even know where this started. Where did this rant start? Why did I go on this stunlock? In Germany, queer is the most widely used umbrella term, and the left uses it the most. Yeah, maybe not so much here. Maybe not as much here, especially among older LGBT people, I think. You're gonna see a lot less acceptance of that particular word. Did I get a haircut? No haircut, I just shaved. I used my little, electric shaver to do a very much not clean shave, so it's still all stubbly. Just very, very short stubble. So yeah, this is just how I look after I shave. Swag. Zan has no gay particles, imagine being straight. Yeah, I know, I unfortunate. I was born with, no gay privilege. In Germany, queer is the most widely used umbrella term, and the left uses it the most. Okay, to be fair, was the German word for queer, because I assume it wouldn't be the same word. I assume Germans don't say queer, literally. Was that ever used as a homophobic insult in Germany? Because if not, then there wouldn't be, stigma behind the German word for queer. Nobody knows? No German speakers in chat? Any homophobe will just say the F slur? You're the kind of straight dude who... You're the kind of straight dude who would have been considered visibly gay in the 80s? What conception of the 80s do you have, dog? What are you talking about? I'd say that even today, my presentation is pretty masculine. I grow out my facial hair, for starters. That's pretty damn masculine. That alone is pretty... people generally just see facial hair and they think, masculine, right? That's what people are drawn to right away. The second I shave, these are the comments I get. Maybe not in the 80s? I'd say with the... Well, actually, no. In the 80s... you guys know in the 70s and 80s, beards were seen in, a lot of conservative places as taboo, right? In the 70s especially, growing out a beard and working any business job, in higher up corporate, management or anything like that, highly taboo. You're expected to have a perfectly clean-shaven face when you go to work every day. Beards were a thing that hippies had. It was considered more masculine to, perfectly shave your face nice and smooth before work every morning. Ever see a Mormon with a beard? They do the same thing? Yeah. Yeah. Anti-beard sentiment was very popular with conservatives a few decades back. A few decades ago, there was a conservative culture war around men growing out their beards. It was seen as lazy, and it was seen as, liberal to allow men to be so lazy as to grow out their facial hair without cutting it every morning. It was considered taboo. As a matter of fact, I can literally cite this right now. American beard taboo 70s. Here's one from the New Yorker. The beard has been going in and out of fashion as long as men have been able to trim their whiskers. In 1938, the New Yorker published an article titled The American Hair, Its Rises and Falls, a Depression-era trend piece by Louis Gannett, about the connections of the beard and the mustache to the mysterious tides of our history. Gannett remarks that the New World was discovered and settled almost entirely by men with whiskers, but by the 18th century, due in part to the influence of the Puritans, the beard... There you go. The beard was out and the wig was in. Not one of the signers of the American Constitution wore a beard or even a mustache, Gannett wrote. Notes. That is true. That is true. None of our founding fathers had facial hair, really. It was considered taboo at that point. Even Uncle Sam, in his earliest incarnation, dating to 1852, was clean-shaven. It was not until Abraham Lincoln that we had a president with a full beard. Even today, it's considered kind of taboo for like a president to have a beard. I can't really even think of a serious presidential candidate who is bearded that we've had in recent memory. Like, who got anywhere for real? Like, clean-shavenness is very much expected of presidents here in America, at least. Yeah, it's been a long time. Lincoln, who grew his beard after his election, was initially accused of putting on airs. That's such a Southern way to say it. You know that was coming from Southerners who hated Lincoln. Putting on airs. That's something they say in the South when you're trying to... When somebody feels like you're trying to act above them. Like, you putting on airs, city boy? You guys never heard that before? As opposed to hairs. And thus, for a time, the trend was reversed. Gannett points out that the cabinet of the Grant administration, pictured above, is an engraving by W.S.L. Jewett. That's an unfortunate last name. Was the, or at least for me to have to read it out, was the hairiest in our history. The bearded Hendrik Hertzberg writes about this turbulent era in our current issue. After its peak in the late 19th century, the American beard went into retreat, and remained so until the countercultural movements of the 1960s and 70s. It is probably no coincidence that this decline corresponded to the wider use of the safety razor. In fact, during the 30s and 40s, the beard was so uncommon that the magazine published a talk story about two rather surprising Van Dyke beards in the city, one on a City Hall cop, the other on one of the changemen in the 14th Street station of the 3rd Avenue L. The police officer, Joseph Heaney, explained that he'd let his beard grow while suffering from the flu and had never gotten around to shaving it. It hides the emotions, he told our reporter, H.L. Hawar. I can be pleased or I can be annoyed, and there can't nobody tell. There you go. Yeah, so it was just considered like a countercultural thing to grow out your beard in the 60s and 70s, particularly among like Vietnam War protesting hippies, you know, that kind of stereotype, I guess you'd say. And it was very taboo. And it wasn't until really like the 80s and 90s that you started to see beards become more of a, like, less of a thing that people considered bad. But even to this day, depending on, you know, what setting you're in, beards are considered, get that fucking shit out of here. Shave. Yeah. I don't know why, but I felt like I needed to teach you guys a little bit about how the right... I guess that's relevant, you know? The right has literally decided to freak the fuck out over whatever they can freak out over historically, and one time it was beards. There have been times they actively waged a culture war against beards. Makima, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to With Outro. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. That's very, very kind of you. Didn't even say anything. Thank you so much for the support, though. I really appreciate it. I'm sure With Outro does, too. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the $5 donation, said, have you heard of the chuds like Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Cannell, and Yellow Flash crying about the Blue Beetle trailer where George Lopez, in a joking manner, called Batman a fascist? This one-liner has them crying. Yep. I've seen them crying about it, and I heard the line, and it's pretty great. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Yeah, listen, they'll scream go woke, go broke till their lungs just collapse, but it won't change reality. Won't change how people buy movie tickets. Dark Excalibur 42, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Spyro Gal. I really appreciate it. Didn't even say anything. Thank you for the $5. I'm sure Spyro Gal really appreciates the gifted sub. And then Flemmy, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Says, I played 50 hours of Dyson Sphere program this weekend. Some games really do be stealing your time like crazy, but I can't get into games like Rust. Rust is definitely an acquired taste. It's very toxic. You have to... I learned new slurs playing Rust, okay? You'll never have your feelings hurt, like, as a grown person than you have playing Rust, in the words of FPS Russia. Yeah, it's just, you'll have your feelings hurt when you play Rust. It's as simple as that. People in Rust will hurt your feelings. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, though, Flemmy. How many months was that, by the way? I don't want to undercredit you. Flemmy? First one? Just one? Okay, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Flemmy. That is very kind of you. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. That is $10 dues right there. I really do appreciate it. Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the $5 donation. Said Xanderhall, I found the anti-woke cinema sins against my will. What? Oh my god. It's a channel that does like a CinemaSins type video thing, but instead of everything bad about movie, it's everything woke about movie. So we've got everything woke about Top Gun Maverick, everything woke about Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. This looks like a children's show. What? Everything woke about Junior Firebuds, Preschool Disney, Reimagined Tomorrow. He's literally doing everything woke about literal baby shows. Like actual baby shows. Okay, here we've got some things that are a little bit older. Everything about Lightyear, or everything woke about Lightyear, Disney Pixar, The Dark Place. Everything woke about Baymax, Disney Plus, Big Hero 6. Everything woke about Picard Part 3, That Dark Place. Everything woke about Star Trek Picard Part 2, That Dark Place. Everything woke about Star Trek Picard Part 1, That Dark Place. Everything woke about Strange World, Walt Disney, That Dark Place. Why does he call it That Dark Place? Everything woke about Proud Family, Louder and Prouder, Episode 1, That Dark Place. Oh my god. The Proud Family? Woke? Everything woke about Velma, Episodes 1 and 2, That Dark Place. Holy shit. This is we're covering this channel. Holy fuck. This is prime. You've just sent me some prime beef. Fantasy Jorts, that is some prime beef right there. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That was a good dono. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5 too. Dark Excalibur 42, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Ali Tally. I really appreciate it. I'm sure that Ali Tally does too. Thank you for the $5. Didn't even say anything. And Makima with the tier 1 gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you for the $25 dues. That is extremely kind of you. Really does help a lot. Gifted to Summerstar, Vextel, Void Strider, Not the Hero, and Morgan Uwu. Says, White Names Be Gone, and completed my first move out of Florida, or my move out of Florida. Hell yeah, get the hell out of that hell state. I'm proud of you, Makima. Thank you for the $25. This is so helpful, and I'm sure that they all appreciate the gifted subs. Thank you. And then, of course, Holly with the tier 1 gifted sub to Shenanigans. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 buckadinos. Said, saving Shenanigans from the white name jail. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunate amount of white names in chat today. I really do appreciate it, though. Nah, I love the white names. They may be inferior to the master race of blue names and purple names and red names and gold names, but they're still loved. We don't want white names exterminated. We just want white name-ism exterminated. Does that make sense, chat? Not white names exterminated, just white name-ism. Hufflecakes, thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you for the $20 dues. That is extremely kind and helpful. Gifted to Link Vatiganon, Eldritch J, M Grave, and No Chump Change. Thank you. Said, oh wow, Rip Heclina. Rip Heclina? Who's Heclina? I don't know who that is. But thank you for the, I guess Rip, but thank you for the 4 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let me update the dono goal really quick. 165. Pog. Listen, chat. We don't want to eradicate conservatives. We want to eradicate conservatism. It's not the same. Matt Walsh specifically said he doesn't want to eradicate transgender people. He wants to eradicate transgenderism. It's not the same, guys. We just want to eradicate conservatism. Hey, listen. If Matt Walsh can do genocidal rhetoric with that level of obfuscation, apparently I can too. If I get striked for this, then you guys know YouTube's got a special system in place to protect conservatives. Conservatives? What? Why can't I talk? Yes, we just want to genocide conservatism. Jesus. Yeah, at first you don't secede. Try again. The conservative motto. Down in the land of traitors. Rattlesnakes and alligators. Alright. What the fuck? Why is Vosh live? What is he? Who does he think he is trying to steal my thunder like this? Chat, like the stream. Here's the goal for today. Get more viewers than Vosh, alright? That's the goal. We're gonna get more viewers on today's stream than Vosh has on his. That's the goal today. We can do it. We can do it. Drop those likes, and we get more people in here, and we're gonna blast the fuck off. As a matter of fact, I think it is time for us to get into segments. Do you guys want to start with this Everything Woke About channel? This is insane. I really feel like we gotta cover this channel, because I can't stop looking at it. Okay. Mosh is ending stream in like an hour anyway? Has he been live all day or something? Did I not know? What happened? Alright. Anyway, guys. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Oh my god. I don't think this channel is satire. I think this channel is 100% real. So one of my chatters just donated this video, or not this video, but a link to this channel to me. And basically the idea behind it is that it's right-wing CinemaSins. But not like how I describe a lot of YouTubers as that. I mean literally it's right-wing CinemaSins. Everything woke about Top Gun Maverick. Everything woke about Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Everything woke about Disney Junior Fire Buds. Why are so many of these about literal, like, children's movies? The Top Gun one is an April Fool's joke. Yeah, I thought so, because isn't this Top Gun Maverick movie, like, don't they fucking love it? Like, isn't this their, like, anti-woke, like, mecha movie right now? They've, like, tied their culture war win to it. His Rings of Power video. Did he do an Everything Woke about Rings of Power? It doesn't look like he did. I don't see one. If he did an Everything Woke about Rings of Power, that would have been the one we watched, but he hasn't done one. Do we watch the one about the literal children's show? I feel like that would be best, because then we know this guy literally sat and watched this literal baby show so that he could call it woke. Okay. We'll watch the Disney Firebuds Everything Woke about Disney Junior Firebuds. Also, his profile picture is a random stock image guy in a suit with what's his name? The actor who played Obi-Wan in the prequel trilogy of Star Wars movies. He's like he has what's his name? Fuck. Why am I forgetting the actor's name? Ewan McGregor, thank you. He's got Ewan McGregor's face like cropped onto the suit. I wonder what this guy thought of the Kenobi show. I wonder what his opinion was on it. I haven't seen it, but I know that the right-wingers fucking despised it. And then like normies that aren't super invested in politics and whatnot loved it, so I'm guessing it was probably okay. I'm guessing it was like an alright show. No, but yeah, a lot of these guys are, what are they called? Fandom menace types? There was like this entire culture war community called the Fandom Menace. Fandom Menace. For those that don't know, when the original prequel movies of Star Wars came out, they were extremely hated. They were just absolutely maligned by the Star Wars community. People fucking hated those movies. They butchered the lore in the minds of a lot of Star Wars fans. One of the biggest changes they made that people despised was the introduction of midichlorians, obviously. Like, that's definitely something that they've kind of abandoned since those movies. I think pretty much everybody realizes that was a bad idea to try to integrate into Star Wars, because the whole idea behind the Force was that it is in everything and everyone, and that just kind of like dedicating yourself to it to learn about the Force, believing in it, and becoming in tune with it is what would allow you to become a Jedi. But then they introduce like magic cells that make you magically able to use the Force. It's like, okay, well, all right. I mean, in that case, so Jedis and Siths are just special people. Like, that's it. Like, it's not like you get trained and then, like, who's to say that Luke would have even had midichlorians? They didn't even check, you know? Like, I don't know. Regardless, the original prequel Star Wars movies got a ton of shit, but a lot of dudes who watched the prequel movies, the prequel Star Wars movies as kids, liked them as kids or younger men. You know, they watched them and they enjoyed them. Maybe they watched the old Star Wars movies as very young kids, but then these prequel movies came out and they were the new thing, and they watched them and they enjoyed them and they still like them. But then, if you look at modern day Star Wars, a very similar thing is happening. All the older, more dedicated Star Wars fans, even the Fandom Menace types, are the ones who are most dedicated to hating on newer Star Wars. But if you look at, like, the new generation of kids and, like, teenagers and young people, they fucking love the Star Wars sequels. Like, there's going to be a whole generation of people who consider the Star Wars sequels to be the best batch of Star Wars movies. You've got the people who love the original trilogy and hate the prequels. They're still around. You meet plenty of those people. They're the people who love the prequels so much they make memes about them nonstop. If you like follow the prequel memes, like subreddits and stuff, you know that like in 10 years, kids who have like Kylo Ren backpacks right now are gonna grow up and they're gonna love the sequel movies still. This is literally just a sort of generational thing. Star Wars is a property that has existed and been popular for so long that generations of people have come along to shape what it is as time goes by. And much like how boomers hate how the kids these days or yada yada or culture these days is so much worse than they were a kid, that's happened with Star Wars. There are literally people now that say Star Wars was better when I was a kid, who are in their 40s. All right? So with that in mind, this kind of puts into perspective how there is an entire generation of dudes who just like have built their online identity around hating everything new that is Star Wars. And I think this guy's probably one of them. Not to mention the Fandom Menace types tend to be like very conservative and reactionary, like Geeks and Gamers and The Quartering. They're all in that group. Anyway, let's take a look. Everything woke about Disney Junior Firebuds, preschool Disney. Bro's watching a show for preschoolers. Okay, let's do this.
This is Jonas J. Campbell from That Park Place, and this is Everything Woke About Firebuds, the GLAAD-nominated Disney Junior series aimed at children as old as 7 years old and as young as 2. Episode 4A, Picnic Pile-Up.
Picnic pile-up. Mommy, are the tortillas ready yet?
Ya casi, Violet. Almost.
Interracial family for diversity points.
We're starting off amazing. We are starting off amazing now. So it's literally like point 1, miscegenation exists in your media. Is he gonna like, are we gonna get like a point for every time there's like a woman or a brown person? Oh, this is gonna be a great channel, dude. Holy fuck.
Also, this is very minor, but this mom has brightly colored hair, less feminine clothes.
Oh my god. Okay, so we're just going like the full derangement. Like we're watching a channel where somebody's brain has been so rotted through like Swiss cheese by conservative propaganda, they can't watch any media without looking for something woke. Colored hair? Woke. There's a really popular art channel in the YouTube Shorts algorithm that I watch. He's this like, I'm guessing Swedish guy who will just take some ink and like spill it on like a piece of paper, like splatter it on a piece of paper and like wait for it to drip down and then use that as a base to make like this insane free-handed piece of art that like you could never imagine you would get like the inspiration from that from just a random splotching of ink on a paper. But his art's amazing, and he does like time lapses and posts them on YouTube Shorts. And he said something that was pro LGBT in like the voiceover of one of his shorts, and got literally swamped with comments shitting on him for being pro LGBT. And saying he's gone woke and everything is woke now. Why's everything got to go woke now? So he brought up he made another video where he's like making another piece of art, but in the audio voiceover he says, so he's like an old man, big beard, long hair, and he's like an old Swedish man. He's like, so I got a lot of messages on my most recent video where I said that there are a lot of people who do not respect the gay identities, and they were asking why everything has to be woke now in the comments. And to that, all I have to say is you are only seeing woke where you're looking for it. Like basically, it was like it was like a quote. He directly quoted some author or something, and it was a very good quote, and it basically rounded out to you're only seeing this like gayness and everything because you're looking for it. Like, you see a woman wearing clothes that aren't traditionally feminine and you scream woke because that's what you're looking for. You're clearly so brain poisoned by this that you can't even enjoy media without having your time ruined by anything that you interpret as, left wing. No. Old Swedish man this guy was. He's big in the YouTube Shorts algorithm.
Clothing, and is obviously signaling for a non-traditional beauty standard.
Vagabond Ambrose household.
Hyphenated last names to defy the patriarchy.
Are they a married couple that didn't take each other's last names? Or are they like... Are they friends or roommates living in the same house? So they answered it by saying, this is the blank household. Guys, I need you to understand, this is how fragile conservatives are. And I want you to know, this channel's not very big, but this still has a few thousand views. There is an audience for this type of content, an audience of people just going out to watch content based around getting mad about tiny little things in children's shows that could be interpreted as woke.
Mr. Ambrose, it's Bo Biani.
And this roommate that lives with them has yet another name. I guess I'm relieved she's not married to her car, but it does bring up a question. If these vehicle people are viewed as persons, are they subservient to their human counterparts? Do they have free will to come and go as they please and responsibilities within society? Or even simply put, whose name gets put on the lease? If they do, then that's a lot of hyphenation.
It's hard to see past the mess.
So, is the idea behind this to, like, kind of couch the fact, like, the patheticness of making this type of video and the idea that it's ironic? Is that is that what he's trying to do? Not that it's satirical, but that it's ironic, you know? Like, yeah. You know, I mean, I believe everything I'm saying in the video. Sure, I'm against the woke, and I think these things are woke, but, you know, just, it's ironic that I'm covering this children's show. Yeah, because it's kind of a joke that anyone would do this. Like, a grown man would make this video. It's kind of pathetic.
Mess in the kitchen. It's very messy.
Male vehicle feels entitled to comment on women making a mess in the kitchen. How
Okay, is this satire? But that's not woke. Wait, a thing that isn't woke just happened. Wait, I feel like if I was making this video, I would not want to touch this. Part of the okay.
patriarchal.
I can't make it to our rescue drills today. My mom's and Axel's dads have the day off.
Not only are they putting an LGBT parental relationship in a show aimed at preschoolers, but in this show, the vehicle counterparts also have two gay vehicle dads. What a demographic anomaly that almost 60% of the characters in this episode so far are LGBT.
Really?
For those who don't know, these people, like, get really mad if they're basically they fall back on the idea that the only way for gay and, like, non-straight white people to be included in media and it not to be for woke virtue signal points is if the representation is perfectly one-to-one with real life. So, like, only 1% of characters in shows are allowed to be trans. Only, like, I guess if we're talking America, 13% of characters in shows and movies can be black. Only, like, what percentage of America is gay? I don't know. Like, insert whatever percentage of our world is insert identity. Or not our world, and our country, because if we went by that metric, there'd be a lot more non-white characters. So only America. We're only considering America and Canada, I guess, maybe. Like 4%? Yeah, only 4% of characters are allowed to be gay. Any more than that, and it's a statistical anomaly you'd have so many gay characters. It's clearly part of an agenda.
I know, right?
Your family always comes up with the coolest stuff.
According to this little boy, the 200% LGBT family is the coolest family on the show.
Yeah, it's family day, Mom. No working.
So both LGBT moms got stuck working outside the home? Their husbands must be the laziest people I've ever heard of.
I thought aren't they gay? Okay.
It's not working. She's just giving me a tune-up.
The gay semi-holler dad is forcing the LGBT mom to work on her day off.
Is that a break?
What? 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 How? Is it woke because it's framed as bad? That the LGBT mom has to work on her day off? Dude, this is so oftentimes I'll say that I'm jealous of these people because I wish I could live in a world as, like, lacking of real problems as they live in, where it's like the biggest issues we face are things like pronouns and gay people in kids shows. Like, if these were really the biggest problems our society was facing, oh my god, the world would be amazing. I'm so jealous of these people's blissful ignorance they live in. But I think this guy has actually gotten to the point where his derangement about reality has gotten to the point where he lives in more fear and terror than normal people do of actually real problematic things. I feel bad for this guy. Imagine, like, not being able to watch a single bit of media without interpreting everything through this hyper-political of a lens. Like, you're watching a new Marvel movie, and you literally can't stop noticing every non-white character on screen, or every character who's a woman, every character who's gay or dressed in a way that's not traditionally feminine, traditionally masculine, like every character who maybe looks like possibly they're gay, every, like, at this point, we're talking like a gay character doing something is woke now. So this must be hell.
One day, we came to the...
Wait, how different is this from schizophrenia? Like, how is this, like, measurably different from schizophrenia? I'm very curious. For some reason, we've just decided that this entire, like, group of mentally ill people should have an entire name given to them and be allowed to, like, run the country. They're called Republicans. Like, instead of, like, accepting this group of people as mentally ill, we were like, you know what? Nah, they deserve to be given a platform and have a fair fighting chance to destroy our democracy. Let them use the democracy to destroy it. You know, it's their opinions. You know, you can't let them not take part just because they want to destroy democracy. Like, bro.
Park to play badminton, but we forgot to bring a birdie. And Mom happened to have a brake pad in her pocket, so we invented brake padminton.
Whoever wrote this script obviously thinks the word pad implies that the brake pad is soft. But let me just tell you, you don't want somebody chucking one of those things at your head. So, child endangerment, I guess.
Child endangerment is woke? Wait, is this an anything... Is this an anything, everything woke about, or an everything wrong with? Or is it both?
Any other questions?
I've got a hunch.
It's time for lunch.
That's our lunch chant. Lunch chant? I know, they make up the coolest things.
The 200% LGBT family is the coolest family ever in a show marketed to preschoolers.
Before we eat, let's take a moment to express
Remember, guys, kids knowing gay people exist is bad, I guess, for reasons.
an attitude of gratitude.
The appropriation of religious sacrament for secular mockery in a show aimed at preschoolers.
So, the show teaches what you interpret to be an exclusively Christian value. So it's the appropriation of Christian value? Like, you think generosity is a Christian value that a secular show is bringing up for mockery? Thank you is... Yeah, I guess thank you is religious mockery. I mean, yeah, fuck religion. Right? Like, there was a point where all these guys were, like, fedora tipping atheists, but then the God pill became super popular with the right. Like, the young, like, anti-SJW right-winger types. So now it's like, this person made Christians upset. This is offensive to Christians. We've got to stop this. And then the rest of the time, they're like, we like free speech, and we're really edgy.
And I'm grateful that you're all going to try my tacos before they get cold.
Double sacrilege.
This is satire, right? Bro, do you think maybe there were some good points to eugenics, maybe? Like, targeted at the right group of people. Eugenics? Like, is it really all that bad? Like, really? Like, let's just think about it for a minute. Like, this video's getting me there, guys, okay? Listen, every single day I have to deal with conservative bullshit. I get pushed closer to the final solution for conservatism, okay? There is only one final solution to the conservative question, guys.
Where are you going?
We have to see if anyone's hurt.
Both parents are working, which is already a problem, but specifically in this case, they leave their child unattended without coordinating for supervision in a show aimed at preschoolers.
Okay. We're entering super retard mode right now, so let's get down to this guy's super retard level. Every children's show, for the most part, generally presents the kids in a setting in which they can be like out and about without their parents' supervision, because typically it is the fantasy of kids to be able to go outside and wander about and do whatever the fuck they want without their parents needing to know where they are. But unfortunately, especially since the 80s when the, Stranger Danger scare started, that has very much not become a reality for children anymore. Prior to the 80s, letting your kids go outside and just wander the town all day and they come back when it gets dark and you just don't see them till the sun comes down was just expected. My mom, when she was a kid, like her mom sent her and her brothers when the sun came up, if it was summertime, they were to go outside and to not come home until it was dinner time. That was what was expected. Before the internet and TV and the Stranger Danger scare and all that, that was what was expected. Like, your kid goes out with his group of friends, and hell, you've seen fucking It and Stranger Things and whatnot. This is very common prior to the Stranger Danger, thing. And everyone realizing, like, wait, fuck, leaving our kids unattended might not be that safe. Maybe it's not the best idea. Between the two of you, who's tripping harder? I am not tripping hard enough right now. I need more weed. I'm about to take a double Blinkerton right now. I need to get on this guy's, mental level. And it's going to require a lot of fucking weed. I need, a 300 milligram edible right now.
Doubly so when you count the gay ambulance dad and the gay semi-hauler dad. Let me restate this point to be clear. A preschooler watching this show should not look at this situation and think that both parents might abandon them while they're in the park.
We're kids who watched Peanuts, we're kids who watched Peanuts being convinced that, adults didn't exist. I don't, or, if you watch, when I watched Ed, Edd n Eddy as a kid, there were no adults around. Does that mean, the kids were, I didn't think the kids were just abandoned. Although, to be fair, Double D did have, literally neglectful parents, but still, this is the biggest reach I've ever seen. This is the mind of the conservative, guys. This is where they're headed. They're literally reaching the deranged level of rhetoric, and that's what's going to end them. At least this age of their cultural dominance. I've told you guys for a while that we're currently in the peak of right-wing cultural domination online, but it is going to come crashing down just like it did before, and I think we're in the beginning of that. I think we're in the beginning of the end of that peak of right-wing cultural dominance, and I think it's going to happen. I think the fall of all of this, the crumbling down of this Gamergate 2 era, is going to happen as we continue to see the right get more and more deranged as they stay comfortable in their culturally dominant position. They're getting more and more careless, thinking that, just everyone's going to agree with them and be against the trans groomer attack helicopters just by default. But, they're getting pretty crazy. They're getting pretty insane. And they're really destroying their reputations. And I really don't know if this right-wing cultural dominance that we're experiencing right now has long left in it. It's a bright burning candle, but bright burning candles burn away awful quick.
Children especially absorb more than you think, and this show disregards how much those young minds absorb.
You were in an accident, Mrs. Khan.
Why do you think they made the LGBT character chubby? In other words, they didn't have to do her like that, did they?
It's okay.
I mean, they gave her cake. They also gave this character cake. Wait, what are you gonna subtract a woke point for the mom being a smoking hot blonde MILF with a fat ass? Are we going and big titties? Are we gonna subtract a woke point for that? Because I'm a big fan of that part. I might watch the show just for this character.
Wow, look could your parents go?
According to this young fire truck, the LGBT couple is very heroic.
Hey kiddos, they're okay, but we gotta take them to the hospital.
Wait, it's a show about a bunch of people who are working as, like, first responders and their vehicles being sentient first responder vehicles. So, yeah, all the characters seem to be pretty heroic in this children's show.
Hospital to get checked out.
Again, in a show aimed at preschoolers, these working moms choose to leave this little girl alone. Did children's television writers learn nothing from Fred Rogers?
What? Also, conservatives are like the counter Mr. Rogers. Like, Mr. Rogers would go full The Ultimate Showdown on conservatives if he found out they were trying to utilize his message of positivity, love, and kindness to support their literally death and hatred-oriented ideology. Conservatives fight for literally nothing but maximizing death and, like, cruelty and misery, all the while assuring everyone that's not what they're fighting for and it's what the left wants. And then when they do succeed at bringing about maximum death, cruelty, and misery, they do everything in their power to cover it up and to ban anyone from talking about it, just like how they're trying to do with the critical race theory stuff. They say they want to ban critical race theory because it's teaching white kids to hate themselves, but what critical race theory actually is, what they mean by that, is actually just any teaching about the Civil War or slavery or segregation or anything like that in schools, because they do not want young generations learning about the evils of what they've done, because they need new generations of people ignorant to what they want to do to convince to continue to keep them in power through their votes in perpetuity. The more progressive the younger generations get, the more educated they get especially, the worse the chances are for the right to maintain power. Mr. Rogers literally stands in stark contrast to everything the right stands for. Even if Mr. Rogers did agree with the right's positions, like, he wouldn't agree with the right's cruelty. Even if Mr. Rogers was, like, homophobic, racist, and transphobic, like, he just didn't like black people, he didn't like gay people, and he didn't like trans people, like, even if he was all these things, even if he was super right-wing and conservative, he, from everything that he seems to preach, wouldn't be in favor of the cruelty that every conservative, like, raises up as a virtue, you know? Right-wingers get mad when I say that they fight for cruelty, death, and misery, but they love proving it right very quickly after. Let me show you guys a very funny thing that happened in my comment section recently. I made a video about how why the right values cruelty, and like why the right sees hate, like, you know, cruelty towards minorities and people on the left and whatnot as like a virtuous and heroic act. And a conservative did not like that. So they decided to comment this on that video. Well, I guess you can't really see it, so I'll just read it to you guys. They commented this: most of the examples of liberals thriving on cruelty are way more disgusting than that of conservatives, at least from what I've seen. Remember, lib or conservative, black or white, male or female, there are good ones, bad ones, and neutral. Don't let this head-ass try to brainwash you into thinking because of this one example, all conservatives thrive on cruelty. Most of us are out here trying to live our lives, and we don't go out of our way to cause misery. I suspect that's how most people and the media has a way of focusing on the bad when and where they need it. So this person comments that, you know, very cool, very, very neat. You know, okay, sure, maybe they just disagree with my point, right? You know, maybe they're not a cruel person. They disagree with my point. They haven't seen conservatives be cruel. They don't think that conservatives value cruelty towards minorities of the left, right? They're not mean people. But then 8 hours later, comments on a completely different video. 8 hours later, replies to a 10-hour-old comment on a different video that just says first, saying, first on a baby streamer's crappy video, congrats, you win life. Replying to a random person 10 hours before who'd commented first on a different video 9 hours after that first comment saying that conservatives don't value cruelty. So, like, when right-wingers will get very mad when you point this fact out because, like, you know, when you point out, hey, by the way, conservatives are just like overtly cruel and evil people. They're like, no, we're not. No, we're not. But they can't help themselves from actually being that, because that is a core tenet of conservatives. They can't be nice, decent people because, well, then they'd be accepting of identities that aren't like them and they wouldn't be conservative. And, you know, that's just not how conservatives work.
Neighbor?
Why do you have to go? Can't you call someone who's on duty?
She's right.
I'm sorry, sweetie. We want to stay, but it's an emergency, and we're the closest.
It's our job to help people in trouble, even on our day off.
Even the gay fire truck is voting to ditch the kids. How toxic.
But that's what first responders do. Like, if you're a volunteer fireman and it's your day off and there's a fire and they're under, like, manned, you're gonna get called in. They'll literally call you in at 3 a.m. if they have to. Like, you can be dead asleep and they'll call you in at 3 a.m. I've known several volunteer firefighters. My boss, when I worked as a lifeguard, was a volunteer firefighter part-time while being the manager for all the lifeguards at the park. Like, I think that's the same for EMTs as well. Like, even on their day off, EMTs will get called in if the hospital's understaffed and they need more EMS vehicles being driven out. I know that cops do this as well. So, like, this is just a depiction of what happens, which is weirdly realistic for a children's show, actually.
Masculine.
Well, we better get this show on the road. There's always traffic at lunchtime.
Classic gay semi-holler dad.
Promise you'll come back as fast as you...
Wait, is the joke about gay truckers? Is that the joke? Is it a gay trucker joke? Wait, but he's not a semi-hauler either. He's a fire truck. This is an ambulance and this is a fire truck. If he was like a tow truck, that would have made sense. That joke would have made sense if it was a tow truck or like a truck like for truck drivers to make large deliveries, but this is just an emergency vehicle. What's the joke here? He doesn't recognize a fire truck? Conservatives don't go outside. There's too many woke people out there. Do you know how woke real life is? Conservatives don't go outside. Come on, get real.
At lunchtime.
Classic gay semi-holler dad.
Promise you'll come back as fast as you can?
Fast as we can.
If I know my Disney, both of these parents are about to die in a shipwreck.
Remember, cariño, no matter what pops up, you mean more to us than anyone.
Why are they leaving their daughter in this park? They have multiple vehicles and multiple passenger seats. Is there something more important that they don't want to move?
Your parents were like rescuing and racing and whoa! I want to be an ambulance.
LGBT moms are the heroes of other first responders, like people who run into burning buildings for a living, or police officers that put their lives in danger every day to protect the city. Thanks, Disney, for clearing that up.
The characters are first responders. That they are. Well, yeah, of course, he's a massive bootlicker. Like, listen, every conservative has the rubber of the boot very far down their throats, okay? They're deep throat in the boot, okay? They love the cops, and they love the government, unless the law is... They love law and order until someone they like has broken the law. It's why they're all losing their shit over Andrew Tate being charged. It's why they're all losing their shit over Donald Trump being charged, because it's law and order until it's someone they like. Law and order only for the left.
All I wanted was one day with my moms, but then they had to go to work.
Yikes. It occurs to me that if you count biological parents and the gay vehicle dads, this little Asian American girl has been abandoned by more people than are in this episode.
Why do they always have to go? They're paramedics. When there's an emergency, they're the first ones to go help. It's just, sometimes I wish they did something else, so we could spend more time together.
Be careful, Firebuds riders. You're starting to make a really good case for the traditional stay-at-home model of motherhood.
They're busy. I think they're closer to making a good argument against capitalism and the fact that stay-at-home mothers are less common because two-income households are becoming more needed. Like, bro, if you want there to be more stay-at-home moms, make it so there can be more single-income households. And that's a bit of a capitalism problem, my friend. the later the stage of capitalism, the more people are going to have to, the more jobs people are going to need, the more incomes households are going to need, the more pay people are going to need, the more money people are going to need for groceries because inflation increases. Like, just going to keep getting worse.
Our moms were supposed to pick us up.
Wait, so this little car has two moms too? Is Gearbox Grove like the gayest automobile city in the world?
Ain't this place a geographical oddity?
Khalil Khan, your moms were the ones in the accident.
Everybody's leaving their kids alone in this show. Did Hayao Miyazaki direct this episode?
This is
What is that reference? Chad, I feel like I should get that reference. Who's Hayao Miyazaki? Why do I feel like Miyazaki's a pretty common last name? Is it an anime reference? This guy's like an anime nerd? Chat, let it be known, I have seen 3 animes. Spirited Away. Ah, okay. I know that's pretty popular. Studio Ghibli. I have seen 3 animes in my entire life. Only the good ones. Only the ones that are peak, okay? I've seen Attack on Titan. Just got caught up on all of that recently. I've seen Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Pretty good. And I've seen Death Note. Also really good. I only watch peak anime, okay? He's making anime references. This dude is totally a lolicon. You know, he is also watching and like finding excuses to make a lot of videos about these children's shows centered around children's characters, or like children characters, but you know, we won't look too deeply into that, even though conservatives look very deeply into any trans person they want to call a pedophile, and we'll just do that.
It's an emergency. The picnic will just have to wait until we get back from the hospital. You know, you sound just like your moms.
The arc of this episode glorifies the LGBT moms and their choice to leave their child alone while work comes first.
Well, I feel like it's kind of making it seem like the moms need to spend more time with the kid, but maybe not.
I know what it's like to miss your moms.
Those LGBT moms are just off saving the world.
Seems to me you already are a great paramedic.
I think they're just at work.
Just like your parents.
The music swells and the show acknowledges that the LGBT moms are the aspirational figures in a show aimed at preschoolers.
It's bad because they're gay, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, he just doesn't like gay people, and gay people being presented positively in a show for kids is bad because kids aren't supposed to like gay people. They need to be taught to hate gay people like he does. That's basically what he's mad about, is that kids are being taught not to hate gay people.
That you've stuffed your faces, Team Supercharger is ready for a rematch.
This episode of a children's show aimed at preschoolers ends with the heroes playing a game where multi-ton vehicles chuck automobile parts back and forth as they move quickly in close, unprotected proximity to children and other pedestrians. On a rooftop. Don't forget.
It's a cartoon, man. It's a cartoon for children. I need to read the comments. I need to see if, like, the comments are dunking on this guy. It's only got 197 likes out of 2.1 thousand views, so maybe if we're lucky, it's all going to be people dunking on this. I missed roughly 6.5 minutes ago before I knew this show existed. As a Ghibli fan, I found that Miyazaki joke incredible. This channel gives me hope because woke things gives me triggers sometimes. Jonas, you should do a review on The Owl House, She-Ra, and Dead End because you know how these shows be. When I was a young child, my mom and my dad both worked, but at different times. The 1950s family is misandrist, and therefore other family structures are the opposite of woke, lol. This episode is definitely still woke, though. 60% of the characters happen to be LGBT, and the moms abandon their freaking child. Woke is when gay characters and child abandonment. So, like, I guess the conservative definition of woke includes minorities existing and any bad action, like raping a kid or abandoning a kid, killing children. They've called the school shooting that happened woke. They call grooming woke. They call pedophilia woke, but then they're also all pedophiles. They call child abandonment woke. They call black people in a movie woke. They call gay people. Yeah, they call it the woke shooting. Have you not seen the conservatives calling it a woke school shooting? Because it was done by a trans person? So all bad things and minorities are woke. by the conservative definition. That's pretty much their definition. All bad things that everyone agrees, like, across the political spectrum is bad, and minorities. That's what woke is. Yeah, you stubbed your toe, woke chair. What's the difference between woke and Jewish for them? There is no difference. For the ones that are extremely far left, it is basically a dog whistle for Jewish. However, you know, for those that are just kind of buying into the narrative, like the culture war hype, they just think woke means, like, degenerate. Yeah, you got it, Spyro Gal. Jesus Christ. Well, that was fucking insane. That guy has serious mental issues, I think, and I really hope he gets some therapy, because I honestly don't know if I would be able to live if I couldn't watch a single piece of media without, like, my brain wanting to explode because everything is woke, I guess. All right, that's really all I have to say about it. That was mind-numbing. Read the channel description. Oh, yeah. I'll leave you all...
Jonas J. Campbell.
I'll leave you all with the channel description, okay? When giant media companies try to pat themselves on the back in their never-ending quest to modify traditional values, we're here to make sure they get all the credit they deserve. There you go. Well, this is the future of conservative content, guys. How do you guys like that segment? Y'all enjoy that one? I found that one a lot of fun. That was a good one. That was a really good recommendation. Rob36, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Billow. I really appreciate that. Didn't even say anything. So kind of you. I really appreciate the $5. Yeah, Midnight Kitty really came through with that recommendation. I believe that's who recommended that video. That was a very good recommendation, Midnight Kitty. Get it! Is how it's spelled. That went cummingly. What is this?
Bit warm.
Mr. Rogers was too nice to interview. Who gets into Ultra Heaven? Yeah, if anyone's going to Ultra Heaven, Mr. Rogers is definitely one of them. It's funny you sent me this video because I am literally subbed and bell icon rung for Fact Fiend. I love Fact Fiend. Carl. Yeah, it's Carl with a K. Hold on, can we watch something very quickly? We need a little bit of a palate cleanser after what we just watched. There's at least a few people here who haven't seen these yet, so I feel I should show at least a little bit of this to you guys, because these are so fucking funny.
Yo, Obama, want to hop on Minecraft right now? I got a few hours away from Melania.
Sure, homie, let me just text Joe.
No, stop, don't text Joe.
Too late.
Shit. Okay, so who's gonna buy the realm?
Not me. I bought the realm last time.
What's a realm?
Oh my fucking God, this is what I was talking about, Obama. I guess I'll have to buy the realm. It's not like it will hurt my $8 billion fortune.
Maybe this realm will help start your 7th bankruptcy.
Shut the fuck up, Biden. You don't even know how to count.
Guys, can we just load up the realm?
Okay, I bought it. Let's hop in. All right, I'll start mining. Obama, can you get us some logs to build the house?
Sure, but what will Joe do?
Yeah, I can help.
I guess you can go find us a village or something.
Okay, I'll start looking.
All right, I got us a couple stacks of iron. I'll start making some armor.
Okay, I'm just finishing up the base. Just got to fill in one more wall.
Guys, I found the village.
Holy shit. Finally, you do something useful for once. What are the chords?
The what?
Oh my fucking God.
Joe hit F3.
Holy shit, are these hieroglyphs?
I'm just gonna top to him.
No, don't we promised we wouldn't cheat this time.
There's no way he's gonna be able to find the coordinates.
Joe, do you see the X, Y, and Z? Tell us those numbers.
Oh, I see them. The coordinates are 14,600, 71, and 3,700.
All right, I'm gonna check it out. Obama, finish up the base.
Gotcha, homie.
I wonder why this village is so small.
Oh my fucking God.
What?
He found a witch hut and thinks it's a village.
Oh my God.
Wait, how is this not a village?
Joe, do you see any fucking villagers? The people with the big ass nose and look like your wife.
Yeah, I saw one of them earlier.
No, you didn't show me.
Yeah, see, he's right here.
That's a witch, you dumbass.
Oh, that must be why I'm dying of poison.
I hope he kills you. I'm going back to the base. Damn, the base looks nice. Where did you learn how to build houses like this, Yemen?
You're not funny, bitch.
All right, whatever, but where are the beds?
I'm killing some sheep right now, but they're hard to find.
All right, I'll just get some food then. Hey, Joe, I found your wife.
Really, where is she?
Next to your mother.
Wait, how did you find them in Minecraft?
You'll see.
You fucking bitch. See, this is why Obama and I play Roblox without you.
You what the fuck, Obama? I've been asking you to play Roblox all day yesterday.
Joe, you fucking dumbass. Yes, we were playing Roblox, but I swear we only played for 30 minutes on DaBaby Tycoon.
Nope, Obama and I played for 5 hours last night till 3 a.m.
I swear to God, if I become president again, both of your asses are going straight to jail, underneath the jail, sedimentary confinement.
Wow, not you, bro.
Yeah, Obama, you want to just go play more DaBaby Tycoon?
I'm down.
I hate both of you. Hey, Joe, sorry about last...
DaBaby Tycoon. Do we watch more? Do we watch more? I really love these. These are so fucking good.
time, do you want to hop on Minecraft?
Yeah, bro, I'll call Obama.
Yo, what's up, Joe?
Yo, Obama, hop on Minecraft. Trump is starting the realm back up.
All right, give me like 5 minutes.
All right, Joe, come back to the base and let's start expanding. And where's Obama?
He said he'll be on in 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's definitely not getting on.
Michelle probably got his ass on a leash.
Elmau. All right, Joe, you expand the base a bit because this one is kind of small and he'll go mining and get us some diamond tools.
Okay, I'll make it split so you and I can have separate chests.
Finally, you have a smart idea for once.
Fuck you, bitch. You're just mad your wall never got finished.
Oh, hell nah, you know that shit was rigged. I would have had the wall finished and a second one built around your house so no one has to hear your dumb ass.
You're really gonna call that rigged? I wiped the floor with your ass.
Bullshit, I was beating your ass until your votes started popping out of nowhere.
Stay mad, homie.
Let's go, I finally found diamonds.
Nice, make us some swords.
Nah, fuck you, I'm making myself some tools and you can have the extras.
If I'm gonna share the base I'm building, you gotta share the diamonds, dumbass.
True, all right, I'll make us both swords.
All right, the base is basically finished. I made 2 separate spaces for us and then a middle tower connecting it so we can share stuff.
That sounds pretty nice, not gonna lie. I'm surprised you actually know what you're doing now.
Yeah, bro, come take a look.
Joe, do you have any idea what the fuck you just built?
Yeah, it's a base, so Obama can have the house and you and I can share this.
Joe, you just built a giant dick. This video is definitely gonna get demonetized.
Shit.
Not bad though, the interior is nice, but it would be even nicer if I knew I wasn't living inside of a ball.
Don't worry about it, bro. Let's go to the Nether and get some blaze rods to take our minds off of it.
Sounds good to me. I got some obsidian while I was down there.
All right, let's hop in.
Okay, I'll start building cobblestone around it so we don't get stuck here.
All right, I'll look for another fortress.
Yeah, let me know the coords once you find it. Shit, no, this is bad.
What happened?
A gas just blew out the Nether portal.
Okay, so, just use a flint and steel and light it back up.
Joe, you dumbass. If I had a flint and steel, I would have used it by now. We're stuck in the Nether.
Oh my fucking God. I'll get some materials to make a fire charge.
Joe, there's no way you're coming up with these ideas. Do you have a teleprompter in your gaming setup too?
Fuck you, bitch. It's pretty helpful. You should get one.
Not for playing Minecraft, you dumbass.
If I didn't have it, we'd be stuck here forever.
True.
Let's go. I found the Nether fortress.
Nice, bro. I finished the cobble room. What are the coords?
Come to minus 146.53, minus 374.
All right, I'm on my way.
Where the wither skeletons at?
Joe, there is no way you're this goddamn stupid. Even your teleprompter should have told you this isn't a Nether fortress.
The fuck do you mean? What else would this be? It's a giant structure in the Nether.
Joe, this is a goddamn bastion.
What the fuck is a bastion?
It's your mother's family reunion, because everyone here is a pig.
Fuck you, bitch. Let's go find a Nether fortress then.
Okay, follow me. See, this is what a Nether fortress looks like.
Bro, stop bringing that up. That was like an hour ago.
Joe, that was a minute ago. Did you not take your dementia pills?
My what pills?
Oh my fucking God, whatever, Joe, just help me find some blazes.
Yo, I found Obama.
Obama's not even on dumbass.
Yes, I swear he is. He's right here.
Elmau, bro, that's too far.
Nah, bro, I swear they look identical.
Just kill him and get his charcoal for the fire charge.
You're right.
All right, here are the blazes. I'll get us a bunch of blaze rods. Go look for...
Dude, you know that, like, a fair amount of the channels that are making these videos are going to be Trump supporters, right? You can also, like, you can tell which ones are Trump supporters and which ones aren't by how they frame Trump. Like, the ones where it's like Trump was hacking and they ban him are the ones where you can tell, like, somebody who isn't a Trump supporter made it. But the ones where it's like this, you can kind of tell this person probably voted for Trump if they could vote, or would have voted for Trump if they could. I don't know if this person's American or old enough.
For some chests and get the stuff out of them.
All right, I'll go look.
Okay, I got us 10 blaze rods. That should be enough.
All right, let's go back to the base.
All right, wait, where the fuck was the base?
Bro, there's no way you didn't write down the chords.
It's not my fault. I have your dementia ass constantly in my ear distracting me.
You think I have dementia? Bitch, you forgot to write down the chords. That's the first thing you do when you get in the nether.
Fuck off, let's just retrace our steps and go from there.
I wasn't even paying attention, I'll just follow you.
You were too busy looking at your teleprompter.
Fuck you.
Just follow me, dumbass.
Finally, we found the portal.
All right, light it up. What?
I don't have enough to craft a fire charge.
What do you mean you have charcoal and blaze powder? What more do you need?
We gotta kill a ghast for gunpowder.
Oh my fucking God, bro. Stay here and I'll go do it.
Nah, bro, I can help. Trust me, I'm a pro at this game.
Okay, but don't get in my way.
All right, I won't.
Okay, there's one. Just gotta wait for it to shoot me.
Nah, bro, why wait? I'm just gonna throw my sword at it.
What the fuck do you mean throw your sword at it?
Watch me, bro. Fuck, what the fuck? Why did it go off the edge?
Joe, you absolute clown. I knew you were stupid, but this is next level dumbass.
Bro, it's not my fault. I'm just trying to help.
Joe, what part of stay by the nether portal did you not understand?
Yeah, you can tell the person who made these is a Trump supporter.
Okay, fine. Kill the ghast then, dumbass.
Okay, I will. See, I killed it. You couldn't do that.
Oh, yeah. Go pick up the gunpowder then.
Shit.
It's over lava.
Yeah, dumbass. We need to find a ghast that's not over lava.
Okay, here's one.
You kill it and I'll watch. I don't even have my sword anymore.
Yeah, I know I saw you throw it off, dumbass.
Shut up.
It's okay, finally we got the gunpowder. Let's go back to the portal and get out of here.
Yeah, I don't want to be stuck here with your dumbass anymore.
Says the one who
dropped
threw his sword
gunpowder?
into
I thought
lava.
they dropped tears.
Why you gotta bring up the past, bro?
That was 1 fucking minute ago. Joe, holy shit, somebody at the White House needs to get your pills.
Let's just leave.
Finally, we're back. Let's agree to never go back to the nether unless absolutely necessary.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
I'm gonna hop off. I gotta do some more campaigning if I want to beat your ass in the next election.
Good luck, bro. You're not even gonna come close.
Nah, bro, I got in the bag. I'll see you later, though.
All right, I'll see you later.
Hey guys, sorry I took so long.
Yo, guys, are you ready to beat the Ender Dragon finally?
Yeah, bro, let's beat the Ender Dragon so we can get wings.
Yo, Obama, did you see the house I built last episode?
No, bro, Michelle wanted me to take her to dinner. Show me.
It's behind your house. Come take a look.
Donald, did you seriously let him build this?
Bro, I was mining, and when I came back up, it was already there.
What's wrong with it?
Joe, it's literally a penis.
No, it's not. You're just looking at it wrong. It's 2 small houses with a tower.
Joe, how can you be this innocent? You sniff babies.
Well, at least I don't make babies cry like Donald does.
Hey, bro, fuck you. That baby was propaganda hired by your administration.
There's no fucking way.
Guys, let's not argue about this. What do we need to beat the Ender Dragon?
I already got us blaze rods. We just need ender pearls now.
All right, Joe, you want to go get us some Ender Pearls?
Sure, what do they look like?
Obama's balls.
Oh my fucking God, Donald. Joe, when you see the Endermen, kill them and collect their pearls. Once you have 15, come back to the base.
And what are you guys gonna do?
Your mother.
Donald, shut up and get us some diamond armor.
Okay, but what are you gonna do?
Your mother.
Go fuck yourself.
Nah, but for real, I gotta get some gear since you guys played without me last night.
It's not our fault you're a simp.
Yeah, Obama, grow some balls or take them back from the Endermen.
Shut up, you guys are just mad I'm in a healthy relationship.
Yeah, with a man.
Don't start again with this shit.
We all know it's true. You don't have to hide it.
How about you hide my foot up your ass?
Are you sure you don't want to use Michelle's big-ass feet instead?
Guys, come on, let's focus, or we aren't gonna beat the Ender Dragon.
Yeah, Joe has a point.
Fine, I'll start mining.
I'll start making us some potions.
Holy fucking shit.
What?
Joe's mother is trying to kill me.
Donald, pigs aren't aggressive.
No, it's a warden.
Oh shit, homie, get out of there.
You guys are both pricks, you know that.
I wish strip mining was still a thing.
Same, bro. New update is kind of whack, but we got to deal with it.
I'm still confused as to what the fuck an Enderman looks like.
Just Google Michelle Obama.
Shut the fuck up, Donald, and get
Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, wrong button. This person's sense of humor, it pretty much devolves to, oh, there's a mob in the game that is textured darkly. Black person. Yeah, definitely a Trump supporter. Yeah, it started to get a little bit racist there. You know that's definitely a Trump supporter. Jesus. Oh shit. Chat, I had this in my recommended. You've watched the Vosh and Ben Shapiro one already? Yeah, I've seen it on Twitter. New video my recommended from The Right Opinion. The Rise and Fall of Notch. The End of a Legacy? Question mark. I haven't seen it, but it came up in my recommended before stream too. Should I give it a watch? Because Notch became a Nazi. I wonder if The Right Opinion actually, like, does that story justice. Do you think that'd be a good segment, reacting to that? Hey, Merrick, what's up? Do you think watching the new Right Opinion video about Notch would be a good segment? Because I have yet to see a large mainstream YouTuber do a good job calling out the fact that Notch's fall came about from his own actions just coming out as a Nazi. So I hope that The Right Opinion does, because, I mean, The Right Opinion's based. I like his content. I like the new background, very cute aesthetic with the lights. Thank you, Merrick. I appreciate that. This is my new place here in Seattle. I also have a blowhigh behind me. Dear and Mama convinced me to buy it when we went to IKEA. It's my little souvenir from my first ever trip to IKEA. Yeah, a little blowhigh. Is he actually a Nazi, or Xander Hall's definition of a Nazi? What do you mean, Xander Hall's definition of a Nazi? What do you mean? I see people in the comments of my videos lately saying that I go too far when saying that I think somebody's a conservative or right-wing. And it's like, dog, I understand that when you hear me say I think somebody might be right-leaning, you hear, like, I think this person might want to, like, genocide all trans people. And granted, while many conservatives do want to do this, like, not all of them do. Me just saying that I think a YouTuber might be kind of right-leaning is not me saying they're a Nazi. I don't know why people keep thinking that's what I mean, but I assure you I don't. Zan, did you see the Delusional Takes tweet about Minecraft using bad Jewish stereotypes? Is that what this is about? No, it's not about that necessarily. So, Minecraft was developed by somebody who later on ended up being radicalized to Nazism, from what we can tell. There doesn't really seem to be a lot of evidence that he was always a Nazi, or that, like, racism was a factor in his making of Minecraft. However, there are some things in Minecraft that are a little bit sussy, just if you think about it for long enough, but they're very likely coincidental. For example, the villagers in Minecraft are big-nosed, greedy, they're reputationally greedy among the community. They tend to scam you most of the time. It's very hard to find good villager trades. And they protect themselves with giant iron golems. So there's definitely some, parallels to make with the villagers in Minecraft to being, like, Jewish stereotypes. Like the big noses, the greedy bad trades, and the protected by golems, which is really the biggest, like, the golems thing is really what adds the most credibility to all of that. Because, like, the other two things, if it was just that, I feel like it'd be a massive reach, but then there's the golems part, and that's a little bit much. And then there's the Endermen. The Endermen are tall, and they're black, and they, they're meant to be like a play on the Slenderman, which was a very popular, like, creepypasta back then. But they steal your stuff and are terrified of water. And so a lot of racists will make jokes about how Endermen are like stereotypes for black people, because there's a stereotype that black people are afraid of water, I guess, or can't swim. And so, like, basically, there's just a lot of stuff like that people kind of say might be Notch putting in, like, purposeful racist stereotypes into the game, but those feel like massive reaches. Maybe the villager one has some merit to it. The Enderman one, I think, is just coincidental, because the Endermen are just so strong they need to have a counter, and water is just a good, like, mechanical counter to Enderman. And on top of that, like, their taking of blocks is just a interesting mechanic, I feel like. And they steal your stuff. It's a cool mechanic, and they're meant to be like the Slenderman. They were added in the same update as watermelons. That's a stretch, though, too. That seems like... I don't know. These feel like they could just be stretches. A lot of stuff was added in beta 1.8. That is true. That is true. You're not wrong. Okay, we're gonna watch this video. You guys, okay, hypers in chat if this sounds like an interesting video for us to watch. The Right Opinions, The Rise and Fall of Notch, The End of a Legacy. It came out 5 hours ago. Can we agree it is sussy-wussy? It definitely is a little sussy-wussy, for sure. At the end of the day, it really doesn't matter, though, because Microsoft has cleansed Notch from Minecraft and any association with it. He has no legal rights to anything Minecraft-related. He's sold all of that away to Microsoft. They've cleansed his name from the credits, from any references in the game. There aren't even Notch apples, or there aren't even God apples in the game, which the community called Notch apples. So, like, he's just basically been like cleansed from the game, which is really crazy when you consider the fact that like back in 2011, not like the community of Minecraft players jokingly referred to Notch as like God. Like people would make churches and call it the Church of Notch. God apples were called Notch apples. He was just sort of jokingly thought of as like the god of Minecraftia by the community, you know? Yeah, he can't even go to, like, any of their functions or big events or anything like that. Yeah, Notch is thoroughly sanitized from Minecraft. And on one hand, that does feel like sort of, what's the word for it? Principally, that feels kind of wrong to completely sanitize credit from someone's creation for them. But on the other hand, bad things happening to bad people doesn't happen enough, so I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it. There's no reason to get your, like, up in arms about, like, a Nazi. Yeah, like basically, at the end of the day, like, you see people who are like, I don't like Andrew Tate, but I also don't like that he's been held for so long without being charged. And it's like, I'm sorry, but, like, literally tens of thousands of people a year are being falsely charged and held, and being treated like cruelly and falsely by the American justice system, even just in America. And you're getting up in arms about a sex trafficker maybe being treated a little bit unfairly by the state, like one of the worst people to have a platform in recent time. You're mad. You're up in arms about him being treated poorly by the Romanian justice system. That's what you're upset about. Not the tons of black Americans that are being systemically discriminated against by the American justice system. That's politics. You don't get into that. But we gotta be upset about Andrew Tate being held for so long without being charged, because that's unfair, apparently. Nah, it's very clear that there's like a bias broadly about this kind of stuff. I'm definitely like, I never really call myself like a feminist YouTuber because, you know, feminism unfortunately has a very unfortunate connotation to it. But I mean, by definition, I'm very much a feminist. I just kind of call myself a progressive because it's a more effective, broad kind of label, you know, like all feminists are progressive if they're actually feminists, right? Like, and all progressives would presumably be feminist. We never recovered from 2016. There was never truly a recovery from 2016. You're right about that, Merrick. But at the same time, especially if you were super into politics back in that era, and I was, there was a very distinct drop in right-wing sentiment everywhere across the internet. Like, a lot of right-wingers became lolcows, for example, during the 2018 to 2020 era. And it was really at the end of 2021 when we started to see, and I started to see, the start of this right-wing cultural dominance coming around again. I think, once again, we're approaching the end of this era of right-wing cultural dominance. I think we're headed towards another, for lack of a better term, bread tube era. Oh, you meant more specifically feminists and feminism? I think there's definitely been a large portion of recovery, but it's not been anywhere near complete. You're completely right about that. Like, feminism is still like a dirty word compared to how it was before Gamergate. made it so. Let me grab a little bit of food. Okay, cool. People still argue it's cringe and left-tubers abandoned it. I don't think left-tubers have necessarily abandoned feminism. I think it's more so that the right has less actively fought feminism lately, right? Like, feminism isn't the boogeyman right now. It's sort of just a passive woke thing that they'll occasionally, like, hate monger about. What's really the focus for the right now is gender, like minorities, essentially, of all kinds, whether you be like non-binary, trans, gender fluid, whatever it may be. If you are in any form a minority in regards to your gender identity or gender presentation, you are an enemy of the right and they want to kill you. So it's kind of, yeah, there's been a lot of attention kind of diverted from the whole feminism defense stuff from a lot of left tubers, which is definitely, I think, an undersight or an oversight. Like, I think we need to be talking more about feminism because the right is absolutely hating on women a lot, especially lately. I mean, hell, you've seen the videos going viral that are literally just videos of, like, men finding any excuse to beat the ever-living shit out of women, justified or no. It's just videos going viral where it's just men finding any excuse to hit a woman, and guys online finding any excuse to celebrate a woman having the shit beat out of her. Not like, oh, woman got hit for hitting a guy, but like, woman fuck around and find out compilations. That kind of stuff is what they're watching. Realistically, when you think of leftists who are strong feminists, who do you think of? Generally, I'd think of, like, ContraPoints and, like H-Bomber Guy and whatnot, but to be fair, a lot of these figures have kind of not been making content as much lately, or at the very least, some of them have even left YouTube. A large issue is just that LeftTube is in a shattered state right now. Like, look at it. Look at LeftTube right now. What really is there at the moment? Really not much. Like, every LeftTuber who has a platform, like all the video essayist creators, like, actively take pride in the idea of being anti-de-radicalization and believing the alt-right pipeline doesn't exist. They, like, exclusively make content made for their own already agreeing with them fans now. The content creators that do have a reputation for de-radicalizing people, like ContraPoints and H-Bomber Guy, basically only upload twice a year and have gotten to the point where they're uploading content that isn't very topical at all. Like, just not very topical content. Hell, Abigail Thorne, I hate to say it, her content has fallen off pretty hard, I would say, as of late. We're going to be covering one of her recent videos, but, like, just generally, it's not as good as it used to be, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like LeftTube overall, like, outside of a few select figures, has just kind of fallen apart. And a lot of it is kind of the fault of LeftTubers themselves. Like, do you remember when, like, BreadTube originally blew up? And it had the opportunity to be the left-wing version of the, like, skeptic sphere. Like, there could have literally been that massive and culturally dominant of a group of content creators on the left, but all of these figures, out of their own, like, weird pseudo-smug pride, all decided, no, we are not all friends, we are not going to collaborate, we are not actually part of this parasocial group of content creators, and we are not going to collaborate or play into this at all. We are not going to do any of the things that you should do to build a massive community, because we're just here to do theater, political theater. Yeah, annual media analysis instead, yeah. Like, it's so, like, the recent, I feel like the perfect example of this is that recent Big Joel video, or Little Joel video, where he talks about de-radicalization. These content creators have genuinely gotten it into their head, at least from what I can tell, that, like, this age of right-wing radicalization is just, like, a fact of life, I guess. And that all of these people who used to watch anti-SJW YouTubers, it's not part of a pattern or anything, it's just that when you're young, you suck and eventually you'll grow out of it. Like, these content creators have legitimately resigned themselves to thinking all these Nazis and reactionaries online will just grow out of it. Because that's what happened before in their mind. It's like, no. There was, like, no progressive media online at all that would appeal to this demographic, and then these select creators came along to be that media, and now they are, like, fundamentally opposed to wanting to be that media. I don't know. It's frustrating for me. I've noticed it. It seems to be a pattern, and it frustrates me. It's as simple as that. Destiny is still going strong. Destiny is not a bread tuber or a left tuber. Destiny right now has probably done more to help re-platform and bring credibility to right-wing figures as of late than he has discrediting them. Like, his talks with Sneeko and Aiden Ross have been very much under the pretense that he believes Aiden Ross and Sneeko are good people who, you know, should be engaged with fairly, I guess. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, that's just how things are right now. You know, we're in that state of things. Destiny will probably end up going on an entirely different arc of just tearing right-wingers apart in a year or so. He's gonna get bored of being friendly with these people. They're gonna frustrate them. He's gonna have falling outs with them. Bridges are gonna burn, and he's gonna go on a massive multi-year-long screed of hating right-wingers again and doing nothing but debating Nazis and right-wingers again. And that's just the pattern of things. Just how things tend to go. People online, content creators in general are very spiteful. Destiny especially so, but I'm even spiteful. Like, it's impossible to not be a content creator and be spiteful. Like, eventually you're just gonna get, like, so pissed off at certain groups of people online that you're just gonna have, like, inherent spite for that group. And that's what's happened with Destiny. Only because it's him, it's, like, ultra spite. Spite and boredom, yes. Which isn't uncommon. I mean, like, that's not uncommon motivation for content creators. It's just that I think Destiny's been expected to be at a higher level than most content creators, but he's not, like, any higher level of a content creator than anyone else, really. Like, he's just as beholden to these things as any other YouTuber or streamer. He is still human. Alright, you guys ready for this segment? You guys ready for this shit? I'm actually going to throw this dog shit ass... Are you serious? You can't throw that over a fence? I'm going to throw this nearly broken iron sword into the ocean. And then we are going to make a new sword and go mining. And start this video. I disagree. I think you've just faced an outsized level of abuse and so your anger is understandable. I mean, if you're a political content creator, like... the amount of uncharitability that you're treated with on a daily basis is eventually going to make you spiteful. I feel like, Merrick, you've gotten treated with a lot. Like, are you not somewhat spiteful towards the people who are so, like, indignantly cruel towards you on a daily basis? Like, if you want to see what I mean by, like, the right values evil, cruelty, and misery... especially like when leveraged towards minorities in the left, look at the replies Merrick gets to her tweets. Like, look at the replies Merrick gets to her tweets talking about, like, traumatic events that are, like, the kind of thing that nobody of any political side is in favor of. I won't go into detail, but still, like, they will actively use that as, like, a weak spot to try to target when insulting lefties. Like, these are actively pro-evil people. They Photoshop... like, right now, they're Photoshopping beards onto photos of Brianna J., a literally dead, like, murdered 16-year-old trans girl from the UK. Like, dead child? Well, she was trans, so let's, like, disgrace her memory in a way that, like, would be completely unacceptable to do to any other dead child. It's just all about maximizing cruelty towards minorities and those the left, you know, that those are on the left and those the left advocates for. They delight in cruelty. Not really, Xander Hall. I've pivoted so hard against dealing with them at all. I've stopped fighting leftists who hurt me and only fight right-wingers now because my values matter more than personal revenge. I don't think that's spite. I think that's righteous anger. Yeah, but I think they're kind of similar. I think spite... People consider spite to be such an inherently negative emotion, but, like, I'm spiteful towards Nazis. I'm spiteful towards the right. I got COVID, and I'm spiteful towards every single conservative anti-masker. I think I think the Republican Party is not only responsible for, and conservative voters are not only responsible for my getting COVID and whatever long-term effects that has on my body, but every single death that has occurred from COVID in America and every single instance of long COVID that has ruined and debilitated people's lives. They are responsible for those deaths. Like, at one point, it was literally like 9/11's worths of deaths happening each day. I love that metric of measuring them here in America that were happening because of COVID. Those deaths are directly on Republicans and the Republican voters who put them into power, in my mind. So I have a lot of spite for them. I think they're demonic. I didn't think this when I was younger, but the more that I do this and the more the pattern becomes clear that these people just lie and, like, knowingly lie and spread hate as much as possible to just maximize pain for minorities while lying and saying they believe the opposite, lying about their beliefs, lying about what they're, about what the left believes at every turn. They can't even honestly engage with what the left actually believes. Like, they can't even define woke, and yet they fight a war against it. These people are, like, definitively evil. Sure, I think you're correct. I think I'm just protesting because of the negative connotation. Yeah. I think righteous anger is a good word for it too. But I sometimes call it spite. I like to embrace it. All right. Oh no, I was supposed to give that to the wolf. That was for the wolf. Have these wolves shat at any point? Because we really need some wolf poop right now. We really were hurting for some wolf poop. Quiet down. All right, let's start this video. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. Hello. So, as you all know, by literally what the game that I'm playing in the background right now, I am a big Minecraft fan. I've played this game for so long that my nostalgia for the way the game used to be is, like, overwhelming, and now I just play, like, literally I'm playing Minecraft Beta 1.7.3 with OG, like, beta version Minecraft mods installed. Like, that is how much of a Minecraft boomer I am. Like, chat, you got... There may be new viewers watching this video that don't know. I am a Minecraft boomer. You guys know. The regular viewers in chat, the regular watchers, like the people here who watch me regularly, they fucking know. They know that Minecraft is my shit. I'm playing this for a long-ass time. So as you can imagine, I'm quite tuned in to the community and the figures that are responsible for the game's creation. And back when I was super into Minecraft, initially, like when I first discovered it when I was a kid, Minecraft was being made by a single guy and his friend, who I guess you could kind of call a coworker, but like Mojang wasn't really even a real company yet, called just Notch and Jeb. Those are the two of them, Notch and Jeb, just those two guys making the game. And Notch was kind of considered, because he was the one who initially devised Minecraft and was the initial singular developer of the game. Notch was kind of considered the god of Minecraft by the community. Like, people would build their churches in Minecraft and call it like the Church of Notch or whatever. Like, people made like the Temple of Notch a very famous build in Minecraft history and whatnot. Like, people loved Notch. Jeb, on the other hand, was not anywhere near as loved as Notch for a variety of reasons. In large part, it became kind of a meme to hate Jeb and to blame every bad change Minecraft got on Jeb. So people just kind of despised Jeb to an extent. Oh, I thought that was death. People just kind of despised Jeb to an extent, but loved Notch. And so eventually, time passed and Notch started to, like, change. Like, initially, when Minecraft first came out, Notch was this very kind of jolly, approachable, reputationally very well-liked and nice guy. But over time, things started to change. He started to get really bitter. Like, he started to not Ooh, diamonds. He started to not like when people at conventions and whatnot would ask him questions about, like, Herobrine or, you know, ask him to add new features to the game. He would go on very angry rants on social media in regards to content creators. There was a very notable event where he decided to host one of the first Minecons ever in fucking Las Vegas, okay? Minecon, an event that, to be fair, Minecraft's reputation as being popular mostly with children was not solidified yet. Like, Minecraft still had a pretty large adult audience at the time. But he decided to host fucking Minecon in Las Vegas. And he invited the Yogscast to go, Lewis and Simon from the Yogscast. And they went there to do, like, a live, like, episode of their like, videos, right? Like, they'd play Minecraft together. It was basically like a live filming of that, essentially. TRO explains this in the video. Oh, that's cool. I have not seen this video yet. I'm literally explaining this shit from memory, guys. I was there, okay? Like, TRO does not need to lecture me on the old magic. I was there when it was written, guys. Like, I'm telling you guys what I remember from memory. I was a fucking lad when this happened. I remember all the drama. Basically, the Yogscast, Lewis and Simon did a live, like, recording of their show at this Minecon in fucking Las Vegas. Reminder, this becomes relevant in a minute. And they sweared. They sweared in this. They were on stage, and they were swearing. Not, like, overwhelmingly. Like, if you watch a Yogscast video, they aren't saying fuck, shit, ass, pussy all the time. Like, they're not super foul-mouthed, but they occasionally say some adult words. It's just very dry adult British humor they tend to engage in. And Notch lost his mind. He went on Twitter and wrote an entire thread shitting on Lewis and Simon for swearing in front of kids, claiming that they were swearing at kids. He straight up lied about what had actually happened. It was very fucked up. Hey, bye, Merrick. Have a good one. But yeah, I appreciate you coming in. But yeah, like, oh, no, we gotta get out of here. I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. Ah, shit. Okay, at least we made it back here. That might have been the most goated lava save you guys have ever seen. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Anyway, Notch was, like, progressively over time getting to be, like, a bigger and bigger cunt in the community, but people still generally liked him. But eventually, he decided he was done with Minecraft. He didn't like the game anymore. He didn't care about the game anymore. He didn't care about the community or anything. So he simply sold the game and Mojang and all rights to it for, I believe it was $3.5 billion. No, $4.5 billion to Microsoft. And since then, he's had no part in the game. And, you know, he's just kind of been doing his own thing, being like a lonely billionaire in his Hollywood Hills house. But he eventually ended up going on to some insane rants about how trans people are insane and destroying society. He has said some stuff about the Jews. He basically came out as a full-on white nationalist, talking about the Great Replacement being real. From what we can tell, Notch is just a full-on Nazi. What the fuck is that at the window? A specter. From what we can tell, Notch is just a full-on Nazi. Cool off, wiener dog. Chill out. And yeah, since then, Microsoft has basically, deleted him from mention in the game. Like, Notch isn't really mentioned at all anywhere in the game anymore like he used to be in the splash screen, the credits, and all that stuff. So, since then, Microsoft has sanitized Notch from the game entirely. Or I should say Mojang has. And with that said, Notch has gone down in history with some as a disgraced hero, and to others as somebody who people are like, whatever happened to Notch? Oh, he got canceled? Oh, he got cancel culture got him. Oh. And so, I've seen a lot of videos by popular YouTubers that cover the rise and fall of Notch, and they all really gloss over the political takes that Notch has and how Notch is very clearly a Nazi, and they try to like a lot of them will say things like Notch said some controversial stuff and they leave it at that. So I'm really curious if the Right Opinion video is going to completely wholeheartedly cover the things Notch has said and done. IBX Toy Cat did this. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Regardless, though, as far as I know, The Right Opinion, dope-ass YouTuber, I think he watches my content. Like, I may be wrong about this, but I think The Right Opinion literally is, like, follows me on... I think he follows me on Instagram or Twitter and watches my videos. So if he ends up seeing this, then, hey, I like your stuff too. You should follow me on Twitter if you don't already. No, but I'm excited to see this video. He generally has pretty, like, measured takes, but I do worry that since he isn't, like, a hardcore political content creator, that he's going to play down, like, the outright, like, Nazi shit that Notch was saying. So, yeah, let's take a look. I'm excited to see this.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to The Right Opinion, the home of a twat with too much free time, and a legacy, something that I'm sure many of us have pondered. The age-old question beckons: when we all move on from this world, what will we leave behind? The truth is, none of us can ever know for certain, because the moment we pass on, we relinquish most control of the narrative surrounding how we're remembered. People who have been considered controversial and problematic have been recontextualized.
Bro, when I die, you motherfuckers better insist the history books claim that I had many MILFs in my sex cult. Many MILFs in my sex cult. The most MILFs. All of them.
By their death, and sometimes figures previously revered have had their involvement in some very seedy antics revealed post-mortem.
It's already on my Wikipedia page.
It will take centuries to form, and other times it will take merely days. However, one thing that remains central in analysis of individuals is the existence of art. I use the term art liberally, of course, here. I'm not just talking about a painting or a sculpture, I'm talking about the general product of any form of creative process that can affect someone's life in a meaningful way. An artist's direct words or thoughts may be long forgotten, but their creations will always serve as a window to their mind. What these works may say specifically is often down to interpretation, but there are often general themes that many people identify with, which is what provides them with a following and a reputation. Upon analysis of such content, many of us draw parallels between the pieces and the person behind them. After all, art should be a part of oneself. We enjoy identifying with others, even when it extends to maestros who we could never really hope to get near in terms of genius. For the new generation of aspiring creatives, times have somewhat evolved, particularly with the presence of social media, which enables many people to speak more directly to their chosen audience. For those who choose to use it, you may have a close-up on the person behind a beloved.
One thing that kind of makes Minecraft very unique compared to other pieces of art generally, or even other games, is how modular it is. Even though Minecraft wasn't necessarily made with modularity in mind, people modded the fuck out of it anyway. Like, Minecraft has been modded to hell and back. You could argue that the Minecraft I'm playing right now isn't even the same Minecraft, like, even when you consider updates, too, like, updates as well. Like, the Minecraft I'm playing now isn't the same Minecraft that you'd be playing today, which isn't even the same Minecraft as the vanilla Minecraft that this is built on. Like, people make Minecraft their own with their own individual worlds even, but especially with mods, texture packs, and you know, they're different, like, custom content. And the core of the game's changed so much that on a certain level, I feel like you could argue that Minecraft, like the Minecraft that Notch made no longer really exists anymore. Or if it does exist, it's not really the most popular or known form of Minecraft played. Like, if anything, it's like Notch invented Minecraft, and a million people have iterated on it to turn it into their own thing, I guess. A wolf! Okay, we need to get bones.
Work, and based on their behavior, you may be able to make a summary judgment if you want to delve into their works much further. However, for all the benefits that such an experience can provide, it can also play into unhealthy parasocial relationships. One that we've spoken about in the past, particularly when said art may not appear to reflect a person's character. Yes, every now and then anomalies appear on the system. People who may have created something wonderful that many find to be an uplifting and positive force in their life may also have negatively affected others in a marked way, either due to their actions or words separate to their art. This is where the discourse surrounding distinguishing art form from the artist originates.
I already like this. I already like the way that it's being framed here. Because it's not like, oh, someone that you liked who's made good art may have takes or have done things that you don't like. It's no, just because you like a piece of art doesn't mean their actions haven't ended up hurting someone else. Just because this art that this person has made has brought so much joy to your life doesn't mean this person's actions haven't brought great suffering or misery to someone else's life. I like that. That's an interesting framing. I haven't heard it worded that way before.
Appreciating good workmanship doesn't necessarily presuppose a complete endorsement of the person behind it. However, over time, the bar for this sort of standard has definitely been lowered a little. With the rise of social media and people perhaps having a bit too much time to argue, this sort of distinction has become more and more regularly employed. A prime example of such a trend is J.K. Rowling, a previously renowned celebrity who took a political position that was contrary to many of her colleagues and fans. If she'd never sent out a tweet on the matter, many people who probably regard her with disdain would still adore her. Humans are complex, multifaceted creatures, many of whom are deeply troubled and don't necessarily benefit from the public spotlight, sometimes leaving us to wonder whether we knew them as well as we thought we did, and perhaps wishing we didn't know them quite as well now.
I will admit, being famous does have, like, even a modicum amount of fame, like niche internet celeb fame or whatever, like, even that can affect your psyche a lot. Like, some people just can't handle the praise that one gets as a popular figure online. Like, it just goes to their head too much and they can't keep themselves, like, grounded. That's pretty common. I mean, that seems to be the case with J.K. Rowling. Like, J.K. Rowling seems to have gotten so full of herself that she thought that she could come out as, like, a massive bigot and still have overwhelming broad support. And that's not what's happening. She was wrong. Like, she would rather she had overwhelming support for her takes, but, you know, that's not the case. Oh, no, no. Oh, I hate that the wolf tries to fight with me. I hate it. No. Oh, I really hate that the wolf tries to fight with me, because it makes it so likely I'm gonna send out a stray.
This is what leads us to probably the most quintessentially Gen Z example, a gentleman by the name of Marcus Persson, or as he is known to many online, Notch.
Yo.
It's about having it feel like a game. Like, what would you expect a game to do?
More like crotch.
That's
Got
like the current speed and direction of the target and multiply it by some kind of constant.
Notch is a Swedish game developer who in 2009 began a humble little project known as Minecraft. I feel like I shouldn't have to elaborate too much here, but Minecraft is a sandbox video game which enables the user to build a multitude of structures and face off against a variety of monsters who descend upon the player at dusk. It has 4 modes: creative, survival, hardcore, and adventure, each for its own type of gamer, allowing for a very broad appeal indeed.
Who remembers when Minecraft was, like, still so niche that people would call it Mindcraft? Like, people who didn't know what it was and they just heard the name once, they'd call it Mindcraft. Now Minecraft's so well known, like, everyone's seen it spelled out, everyone's seen it on shirts and shit like that. Everyone knows about Minecraft, everyone knows the proper thing. But there was a time when it was just this sort of budding up game that people were playing, and it was like, Minecraft?
Over the last decade and a bit, it has amassed cross-platform sales in excess of 230 million, making it the best-selling video game of all time by a significant margin. It has also received numerous awards, franchised itself to a dizzying extent, and established itself as a cultural force to be reckoned with. Its timeless appeal being typified by its continued creation of public figures who are likely just as publicly visible as the man behind the game. But in a way, I suppose it makes sense. Many individual developers are barely a fraction as well known as the games they create. They're most comfortable making the magic happen behind the scenes, and in the case of many games, it's hardly a singular effort, and very few people end up being standout figures. Audiences can't expect to learn the entire roster of a video game studio. Notch was different though. As the figurehead behind Minecraft, he set himself apart from faceless corporations and created a unique
When Mojang was small, people, like, you guys don't even know, when Mojang was still small, like, when there was maybe 12 to 8 people working at Mojang, everybody knew the names of the Mojang devs. I think back in the day, the Sphax texture pack, like the loading screen, if you use the Sphax Pure BD Craft texture pack, when you were loading up the game, it had, like, a lineup of little, like, drawings of all the different, like, people who work on Minecraft, like, an entire lineup of them. And so, like, the team behind Minecraft was so small, like, everybody knew who they were. Like, all of them were, and a lot of them were YouTubers. Like, for example, Lydia Winters was a Minecraft chick on YouTube. She was a YouTuber, like a very early on OG Minecraft YouTuber who ended up just getting hired to work as like I guess like a public-facing sort of like PR manager of Mojang, I would guess. Like, I don't know what her exact position is, but that's what I'd guess it is.
Bond with his audience, utilizing the game's network and accompanying social media platforms to create this almost legendary figure in gaming circles who would interact and respond to feedback from many of the devoted audience. To many, Minecraft and Notch were inseparable. Well, until they weren't.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, were you the Minecraft guy?
No.
Cut to 2022 though, and trying to find any remnants of even the word Notch on Minecraft servers would be a challenge to even the most ardent user. Person, unsurprisingly, had cashed out his shares in 2014, making a tidy $1.7 billion, and adopting a lifestyle that supported that. In many ways, he had done what many creatives wish they could do: walk away with a shit ton of money and have your legacy commemorated and honored by many users and creators. However, barely a couple years after he'd become a billionaire, Notch began to publicly head down a curious path.
So something you guys have to remember is that after Notch sold Minecraft, it became very clear very quickly. Oh, one of the wolves just pooped. I heard a boom. I think that boom is the noise they make when they poop. Or it's like a fart or something. I can't tell. One of them made the boom. One of them boomed. Where's the poop? Where's the poop at? Is it on the roof? Because, like, the blocks can make it bug out. It doesn't seem to be on the roof or outside or anything. What do you mean? You been shitting? They have been shitting. It was just hidden. All right, I gotta make sure their butts are right next to the door, so when they shit, it's like the first thing I run into. All right, come on in, Wolfie. Come on. Whoa! That was an accident. Come on in, Wolfie. Get in here. Yeah, sit your white ass down. All right. Let us resume.
One that gradually became more and more questionable to those who looked on, and eventually resulted in Microsoft, the company who had bought out Minecraft, to cut all public ties with him in the hopes that a PR nightmare would be averted. It seems that in spite of his undeniable contribution to modern culture, certain people believe he would be better off forgotten altogether. Well, today we're going to be paying him a bit of time, taking a look at the man behind Minecraft, the mind that married the creation, the eventual and painful divorce, and what led...
Oh, fuck, I totally forgot about that. So for those of you guys that don't remember, Notch was initially married and in a relationship when Minecraft initially took off. His wife's username was EZ, just EZ. That's a little bit of a unfortunate username for your wife to have in the game you made, like Easy. I guess that's just a little weird. But yeah, her username was EZ, I remember. And that was Notch's wife, and they had a divorce. And that was pretty much the end of it. I was, pretty young at the time, so I didn't have much interest in, like, the love life of the creator of Minecraft, I guess. Like, I didn't care about his divorce or anything. But what ended up happening, I guess, was it was, like, a pretty rough one, especially when you consider the fact that, like, after Minecraft blew up and Notch sold the game, it's very clear he got bitter and lonely. So I wonder if, like, he got his dream in terms of achieving wealth and fame and success, but in the process ended up losing his relationship, and it just wasn't worth it, I guess.
Legacy may be left behind. Ladies, gentlemen, and all other flavors of quarks, I think it's best we go to the start.
Yeah, old splash text, true zoom.
Dare I say it, to a world without Minecraft. Let's go. This video is sponsored by Aura, and the following ad is only suitable for US citizens. So if you're with me in old Blighty, then put on a cup of tea or something.
Austin, you're healing me. Heal me, you What, are you dumb?
Afford something like that, and how exactly is that going to help me?
Can we group up already?
Okay, we're not watching the sponsorship, okay? Our boy gets paid regardless of if we watch it or not. Though definitely go down in the description below and, or not in the description, to the pinned comment below, and click on the original video and give it a view and a like, and maybe even comment on it as well if you're super base. Say that Zan sent you. That is the best thing you can do.
The decade is the 1980s. Technology is emerging pretty quickly, with various movements in the industry taking the world by storm.
Damn, we're
with
going
many
far
pieces of
back.
media romanticizing its popularity. However, enthusiasm for that sector was still treated with disdain by some, and as many 80s coming-of-age films will likely tell you, the cool kids were still the ones who could flatten some poor sod in a game of football. For many, forms of technology were an outlet to keep them away from the toxic social hierarchies they felt they couldn't compete in. And by the 80s, one of the very important branches of technology was the video game. In early times, you would have to commute to the arcade to have a taste of what video games actually entailed. But with the increased commercial reach and accessibility of consoles, the market opened up much more to those who enjoyed the pastime of gaming. Not just one of those people who wasn't really interested in being the coolest at school. Deeply fascinated by mechanics from a young age, he spent much of his time indoors, initially taking a keen interest in Lego, but soon turning his attention to his personal Commodore 128 computer, either playing it or programming.
I'm just gonna say it. Notch was a massive NEET when he originally started development of Minecraft. He's probably still a NEET, just living in a massive mansion. But Notch is a NEET.
Much of the time with codes from a magazine network that his father was subscribed to. At the age of 8, he produced his first video game, one that he reassuringly informed an interviewer was basic. Back then, these sorts of pastimes were vocational to many. Very few people knew exactly where artificial intelligence would be in 20 years' time, with some still arguing the idea that an online network could never be achieved, and others claiming it would just be a fad regardless. But over the years, it continued to defy many of its detractors, with persisting developments and watershed moments that set the bar higher and higher in scientific accomplishment. With an expanding industry in an expanding market, a person who had dropped out of high school likely sensed an opportunity. His mother put him on a programming course to hone his talent, and by the time he was 18, he had his first job. After a few rocky periods in between, he was one of the first developers hired by a Stockholm-based company then known as Midas Player, later to become King, the corporation who made the legend.
Huh. I didn't know that Notch worked on the, worked at the place, at the studio that made the fucking shitty phone games like Candy Crush. That's where he started, I guess.
Legendary Candy Crush saga, inescapable from the daily lives of all, from our phones to our skylines. Person worked on a fair few games during his 4 to 5 year stint at the company. However, he always kept one of his eyes on a few side projects that he would work on in his free time, developing a fair few games to boot. In 2006, he released the Java-based game Worm Online, a game he had developed with longtime friend Rolf Jensen, a sandbox MMO where players could construct buildings, mine for materials, and craft tools. Sound familiar? Well, there were...
Huh. I've literally never heard about that. This is literally brand new information to me. I'd never heard of that before. It's like a super granular MMO. You cut every board. That sounds awesome. That's the type of autism that I have. That's exactly what I need. Hold on. Did a game better than Minecraft get made by Notch before Minecraft even come out? Worm Online, does it still exist? It has a big cult following? Scrolls? I knew about Scrolls, but I didn't know about Worm.
There were a few differences. It's definitely a bit more complex, probably leaning more into games like RuneScape for its more detailed visuals and skill level system that provides people with a clear roadmap to mastery of the arts. However, there's also a more factional element that allows people to join villages and alliance, declare on others if they want, alongside a religious system that allows people to worship a certain deity, each one having their own unique perks. It provides an arrangement where users essentially create their own lore and history within the game. It's a clever system, and the game does appear to have some popularity to this day. But in 2007, the year after Worm was first released, Notch stepped away from his commitment to the game and the studio, then known as Mojang Specifications AB. Despite moving on from this venture, Person wished to retain the namesake Mojang for his next project. However, afraid of market competition, Midas Player...
I miss when that was the name of Mojang. I think it's just Mojang now, but I remember when you'd boot up Minecraft and it always said Mojang Specifications AB was the name of the company. I don't know why, but I always found that very charming. Like, part of Minecraft's charm was just how overwhelmingly, like... Huh. We found a wild wolf poop. Did you drop this? I doubt it. Because I don't think they did mod compatibilities back then where, like, I don't think those would drop wolf poops. Interesting. Maybe wild ones drop them? Interesting. Okay.
Barred him and all employees from making games in their free time. However, clearly valuing his individual creativity, Notch responded by quitting his job, taking up work at a friendlier employer, and dedicating the following months to replicating a game by the name of Infiniminer.
Yep, I've heard of Infiniminer. So this is where I've literally never heard of anything that came before this point in the video. Like, I felt like I was pretty aware of my Minecraft knowledge and, like, my backstory to all of that. I've never seen a video that discusses the history of Minecraft that brought any of the things that he's brought up here up. Like, usually the videos start here when he made Infiniminer. Or Ruby Dung. Did he make Ruby Dung? I think I don't remember. I think it was based on that or something. I forget. He made a few games, but, like, usually it's Infiniminer is where it starts. Interesting.
Infiniminer is a block-based sandbox game in which a player harvests minerals by cutting through procedurally generated maps. Sound familiar? Well, yeah, this one should really. Infiniminer was released by indie developer Zachtronics, named after its founder, Zach Barth. It wasn't particularly hyped on release and hadn't created large groundswell after, but it caught the attention of Marcus, who said that although it had clear character, still left a lot to the imagination. At the time, Marcus had been working on a project known as Ruby Dung, a base-building game in which he'd experimented with a feature that enabled first-person perspective, but ultimately felt it was too undeveloped in its current format.
Did you notice the cobblestone texture in that game is the same one he uses for Minecraft later on? It's just differently colored in Minecraft. It's just straight up gray, but in that it's like sort of got different gradient colors that give it sort of that analog game kind of analog horror game look, almost. Kind of liminal looking, yeah.
Person admired many aspects of Infiniminer, he wished to create an environment that leaned into the more RPG theme, one that would emphasize survival in the wilderness. He also wanted to focus on details of the in-game experience, sound effects that would relate to each individual action, and how a player base may respond to that.
There it is, the first version.
On May the 13th, 2009, Notch, using an account by the name of Nizotch on YouTube, posted a video titled Cave Game Tech Tests. This upload was well received by users at the time, and a couple days later he seemed to have settled on a name: Minecraft. In this time, Notch continued to post updates to his YouTube channel and personal Tumblr blog that followed progress on the game pretty closely. 4 days after posting Cave Game Tech Test, he opened up the game to the public, providing users with a link if they wish to play it themselves.
So this was when Minecraft first became, like, broadly publicly available to, like, any audience that was outside of, like, Notch's friends and, like, a few select people. It was when it was, like, the jar was dropped on this forum. And because you literally had to be on some obscure forum to get Minecraft initially, this is why so much of Minecraft's initial player base was so much older than its current player base. Minecraft started out with like 100% of its players being in their like mid to late 20s and 30s and whatnot when it first came out. And it wasn't until YouTubers, who themselves were adults, popularized Minecraft that it started to get big with kids. So we're talking like very early in the game's inception here, and the audience for the game has changed over time as well. It's just kind of an interesting thing.
Notch predominantly used forums for the independent game source to distribute his new project, the same one that he had found Infiniminer on. There wasn't any real big promotional push, nor was there any large investment from companies who believed in the project. It was the true definition of an indie game. Just over 20 years after he had created his first game on the Commodore 128, he had published a humble sandbox game on Java. But the world was a lot larger now and dominated by companies who had a million times the resources of a person like Persons. Indie games were a dime a dozen, and Notch's couldn't have been that unique, right?
Whew, it blew the fuck up. Wow, it's a lot of fish. Jesus. Being part of the initial blow-up of Minecraft was very interesting. When I was younger, like so you'll hear a lot of people say like, oh yeah, when I was a kid, you couldn't be a gamer because you'd get made fun of. Yeah, like nowadays, it's fine for everybody to be a gamer and everybody games now. But when I was a kid, it was only the nerdy kids who get bullied that played video games. And it's like, dude, you're 19. You're 19 years old. What are you talking about? Because I know that when I'm 23, and when I was younger, when I was in middle school, everybody played video games. Everybody played video games. What made you uncool was what video games you played. The cool video games to play were like any sports games, like Madden and all that stuff, and Call of Duty and Battlefield. Those were the games that you could like be cool and play back then. Minecraft, on the other hand, when it was first getting big, and that's when I was getting into it, Minecraft, on the other hand, was a whole different story. People like that were my age back then took one look at Minecraft, and because they were so conditioned to value like graphics and, you know, how violent the game is and whatnot as being cool, they didn't like Minecraft initially. Like, especially kids at my middle school, I got made fun of a lot for being into Minecraft when it first was like really blowing up, and I had my like clique of friends who played it, and then everybody else was not into it. Nowadays though, like everybody plays Minecraft and everybody is into it, right? But like back then it was so weird being part of this game that was like being into this game that was blowing up massively online. Like you literally couldn't escape it on the internet, but in real life you were kind of shamed for playing it. And then it got really popular when it came out on Xbox and PlayStation. The second it came out on consoles, all those same kids started playing it. And it came out like over summer, if I remember correctly. I came back from like summer or winter break and everyone was playing it. And we're like, yeah, what do you mean Minecraft on computer? What are you, a hacker or something? Like, are you a cheater? Do you cheat? Is that why you play Minecraft on computer? And I was like, it came out on computer first. I'm like, no, it didn't. It literally just came out. Like there were literally kids who had given me shit for playing it like months before, saying Minecraft had just came out and that it was a brand new game that had just come out on console. I was like, I've been playing it for like a year on PC. They're like, no, you haven't. You're lying. Like, I'm gonna knock the shit out of you. I wanted to. I really did.
Very few people know when they're making their magnum opus that it will be their magnum opus.
True. Dude, do you think I knew that fucking racist versus pedo thumbnail that I put 2 minutes of effort into, just throwing together really quick? Do you think I knew that was going to end up being my magnum opus? I did not. It just happened. It just happened.
You can speculate how people will receive it, but you can never foresee public reaction, and you can never account for every single issue that a consumer might point out. When Notch first made the game playable, there were more than enough issues to count, and many people were the first to let him know. However, there was definitely something unique about Minecraft from the off. I'm not going to go through every detail because there are creators out there who are much more enthusiastic than me and have made far more in-depth videos. But I think the best way to summarize would be to say that it, on one hand, being a rather simple sandbox, allowed for a rather broad range of virtual realities, one where a world could be built around your vision. At the same time, the RPG element, the first-person perspective, gave it a more competitive element and rewarded a person for proficiency and skills required for survival. Whereas Notch's previous game, Worm, had a system built on levels that was meant to supply an outward motive for mastery, Minecraft's was inherent. It was a simple system, but it was one that worked, and one that you progressed through naturally. A bedrock so basic that can create a world so complex. I think the best thing that can be said about the game is that you never have the exact same experience twice. And for many, that was embodied by the existence of Minecraft. The familiar aspects were there, you never had to relearn the fundamentals, there was never an alienation of experience, and many of the processes were as simple as a few clicks. But the opportunities branched off each time you decided to take your experience to the world in a new direction. The visual design was unvarnished, making it undemanding to PCs and accessible to many users, but still retaining its own charm and
I mean, the graphics are definitely, like, if the graphics were better, it would, not be good for most PCs. That's definitely the case, but Minecraft is notoriously poorly optimized, so it's like the graphics, you know, they help. Them being not great helps, but it's just a poorly optimized, fundamentally badly made game. The term is spaghetti code. Notch himself has called it his spaghetti code, is what the entirety of this game is built on. And they tried to change it with Bedrock Edition, but Bedrock Edition is somehow worse than Java. So yeah, Minecraft is, until they like fundamentally like change the core of the game to make it more accommodating to what it needs to be capable of for modern day gaming experiences, is kind of fundamentally fucked because of Notch's incompetence. So yeah, sorry. That's just kind of the fact of things.
Feeling that it was intentional. It was also assisted by a bare-bones yet effective soundtrack and sound design by C418, another
Diamond.
frequent user of the independent game source forum. His work can be identified by most from a single chord, and that's impressive. Yet a game is more than its premise, and can never be flawless on launch. That couldn't be more applicable to a game like Minecraft, which Notch decided to make playable from the preliminary stages of production. Now, Notch couldn't necessarily afford his own.
Minecraft was the first ever early access game that I'd ever been exposed to. Like, before Minecraft, the games that I played were, like, mostly console games for starters, because I mostly only ever played on consoles before Minecraft. And, like, they're just discs. Like, you just buy a disc from the store, and that's the game. Like, the game was finished, and it came out, and you have to wait for it to come out and everything. The concept of, like, a pre-released game, like a game that, like, lets you play it maybe for free, but maybe for usually for a lesser price before it's finished so that you can test it, that was an unthinkable idea to me. And Minecraft was the first game that I ever had it exposed to me with, right? And nowadays, like, early access games are almost the norm in the gaming industry now. Like, a lot of games get released in early access now. It's not unusual, but back then, at least as far as I'm aware, it was pretty unusual. Minecraft kind of set that standard to a degree.
Game testers, so he relied on the feedback
or a game
from
that
users.
Updates,
You could tell that when it was first published, it was still in its teething era. Although many people enjoyed it, Marcus was inundated with recommendations and requests from gamers who felt their experience could be enhanced. And Notch was on it, regularly responding to people and applying updates as soon as his day job was finished. Within 3 days of making the alpha open to all users, he had added a variety of features and continued to do so over the coming weeks, including a multiplayer mode at the turn of June. Much of this was conferred through the forums, but it soon expanded to his personal blog and equivalent social media that became dedicated to following the progress of the game as it garnered more and more interest from the wider internet. With the increasing popularity and knowledge that he would probably need funds to sustain development, Notch moved the game into a paid alpha stage for those who wanted a few more modes at their disposal.
Like
Unlike a lot
$7.
of indie games trying to capitalize on the popularity, Notch actually made the decision to make his game a bit more expensive than he had.
If I remember correctly, the game was like $7 initially, and then it went up to like $12, and now it's at $26.95, which is where it's been for a very long time. The game was not $26.95 when I got it. It was actually quite a bit cheaper. I think it was in that like interim period. Like, it wasn't $7. I think it was like $12 when my mom bought my account for me as a kid.
Initially valued it, linking an essay explaining the importance of not underselling indie games. In spite of this, many people happily obliged and continued to spread the word, leading to a snowball effect that resulted in more and more users. Videos, tweets, posts onto a variety of social media websites continued to serve as Notch's own unpaid promotional campaign, and gave Person all the time he wanted to focus on quality control. And to be fair to him, that's exactly what he did. With the rate of unexpected success that Notch was experiencing, it would have been easy for him to rest on his laurels or sell his work on to an eager investor. However, with each passing day, he only seemed to dedicate more and more time to perfecting and updating the craft of this humble mining game. His proactiveness in actually attending to problems and responding to feedback didn't seem to let up. Even as the game seemingly expanded beyond a single person's capability, he switched his day job to part-time, hired a couple people to help him manage designs, but still placed himself at the creative control panel of this undertaking, maintaining activity and status of the forums that had so graciously supported his project. He was still a one-man army, and amongst many was quickly obtaining status as a bit of a cult figure. However, things were beginning to spiral out of control a little. In the first year, the game moved around 25,000 copies, pretty good for an indie game. But in 2010, it began to garner even more traction, selling thousands of copies in the space of a day.
That's when I got
so much
my
income
copy.
was being generated from sales that, suspecting fraud, PayPal froze his account, which subsequently just generated more publicity. I mean, the dude was...
Dude. Imagine you're just some guy, and you have now like a group of friends that you're just paying to help you with development, and you're making this game that's blowing the fuck up, and like your account, your PayPal account that you're using hits $750,000, and then PayPal gets suspicious and freezes it. Also, I will say, it is kind of funny to me that I got so much shit for using PayPal as a banking service, like one of my banking services for a while, when that's literally what Notch did. What Notch did, and where all of the sales for Minecraft's proceeds went to when Notch released Minecraft. That's actually really funny. I didn't even know that. I knew about like his PayPal freezing, but I didn't even make the connection. Like, wait a minute. Notch was receiving all the payment for the copies of Minecraft that we're selling to his PayPal account. I don't know why, but that just sounds so funny to me. Like, another sale, another sale, another sale, another sale. Oh, someone else just bought the game. Just like refreshing his PayPal account to watch as like the game sales go in. Like, that's wild to me, dude. Why did people get on you for that? Doesn't make any sense. It was part of like a misrepresentation from the DJ Mule video. Basically, in the video, DJ Mule, if I recall correctly, claimed that I just used PayPal as my only banking service, which is really bizarre because it's just not true. I have a proper bank account. That's how I get paid by YouTube, because you have to have a routing number with like direct deposit and everything. As far as I know, you can't get YouTube to like pay your ad revenue to your PayPal. I've tried. So it was just like a weird conspiracy that came from DJ Mule, but got passed around by DGGers a lot. So yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
Was literally keeping hundreds of thousands in his PayPal. Although Notch was on top of his game, he didn't seem to be on top of his fame. There were some things that he just could not do on his own. Enter stage right, Valve, the video game's mammoth headed by another popular figure, Gabe Newell. Noticing the success of...
Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, just because DJ Mule got blown the fuck out in his video on me doesn't mean that lies he spread about me didn't end up, like, spreading. DJ Mule didn't just lie about me, like, in the accusations he made about me in his video. He lied about me in a lot of the info he gave to the audience to try to set up, like, certain stories. Like, when he told certain stories, he told them incorrectly. And so the claims that he made there, even from people who, like, didn't like DJ Mule or agree with his video, those, like, misrepresentations were still believed because they had no reason to, like, suspect DJ Mule's setup for the accusations. They just suspected DJ Mule's accusations. So, like, a good example of this is there were a bunch of people who kept on thinking I still lived in Florida. Because DJ Mule in his videos said that after breaking up with Lonnie, I moved back in with my mom in Florida. And even though I'd said dozens of times on stream, no, my mom moved to California, I'm still in California, I'm in Palm Springs, people just kept on believing it because they heard it from the DJ Mule video. But because it wasn't an accusation, they didn't, you know, think about it or consider if it was a lie or not. So yeah, it's just one of those things.
Minecraft and the man behind it, they invited him over to Bellevue, Washington to see what the prospects of future work could be. They showed him around the headquarters, made him take some programming assessments, even having him meet with President Mr. Newell himself. All in all, it was quite the experience. And although they believed he had a bit to learn, they were happy to offer him a job that would hopefully provide him with a bit of stability. However, that wasn't the only thing that happened in Bellevue.
I should have brought something for this time.
There's Notch.
Minecon 2010.
And here's the crowd.
Minecon 2010 was literally just a bunch of people meeting Notch at like a get-together in person. I believe it was the next Minecon, either Minecon 2011 or Minecon 2012 that was in Vegas, and that's the one where the drama happened. I assume people were saying that TRO gets into it, but yeah, that's when the Yogscast swearing drama happened, and Notch did not come out of that looking good in my opinion.
Notch announced he was traveling to Valve headquarters in the US. Many people asked him if a meetup was possible. Person, thinking it could be a nice initiative, decided to announce the meeting on his Tumblr blog, jovially labeling it MinecraftCon, stating that it could be a good idea, even if it's just 3 people sitting around in uncomfortable silence for 20 minutes. It wasn't quite that though. In fact, over 50 people turned up, including one person in a full creeper costume. Although it didn't last for more than a few hours, it might just have been enough to convince Notch that although Valve's offer was likely flattering, there may be something more worthwhile in what he already had. So he turned down the move to Valve and instead called up his longtime friend Jakub Pursa, expressing the desire to take this whole little Minecraft gig a little bit more seriously. But was that what Notch wanted? Upon returning to Sweden, Persson and Pulse incorporated their business as Mojang AB, later to be Mojang Studios, and brought on some additional manpower to their workforce. They decided to commit a bit more time to game development in general, even beginning to work on another game called Scrolls, though
This was when Mojang really started to blow up. I remember, like, seeing the Minecraft launcher page update, because, like, I'm really digging deep for, like, memories here, because, like, these are things that I never thought to try to, like, commit to memory as a kid, but I saw this a lot, so, like, I kind of remember it. Minecraft's initial launch page, when I was a kid, when I first started playing it, was this ugly, basic, like, white little background and a button that you would press, and there was, like, a little bit of, like, art to it, but it was very basic. It was a very basic launcher. It was a white background. It had a little Java symbol on it, or, like, a little Mojang symbol, if I remember correctly, and it was just kind of, it was very ugly looking. Like, you had to be, like, a little bit familiar with computers to even, like, understand that this is a game launcher. And then they updated it so that it had, like, the dirt Minecraft background, and you had to, like, log in with your username and password. That's right. Back in the day, you typed in your Minecraft username and then password. So people would try to hack popular YouTubers' accounts by just putting in their username and then trying different passwords, because that's all you had to do. It wasn't until later on that they made it so you had to use your email, and I remember being really confused by that change, because it just happened one day. I just tried to get on Minecraft, and it kept saying my username was wrong, because it kept saying username, but I didn't understand it wanted my email, and that was the day I realized that, like, oh, looks like things are asking for emails instead of usernames now when you log in. Yeah, I remember that change. And then they changed the launcher like a dozen other times, and I hated it every time they changed it. But now it's completely unrecognizable from what it used to be.
It's now known as Cool as Bane. It seems the wheels were firmly in motion on the Mojang machine, and not too soon after, Notch was vindicated for his decision made in September, because Minecraft's growth didn't slow. In fact, it did quite the opposite, even beginning to capture the attention of mainstream media sources. Less than 20 days after his visit to Bellevue, a YouTube video on Minecraft topped the platform's gaming charts for the first.
Bro, you guys don't even know how big the video was where they built the giant Star Trek Enterprise. This video was the Minecraft video back then. When you searched Minecraft, no matter what, like 3 or 4 videos down, this video would be there. This thumbnail, this image in the thumbnail of, like, the half-built, like, partially built Star Trek Enterprise. This was the Minecraft video for so long on YouTube.
First time, and by the end of October, they had moved 500,000 copies. And by the end of the year, PC Gamer UK had heralded it as the Game of the Year, all while still in beta. In many ways, the offer from Valve is just what someone like Notch needed. This was a dude who had seemed to have been out of his depth at the time. Hell, he was storing hundreds of thousands of pounds in his PayPal account. It felt like the backing of a more stable source of income was just what he needed. However, something tells me Notch didn't bank his...
Did PayPal not let you connect your bank and transfer money back then? Like, surely he could have connected his proper bank account if he had one and just transfer the money over. It just takes 3 to 5 business days before you can use it, so you just want to do it in chunks. You know? Like, I feel like he could have done that if that was a thing back then.
His success on the amount of income his little project generated. Nobody could have foreseen the success of a humble game initially posted onto an independent forum, especially Persson, and really his ability to follow this through wouldn't depend on the amount of money he made, but more his own spark for the game, something that he clearly still believed he possessed.
Does it just still make you happy to just keep working on the game every day?
Yeah, so far it is. We got another game.
Nice.
A big prototype, and it's really fun to think about that, but so far the most fun is when I can actually just work on Minecraft.
With the attention of major developers like Valve, it would have been very easy to let his elevated status get to him. But like a lot of accidental celebrities, Notch didn't really seem to view himself as one. He just wanted to keep working on his project. But that was at least somewhat difficult as the user base continued to manifest. He didn't make the game early access to the entire world with the intent of having the entire world play it. He had to adapt, and the new business model seemed like the best way forward. With a new business, there are new responsibilities, particularly if a game wants to continue to rule the market. In 2011, to consolidate their prosperity, the Mojang crew began to work on new versions for other platforms, initially for mobile devices, but console projects followed not too long after. The company also made the decision to start publishing games from other indie studios. Additionally, after the success of the spontaneous meetup in 2010, it was decided that Minecon would become an official event. It was planned to occur
Here
from
it
the
comes.
18th to the 19th of October in Las Vegas. Everything was moving forward pretty smoothly.
This is the
Was
one.
that the case for our title character? Notch really was the first of his kind in many ways, and he was certainly one of the first who became known among many for just being a developer. Although that was partly attributable to the success of the game, it was also credit to his hands-on nature.
By the way, the reason why I kept emphasizing Notch hosted the first Minecon in Las Vegas and was mad about the Yogscast swearing in front of kids is because not only has the Yogscast always, like, sweared in their videos to some extent, like, they've never been a completely clean, family-friendly channel. They were never known as that. Like, in the Minecraft community, they were just kind of doing their thing, and they didn't necessarily swear or, like, get very raunchy often, but, like, they wouldn't not. Like, they weren't, like, opposed to it. It just wasn't common. And so, like, it was really bizarre that Notch had the gall to, like, host all of this in fucking the City of Sinners, and then get mad at these YouTubers for swearing and doing their show just as they would any other time when invited to do exactly that at Minecon. In fucking Las Vegas, the City of Sinners.
A natural interest in the community that surrounded it. It was clear that he didn't wish to take any single person for granted. However, there's a reason that sort of approach isn't typically linked to celebrities. To put it plainly, it's impossible to maintain. I'd say the best allegory is that of the YouTube channel, really. There are people who, when they start their channel, will respond to every single comment and try and give as much attention to anybody who takes an interest in their work. But the attention may grow to the point where you cannot tangibly engage with everyone without sacrificing other aspects of the creative process. What people loved Notch for was a quality that would inevitably become incompatible with his status, and with that comes a few complications. When you have a small project, the first people who believe in it and support it are some of the most important supporters you can have, as they're the ones who may help you find your feet and momentum. If you reciprocate that positive attention, then these people will enjoy engaging with you because many of them appreciate being listened to, and their voice actually.
You can tell what he's about to get into now. He's about to start talking about when Notch began to become a cunt. Because early on, like, Notch was such a nice, approachable-looking guy by the looks of things. Like, you wouldn't really... Like, you wouldn't get... Like, my mom always thought Notch was skeevy-looking when she saw pictures of him. I remember that. But, like, he was an approachable, like, jolly-looking guy. He had, like, a Santa Claus type, you know, sort of vibe to him. But this is where he started to get his bitter, crotchety old man reputation, where it started to form, where people started to realize, guys, I think Notch is starting to kind of, like, hate Minecraft. So, yeah.
Having influence. As a project grows, their voice will be diluted though, and this leads to more dissatisfaction, the allegations that you sold out, that you're not who you used to be, you become lazy, etc. And you're going to come across people with completely conflicting visions of what you should do with your content, which often just leads to nobody being satisfied. Some of these dedicated individuals were also becoming increasingly obsessed with Notch's life, including to the point where someone created a timeline of his in-work absences. Even if he tried his utmost hardest, there was no way that Notch's position was sustainable, and over 2011, as pressure continued to rise, it was clear that he was, as they would say, suffering from success. In a Reddit AMA in April 2011, Notch acknowledges his nature to overstress and focus on the negativity, particularly over a runaway success like Minecraft. However, also says he has made a commitment to managing it better. He seemed to be doing an okay job at managing that at first, but over the year this struggle appeared to resurface. This likely wasn't alleviated when Bethesda filed a lawsuit claiming the game's scrolls was too similar to the
Yeah. Okay, so I remember this happening, but I was given misinformation about the details when I was a kid. So I was in middle school, and me and my friends were talking about, like, this, because, you know, Notch was getting sued, and Minecraft was getting sued. Like, it was a big deal. So me and my friends were talking about it, and it was Bethesda that was suing them, but the story that I heard was that Bethesda was suing Notch because Minecraft was too similar to Skyrim, because they added the Ender Dragon fight. That was the story that went around my school, was that Notch was getting sued because the Ender Dragon fight was too similar to the dragons in Skyrim. Yeah, same? Wait, did anybody else hear that too? That was literally it? Did anybody else hear that false story too as a kid? It makes no sense looking back, like, in hindsight as an adult, but that's the story that was going around when I was a kid. That's what I believed. Yeah.
Elder Scrolls, which led to a month-long legal back and forth. Notch prevailed, but at what cost? This seemed to climax in the 2011 Minecon, which also marked the official release of Minecraft. There was every reason to celebrate.
Here it comes.
However, it was marked by an incident involving a couple YouTubers, part of the channel known as the Yogscast.
I guess it's fixed now. I don't know.
There it is.
And we're finally gonna go through it.
I'm excited, Simon.
Oh my god. I'm terrified.
This is my
But we
childhood,
got
chat.
backup. There's 4 of us now.
This is my childhood.
In that time, the Yogscast were one of the largest and most influential gaming channels on YouTube. Some of their members were also enthusiastic devotees of Minecraft, and Notch in return sang his praises for their work. So their appearance at Minecon 2011 should have been a match made in heaven. However, not too long after their appearance on the final night, a sleep-deprived Notch sent a series of enraged tweets that called out the pair for their supposed delinquent behavior, which included cursing, insulting, and all-around incendiary behavior. Yogscast responded on their subreddit, disputing Notch's version of events and criticizing the general organization of Minecon. This tension persisted for a day or so before Notch relented and put out another statement apologizing for his approach and admitting it was likely a stress-related misunderstanding.
Basically, Notch just decided to erupt and be a dickhead that day, and then ended up walking it all back after the Yogscast were forced to make a massive post on Reddit, like explaining everything that happened and debunking the lies that Notch had pushed about them. Like, it was pretty fucked up.
At the height of his success, Notch should have at least been enjoying himself, yet it seemed that it was anything but that, and it's not surprising. He was never a person who enjoyed the public spotlight, and this increased level of tension, especially at an event like Minecon, was only going to...
Did TRO do his homework well so far? Dude, I'm learning new things in this video, and that's very unusual for me and, like, any video about Minecraft. Like, I thought I knew pretty much all this history, but there's some stuff here that I didn't even know early on in the video. That's very impressive. That's very impressive.
Escalate that further. The guy needed a break, but would he ever get it?
This is when Jeb took over.
What about the gaming world? Because every time I look at it, like, I looked you up on the internet and stuff, and it seems like there's quite a lot of bitchiness in your world. Like, quite a lot of people are like, I hate him, he created Minecraft, how dare he not be me? You know, that kind of thing. Is it a very bitchy world, you think?
As noted, Notch's approach to management wasn't really one that adapted to the levels of attention that he received. He didn't do it badly for what it was worth, but eventually you can't keep up with the continued public analysis of your existence, particularly when it's committed to a game that should really enable you to block out the world around you. So approximately a couple weeks after the official launch of Minecraft and Notch's little incident with the Yogscast, he announced he was stepping down as head programmer. The title of the post is in Swedish.
Jeb took over before this? Yeah, I thought so too. This feels too late for... Like, I feel like maybe Jeb hadn't taken over. I think Jeb was just part of the development. Because there was a time where, like, Jeb and Notch were working essentially as partners. Like, Walt and Jesse Pinkman, pretty much. Like, they were seen as, like, working, you know, equally on the game. So this might just be when the torch was handed off.
Statement meaning, with those words I hand over the microphone.
Officially.
With the rest of the short blog elaborating on a statement. The new head designer, Jens Bergensten, also known as Jeb, had been working hard on developing the game Scrolls. Person was impressed.
He was head designer at Mojang, but I guess he was working more on Scrolls at the time and not Minecraft. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that I didn't even know that Jeb even worked on Scrolls at all. I guess it makes sense because their team was so small they would have had to.
Impressed by his work and felt like he was the right person to take the game forward. He doesn't really talk too much about his own mental state, only saying that he will rest for a while, but intends to continue to help out Minecraft. With all things considered, this was probably the right decision. It would ease the public expectation while still allowing him to offer insight and ideas for his brainchild. Bergensten is by no means anonymous, and I don't want to suggest that, but Notch was still the face of the company in many regards, just one that had been stretched a bit too thin over the past few years. But would that be enough? Well, I think the key is perspective, really. The move as it had been presented was one for person's own well-being. However, I think that Notch had to believe it himself, because whether he liked it or not, people still primarily associated Minecraft with him above anything else. And with that in mind, there were still going to be people who held him responsible for the upkeep of the game, even if it wasn't technically his obligation at all. Notch had to simply accept that these people would exist and stop caring about them. I think one of the problems with Notch is that he couldn't really escape his status. I think the move lifted some mandate to do work off his shoulders, but otherwise he was still the center of attention, particularly as an avid Twitter user. He also wasn't really much of a professional when it came to his content. This wasn't an insult really, but as you know, many companies make their public representation as bereft in personality as possible. Notch always presented himself as a friend of the user. Unlike a lot of large companies, his stance on piracy was mostly different, occasionally even encouraging people. He resented large companies for their acquisitions, such as Google taking over YouTube. He came across as a video game populist. But I think having such stances is always going to come with...
Yeah, that's actually a really good way to describe it. That's a really good way to describe it. Notch, even before he got his reputation as like an kind of an asshole, Notch was known as kind of a hard ass when it came to like the gaming industry. He was known for having very strong opinions, being very opinionated, and getting sometimes like pretty passionate about them in some of the blog posts he would write. He could be pretty dicky even before he started to be known as a dick. A literal sentient dick.
With his perils. Notch was still a significant force in a lot of decisions made around Mojang. Sure, he wasn't the #1 guy for design, but as I'm sure he found out soon enough, running a company came with more than enough baggage of its own. And eventually, although you can find his position as an advocate for consumers respectable, you soon realize why a lot of companies don't have that sort of representation. Ultimately, Notch still bore the brunt of the decisions made by the company, even ones not made by himself. So he was regularly bombarded with requests that he could not fulfill without going over Jeb's head, something that he had pledged not to do. However, if he didn't enact those changes, he'd be subject to a litany of rather unpleasant words, something that he took more personally than he should have. He was an inherently high-stress person who wanted to solve every person's issue but knew he shouldn't. Being the video game populist isn't easy when he was no longer the friendly game developer behind the screen and had a multi-million-dollar franchise to oversee. In the end, Notch became much more preoccupied with covering the decisions that concern business, sometimes dealing with complaints from large companies who weren't happy that people were recreating their content in Minecraft. On the other side, people were dissatisfied
not Mojang. Who's dealing with that right now? Epic Games is dealing with that right now with their new Fortnite update. Epic Games released a new Fortnite update to their creative mode, and it's insane, dude. If you haven't seen this yet and you're like into game development, you should really check it out. Whether or not you like Fortnite, it's a very, very cool thing they've done. It's almost like, it's kind of like Hytale. Like, basically, Fortnite's new Creative 2.0 update is what Hytale is. Like, for all intents and purposes. But Hytale, obviously, is going to have a lot more to it. But, like, as it's, like, a whole game. But, like, essentially what Fortnite Creative 2.0 does, this whole, like, new game engine, game maker thing built into Fortnite, it's really cool looking. Really neat. But they're dealing with that right now because people have been making maps on that Fortnite creative mode thing that are like Rust from Call of Duty and stuff. And so right now the Epic Games is getting sued for those maps that are being made by fans, which is like, that's such bullshit. That, like, a company can get sued because fans, or even fans can get sued for recreating a map from another game in another game. Like, what? Like, how is that? Like, that's a level of just shameless that is beyond the pale in my mind. DMCA says they can't. It could be a slap suit. We'll see. It could just be a very blatant, like, you know, not viable lawsuit that they're just doing to try to shut it down, but we'll see. Epic Games is a big company.
Every time he made an executive decision that people felt may have affected a player's in-game experience, even if it was one he felt was the right thing to do or absolutely necessary. The sandbox format, which in many ways was the game's core appeal, also began to generate some controversy of its own over the years. Now, in many ways, what happens in a game like Minecraft is a player's own discretion, and developers can't be expected to intervene in every server that offends people's sensibilities, particularly on a game with the number of servers.
Thank God, too, right? Thank God, right, too? Because, like, one of the worst, like, one of my biggest nightmares is that, like, Mojang is going to come under fire for 2B2T. Like, 2B2T is just, if I'm being completely honest, it probably shouldn't exist. like, morally speaking, I feel like its existence is a negative, but it's just so fucking cool and fun. It's basically Minecraft 4chan, but like, frankly, a lot less bigoted than 4chan, to be fair. Like, to be fair, like, 2B2T is not as crazy, like, far-right Nazi-infested as it's made out to be, but it's still pretty bad. But, like, I would be so upset if 2B2T got fucked over by Mojang needing to, like, sanitize their image because, like, some journalist makes an article about 2B2T and it's like, oh, here, really quick. Whoa, rat. Apparently we got rats that'll attack us here. I'm going to bring up the chords really fast. Write these chords down. Let me make the chat go away first. There you go. -8 and 8. Wow, it's literally just 8 and 8. Okay, that's pretty easy. It's literally right next to 0, 0. We actually don't even need to remember those chords.
That Minecraft has. However, as the antics became more and more far-fetched, pressure began to mount, ultimately climaxing in a situation regarding in-game transactions. It was mid-2014. Summer was approaching quickly, but it was not...
Okay, let me see if I remember this well enough. I'm testing my Minecraft knowledge with you guys here. If I remember correctly, essentially what had happened here was there were servers, just people's like servers, big popular servers like Hypixel, Mineplex, etc. that were basically having they were charging people for like you could vote, or you could be charged for certain ranks, which would give you certain gear and cosmetics, and there were basically certain items you could pay for on servers. Some servers were pay to win, and some servers were like just straight up, you know, just pay to get like cool cosmetics and whatnot, you know? And your opinion on this may vary, obviously. There's a lot of contradictory opinion, or not contradictory, there's a lot of different opinions people have on this type of server, but like, a lot of these servers required this method of payment to stay up. Shit. Okay, we need to get up there fast. So when these servers suddenly, like, had the EULA changes, like, the rug was pulled out from under them, and they were no longer able to make money in the same way that they were used to, which was really fucking bad for these channels. Or for not these channels, these servers. Hypixel was one of them. The conception of development of Hytale started because of this change. Because, you know, they were a very big server at the time, but then, like, they started to realize we're playing in someone else's sandbox. Like, they realized there were a bunch of kids playing in someone else's sandbox, and as fun as it is to have this game that exists that you can run a server for and it's, you know, super successful, you know, you're not the one making the rules for the fundamentals of this game. You still got to work around someone else's game. So they're like, fuck it, let's make our own game. And that's where the development of Hytale started.
All sunshine on the Minecraft servers. Discourse had flared up on Twitter, as it always does, on the issue of donating to servers that offer certain services. Responding to this, Mojang spokesperson Owen Hill explained that although people are more than welcome to donate to servers, it couldn't be in exchange for equipment that gave you an in-game advantage. Soft pay to win, essentially. However, many users didn't agree with this and began a hashtag titled Save Minecraft. Although this stance was not new for Mojang, they were not known to have enforced it, and this newfound attention drew ire from many users who felt there were many good servers whose existence relied on such transactions. Notch, frustrated by the decision surrounding the topic, did what he did best, and took to his personal blog to write a response explaining his perspective, and explained that nothing had changed. This had always been their stance on the matter, as written in the EULA, the End User License Agreement. They did not want to sacrifice the don't pay for the gameplay principle that had motivated them all this time. Nevertheless, the user base did not subside, some of whom pointing towards the recent Minecraft Realms release as being a motivating factor for Mojang's decision to turn their attention towards other paid servers. Realms was launched the month before and allowed a person to pay £8 a month to have private servers for up to 20 friends. This larger-scale service drew comparisons that maybe Minecraft was trying to decrease competition, not truly acting in the interest of users, which likely provoked a more cynical response from gamers. Notch, from his perspective, clearly felt like he was doing the right thing, and he always took a lot of pride in it. He was always facing off with the sect of people who believed he was acting in his own self-interest, and with the large-scale movement against the decision that he felt was pretty cut and dry was the final straw. So on the 16th of June, a frustrated and enraged Notch typed out a tweet in the heat of the moment.
A frustrated and enraged Notch tweeted. Uh-oh. Oh no. I remember. I think I know what he did here. I think I know what happened. It's when he announced that he was looking to to sell Minecraft. Because it didn't... Like, he'd already been in conversations with Microsoft, from what I remember. But I think this was when he was just like, yo, I'm looking to sell Minecraft. Anyone want to buy it? Who's selling? Who's buying? I'm selling. Who's buying? And then a bunch of people were like, yeah. And then it ended up going to Microsoft. Okay, how do I get down to that without dying? Shit. Oh, I've got no portals in the Nether, so I can... Oh. Boom. All right. Yes. No. Yes. No. Yes. There we go. Get me the fuck out of here before that gas blows up the portal. Why didn't I think to do that sooner?
Anyone want to buy my share of Mojang so I can move on with my life? Getting hate for trying to do the right thing is not my gig. The tweet in question wasn't a serious business proposition, but it did catch the attention of a few serious businesses who contacted Notch's colleagues and asked him if he was for real. At first unsure, the idea of being able to completely disassociate from all the burdens he felt saddled with began to inspire some ideas. Every major company knew the cash cow that Mojang was, a business with less than 50 employees, yet generating hundreds of millions in revenue each year. It was a corporate wet dream, and if they were going to sell, there was hardly a gaming behemoth that didn't want a slice. However, it didn't take too long for the frontrunner to emerge. That frontrunner was the humble, small-scale firm known as Microsoft.
So how do you run your Minecraft company? Have you sold out to the evil corporations yet?
No, not yet. We hope not to.
Now, to be fair, the company had to be somewhat large to even afford to buy out the shares on offer. We'll get to the price of the deal in a bit, but Notch wanted a company who were in touch with the preservation of what made Minecraft special. He had dealt with Microsoft before, occasionally expressing frustration with their practices, but regularly also demonstrating affection for those who he worked with to bring Minecraft to their platform, even at some points promoting rumors of an exclusivity deal, which he seems to sarcastically refer to. All I can affirmatively say is they were probably a better choice to Notch than EA. With this in mind, Microsoft moved in to close the deal. They had the additional motive of the ever-wholesome subject of tax avoidance. Due to our functioning economic system, a deal with Mojang would facilitate. You love to see it. So they were prepared to offer the...
This house has been destroyed and rebuilt so many times. It's not even funny at this point how many times this house has been destroyed and rebuilt. Back to it.
Big bucks. And when I say big, I mean hard to even quantify. Person's shares totaled just shy of $1.8 billion. Poe says around 300 million, and then CEO Carl Manez shares 100 million. Not your average shopping bill, to say the least.
Damn.
This is all finalized and officially announced on the 15th of September 2014, with a post on Notch's Tumblr titled "I'm Leaving Mojang," which goes more into depth about how interactions with his user base had shaped.
You guys have no fucking idea how insane everyone was after this happened. Everyone was, like, convinced this was the end of Minecraft. Minecraft is over. Microsoft owning it now is the end of it. Okay, I gotta kill this kid. Where is he? These kids are so annoying. Where is he? Where is he? You're about to die. We're gonna kill you. Oh my god, he fights back. I forgot.
Not nice to me.
Yeah, he'll never fuck off. I hate those kids. They gotta kill him.
His current perspective. He already knew he would never be able to recreate a success like Minecraft, but wanted to stay on as the figurehead because he believed there was some symbolic value to that. However, he came to the conclusion that he didn't enjoy it. He was just really this space on a game that he didn't really feel attached to anymore, a source of people's enjoyment and pain that he didn't understand. In his words, he's merely a nerdy computer programmer who likes to have opinions on Twitter. Although the money was nothing to
the foreshadowing, dude. Who likes to have opinions on Twitter is such foreshadowing. Any person you see who prides themselves on having, like, brave, controversial opinions that they refuse to keep to themselves, you just know right away they're, like, a massive cunt. Because they just take pride on, like, being a contrarian who upsets people. there's nothing wrong with necessarily being a contrarian if the things you're a contrarian about lead you to correct takes, but like, if you're doing it just to upset people and be for the sake of controversial, you know, like controversial perception, then you're kind of a nerdy cuck, in my opinion.
Turn your nose at, he stresses that it wasn't about the money, it was about the sanity. I wonder how people would respond to that. Well, most of them took it pretty well, actually. There were a few people who regarded him as a sellout, but he'd been called a sellout by plenty of people in his time, and that wasn't anything new. It was obviously difficult for some people to rationalize given that person had always been outspoken about a lot of the threatening overreach of big tech. But his move wasn't really one for any of the companies. It wasn't an endorsement of such, it was just what he thought was best for himself. He had to get out, and that was his way. Among other people affected by this were the members of staff. Upon learning on his departure, they were reported to be disappointed. And that makes sense, especially given they were now under the gaze of a much more cutthroat company. But Notch had taken steps to ensure that no layoffs would occur, which given the modest numbers of Mojang's work...
That's nice to hear. I feel like that makes sense. I feel like Notch would have been like, hey, don't fuck up what I had going on here and like, I don't know, like fire a shit ton of my employees. Like, I hired them, they know the game, they've worked hard, don't just lay them off. Like, that might have been a part of the deal for the sale, that they continue to work there for a certain amount of time or something. I feel like that wouldn't be unheard of in the business, or in, like, this kind of industry, when handing off something like this. Where's the flint and steel? Let's do it outside, and hopefully this will keep the fire from spreading. Okay. I hope I don't light the fences.
Workforce, Microsoft were happy to abide by. All staff members who remained at the company for the next 6 months also received a $300,000 bonus from Notch's share, which obviously wasn't anything near the levels of money Marcus had been paid, but it wasn't derisory either. It was generally reported that Microsoft mostly took a hands-off approach and merely offered their resources and investment to the team over at Mojang in exchange for the profits they were making. Overall, it was considered by most to be an example of a transaction done right, one that didn't lead to the immediate demise of a product or those who worked tirelessly on it. At the same time, although you'd be hard-pressed not to understand person's viewpoint, it's hard not to feel a bit solemn about the circumstances that precipitated it. Although Person's tenure probably did centralize his status a bit too much, I mean hell, he once placed above Barack Obama in a Time Person of the Year poll. His success was done in...
I remember that! I remember that, dude! Holy shit! Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, he ranked above Obama in Time's Person of the Year that year, because he was... Like, the Time Person of the Year thing isn't based on, like, who is a good person that we should be awarding, like, some kind of, like, prize to. That's not what it's based on. It's, like, who was a very influential person that did, like, something, had a lot of people talking about them. Like, Elon Musk will probably end up being Time Person of the Year this year or something, or next year, or the year before. I don't even know. Like, it's just people who are really relevant and talked about generally. Okay, how do I make these again? Just, oh, that makes 8 of them? Aw, shit. Poggers. Okay, so gears, iron, and those. Okay, but I need to make, hold on.
Inspiration to many, he'd become representative of an individual creative using the online world to make something greater than any major studio could ever concoct. And his concern for personally involving himself in creating a consumer-based experience felt refreshing for many who played the game. It created a community with an identified...
Like, it felt so different from other companies that even make games. It felt more like a family of people were making the game, like a group of friends were making the game even, than like a company. Does that make sense? It had a very special vibe to it. The entire, like, community and studio behind Minecraft's creation. It felt very special and just cozy and welcoming and accepting and all that.
...viable figure at the center of it. His departure didn't mean the game was suddenly going to take a nosedive, and in a way, some people's fallacious belief that he was one of the key factors in maintaining the game's appeal was disproven after he left. But it did reduce the power of the community on a large company who isn't really known for their consumer empowerment. Eventually, those aspects of corporatism were going to seep in, and there'd be nothing that anyone could do about it. Sometimes it's nice just to have someone there to listen. Ultimately, this was all rooted in a situation, though, where the person who listened had heard enough. Anyone who cares that much about a game is not going to be able to withstand the pressure of maintaining it. Minecraft was one person's passion that became so much greater than that. In Notch's statement, he writes, "If I ever accidentally make something that seems to gain traction, I'll probably abandon it immediately." Some people may have been able to...
Like, I wonder sometimes if Notch was just kind of like maybe a little bit of a dick when he first made Minecraft, but overall a chill dude. But like fame went to his head, money went to his head, his divorce ruined his like mental health and personality, and what was there for him when he was just sitting alone in his giant fucking mansion on his computer? What was there for him when he went online? It would have been Nazis and conservatives and the far right. They would have been there for him. I heard a dog poop. I heard a dog poop. I know there's some dog shit around there. I heard a doggy poop. That's not what I heard. Get fucked.
Navigate the tricky social environment better, but Notch was not that person. He never was. That's what made him popular. That's what made him liked. He was the everyman. He was the underdog who rose up to change the gaming industry. He didn't have politically adept social skills or a decade-long college education. He was a guy who just did what he felt like doing.
He was an outsider.
He showed that the stereotype of the nerd staying in his room on his computer wasn't as negative as some thought it to be. In the end, the popularity made his status untenable, though. He couldn't be everybody's everyman, but he still walked away from a game that would revere him as one of the greatest examples of independent enterprise in modern history. Well, he could have.
Here's where I'm guessing the real shit begins. We're not very far into this, Jesus. I'm gonna run and grab my vape that's on the charger.
And everyone knew it. It's hard not to let success change you in some way, and often you should change with success because it typically places you in a different position than one you were in previously. Even if you didn't intend on becoming famous, if you're going to continue operating in that domain, you have to adapt. While he was working on Minecraft, Notch seemed hesitant to do that. In 2011, he made over $100 million, and his response to questions on how he was going to spend it was perhaps obtaining a driver's license and a car, almost comedically modest. When he did splash out, it was only really with other people, such as work trips and conventions. He obviously cared less about his shopping bill than most, but he never seemed to let that wealth distract him from the lifestyle that he was accustomed to. However, the sale of his shares in Minecraft changed that, not just because it earned him an obscene amount of money at once, but because it removed a commitment that he had felt attached to for years.
He could let the mask come off and it wouldn't affect him in any way. No matter what he said or did, no one could take away his massive wealth.
As long as he was tied to that game, no matter how much money he made, Notch seemed almost paranoid that it could still collapse at any moment. He waited over a year to fully quit his job, despite the fact that Minecraft was generating far more income. Even when success seemed near guaranteed, Notch felt the reputation of a game weighing on his actions. That was gone now, and he had all the time to do what he wanted to. Well, what would he do? He decided to treat himself, it seems. First on his list of goodies was a new abode. Person went for the ever-popular celebrity location in Beverly Hills, spending $70 million and outbidding Jay-Z and Beyonce on a 23,000 square foot mansion with...
That's when people really started to realize, wait, hold on a minute. This whole gaming thing is like a massive industry? It was big. Is there like a Nazi over in YouTube chat? Here, this person's spamming too much. I'm gonna ban them. Alright, there we go.
His own car lift. How quaint. It was so...
But yeah, this was like when people started to realize that gaming was a massive industry, that there's a lot of money in it. I think the gaming industry is like one of the largest industries in the world right now. Like of all the industries that exist on Earth right now, gaming is the biggest. A Nazi band? Oh no, anyway. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that person was just some weirdo Nazi troll or something. Anyway,
reported that he had been spending his nights in Las Vegas blowing upwards of $100K in a single outing to the nightclubs, casinos, and the rest. In interviews...
Bro, I know you got a couple billion in your pocket, but like, if you're spending $100K in a night, you can burn through a couple billion fast. Like fast, you can burn through 2 billion spending 100K a night. Like, that's a lot of money to just air. And he's already bought a massive multi-$100 million mansion, and now he's dropping hundreds of thousands a night. Oh, I see a poopy. I see it. Did it come from the Kelbasa? Did Kelbasa poop that out? That's so weird.
His mantra appeared that he was making up for lost time and everything he was never able to do as a young adult working his ass off in the industry. He acknowledged that it wasn't the wisest way to spend one's fortunes, but it was for him. He was living the high life, that much is true. Private rooftop pools, Cristal champagne, and Skrillex. The ultimate triad. This was all shared through his Twitter and Instagram, which now served a very different purpose for Notch, and his attitude certainly reflected that. When people tried to dunk on him, he'd regularly respond with memes and light-hearted jibes to show that ultimately, whatever people said wouldn't change where he was at.
Did you guys see on his birthday, Simon from the Yogscast, quote tweeted Notch after, like, one of Notch's transphobic tweets saying, "For my birthday, I'd like you to shut the fuck up." So fucking based. Based Simon. Based Simon Yogscast.
With life. In spite of all this, he had pledged to donate a fair sum of his money to charity and set some aside for family. But life is more than what you want to do with money. What other plans did he have? Well, it appeared uncertain.
Yo! It's JXE. Good to see you. If you have 2 billion, you can spend 100K every night for decades, man. I mean, every night? And yeah, that's decades, but like, I mean, you're hoping to have like a lot of money in savings as you like get older, and he's already spent hundreds of millions on the house. He's already spent tons on the parties because he would throw these massive ragers at that house and invite YouTubers there. You probably know a couple of YouTubers who've been to Notch's house, Jay. And like, I don't know. I feel like Notch probably, he admitted he wasn't very responsible with his money, but God, like, if I got $2 billion, I wouldn't be spending 100K in a night on like just fucking around, you know? Like, I know he's settled, he's got a house, his housing is taken care of and everything, but God, that just seems wasteful. I feel like, I don't know. Regardless, though, like, this video, we're only a third of the way through, I would say, and this video is the most well-researched video about Minecraft's existence. Guys, I was there. I was there when the old magic was written, okay? You guys have seen as I paused and I've told you guys stories about my experience behind all the things and the events he's bringing up here. I was there for all of this shit, okay? And there's a few things that he's included in this video that were surprises to me. I didn't know a lot of shit in this video. I didn't know that he'd worked for King, the company that made Candy Crush before he even started anything else. Like, most of the videos you see that tell these stories start with him making Ruby Dung. And that was his first game, and that's where it starts. He'd worked on, like, multiple games prior to that. He worked on a fucking MMO prior to that. I didn't even know this. And that MMO was a lot like Minecraft. So there's, like, another pre-Minecraft, Notch-made Minecraft-like out there that I didn't even know the existence of before this video. Look, if I had 2 billion, I'd want to spend at least one night spending an obscene amount of just fuck around. Okay, one night's one thing, but like, if you're doing it every night as a habit, it'd probably be pretty unhealthy. But, I mean, it is his money. He can do with what he wants with it. But I would want to turn the 2 billion into more, you know? Like, I feel like I'd devote, like, half of it to stuff that I can spend, and the other half would go to investing. You know? At least he's paying taxes. Oh, and he's paying a lot of taxes living in California. I tell you what. In LA, too. He's living in the Hollywood Hills. That motherfucker is paying some serious taxes.
Of March 2015, an interview was published with Forbes that delved into the headspace of Notch following the sale. It reported that he had since started a new company known as Rubber Brain, located in central Stockholm.
I didn't know that. He has another company now? I know that he was working on another game that was like this weird, bizarre, like, it's like a goat or a horse is like running around in a bizarre physicsed environment in the middle of nowhere in this very like empty, vast, liminal environment. Fuck. God, I didn't know this. Dude, the right opinion really knows how to do his research. This motherfucker does more research on his videos than any other Minecraft YouTuber I've watched make a video about this guy. Like, regardless of how big they are, this is the most well-researched one I've found. And it just came out 5 hours ago. This is the best one. The right opinion is definitely popping off.
Him and his colleagues have been throwing around some new ideas and occasionally testing them, but mostly just trying to have a good time. Whatever their
Yeah, he does better research than a lot of bread tubers. You're not wrong, Heavy Gretel. You're not wrong.
Plans were, it wasn't to create a new blockbuster. On the question of his place in the current gaming environment, he didn't really know where he wanted to be. But one thing was certain, that he hadn't regretted selling his shares. He just wanted to pass away the days having a good time with his friends. But
dude, like I mentioned before, when Notch first bought that house, he had a reputation for throwing these enormous rager parties. Like, big fucking parties. And from what I've heard, like, Notch's mansion is like a labyrinth. It's labyrinthian in layout. Like, you can get lost in it. He has, like, catering. Like, he has an entire, like, candy bar that is catered by a candy company that comes out to refill it. So, like, he can eat candy from it. He can have people over to eat candy from it when he's having a party. It gets restocked and catered by some fucking candy company. Like, that's his wall of candy. It's a bar. It's a wall of candy that also functions as a candy bar that is actively catered by a candy company that refills it when he needs them to be refilled. So he essentially just has infinite candy that comes with his house. When you reach a certain level of wealth, your house just comes with infinite candy. Does he have a home gym, though? Does Notch look like he has a home gym? Or should I say, does he look like he uses his home gym?
how long would that last? I have a good friend who posited a principle in a philosophical discussion we were having a few months ago: the necessity of human struggle. His argument basically suggested that we as people need to experience some aspect of adversity to truly feel fulfilled. He likened it to a room that closes in on a person, the idea that many of us need those walls to push back against, something of a challenge, or else we ultimately lose our own purpose in the world.
I wonder about this sometimes. I do wonder if, like, a certain lack of hardship in life can cause you to kind of go insane. Because admittedly, when things are like going perfect for me, like there's nothing going wrong, everything's going right, I kind of get bored. Not like bored in a negative way, but it's almost like I start to fall in a weird malaise depression where like perfection becomes my baseline and beyond perfection becomes needed to like have a good day, like a non-normal day. Does that make sense? Like you start to lose perspective and you lose your ability to be grateful for what you have. And I think it's why a lot of rich, extremely wealthy, powerful people are also depressed as fuck. Like even though they have everything they could ever want, they can even afford the best therapy and meds in the world, they're still depressed as fuck because like no matter what, their baseline just can't reach anything and they're lazy, which is why I think the best way to live is to have enough wealth, like to be able to have anything you want and to be able to like, and anything you need, obviously, but to still orient yourself so that you have interests that are outside of necessity, right? Like, for example, like get interested in a sport or get interested in a hobby that like goes beyond your ability to pay. Like you can't pay to be really good at art. If like get into art and use all of your money to like fucking go crazy. Like if you're a billionaire with nothing to do and you decide you want to get really into snorkeling, right? Like you decide you want to get really into marine biology and snorkeling, you have all the money in the world to pursue that hobby. Like get into some fucking hobbies. You can literally buy the best of the best stuff for any hobby. Like, how many times have you wanted to get into a hobby and you were like, God, if only I was rich, I could do this cool hobby. I could buy like the best of the best stuff for it and just hit the ground running with this dope ass hobby, but you just don't have the time or money for it. Like, I feel like that's what rich people need to dedicate themselves to, so they stop being so suicidal and depressed despite having literally everything they could need or want. Like, dedicate yourself to something that requires hard work to achieve, because, you know, you don't need to work hard for anything anymore. Another poop. Like, that's what it is. Like, when you're rich and powerful, you stop having to work hard for anything, so you need to find something to work hard for. And I think things like skills and talents, like art and music and stuff like that, or fighting, or like if you want to do like a martial art or something, I think it's a good source of your time. So if there's any Oilers out there watching who are feeling suicidal, that's my recommendation to you. Get into something that like actively requires you to put effort and hard work into it to get good at it. It'll help your mental health. Because if you're rich and powerful, you're not working hard for anything, and you're never getting that dopamine that you get. That's what it is. Humans, objectively speaking, our brains get flooded with dopamine when we work hard for something and then achieve it. There is literally no better feeling, no more dopamine dumping feeling that we get than working really hard for something, facing a shit ton of trials and tribulations and achieving it, like literally reaching the lowest of the low, and then like, it's over, boys, it's over. We're back, and it comes back from the bottom, and you achieve it against all the odds. No feeling for a human makes us feel more alive and feel more like happy about ourselves than that. And when you take away all forms of trials or tribulation, any form of having to work hard for anything in your life, I think over time your brain just stops flooding those those chemicals that you get from achieving something. So I guess you would want to get into a hobby, and that would help you with this.
Now, obviously, some people struggle far too much and other people get by alright without struggling. But I think there is a relevance, particularly for people who are used to some form of pressure, to have that completely removed from them. It's a very difficult environment to adapt to. Struggle is relative, and if you spent your whole life with this strong sense of purpose, to have yourself completely absolved of that purpose is quite jarring. And barely a few months after the Forbes article was published, Notch's celebratory tone appeared to take a turn towards something more pessimistic. On August the 29th, Notch sent out a series of tweets that appeared to lament his current lifestyle, initiating with the statement, "The problem with getting everything is you run out of reasons to keep trying, and human interaction becomes impossible due to imbalance." Notch then proceeds to talk about how although he has everything, he feels completely alienated, unable to create a human connection with those around him, especially on an intimate basis as people find his lifestyle overwhelming. He also seems frustrated at the fact that many of his former
It's because he's in need, I bet. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think that Notch must, personality-wise, be a real fucker. For, like, in LA, for him to not be able to find some women willing to look past his overwhelming lifestyle and date him for his wealth, even. Like, like, he must be, like, full incel tier at this point if women are just refusing to get into relationships with him at that point. Like, how down the rabbit hole do you think he's gone? Because he was JQ posting. Like, just a couple years ago he was JQ posting. He was doing it before Kanye made it cool to JQ post as like a celebrity.
My colleagues still seem to resent him, despite him believing that he treated them well. When one of the employees says that much of the response was just the initial shock, he completely flips out on them, saying, "Fuck all of you," which seemed a bit much for many people at the time. He had no trust for the world around him, and it showed. The meltdown may have been momentary for many, but it certainly outlined a real cloud to the silver lining of selling out. Unfortunately, Notch had reached this stage of success and influence where people treat you differently because of it. Even people close to you can seem distant, and you can't really trust their intent. You need mental fortitude to manage that, and to be frank, Marcus was a somewhat fragile person. Once the initial euphoria of that newfound wealth wore out, he probably wondered what was left. This brief tirade inspired a few reports and response articles from people who didn't necessarily have great sympathy for his predicament, but probably prompted the same suggestion for a solution. The person needed to find a way to alienate himself from that wealth and status. It's not an easy solution to undertake, but the problem will continue to be inescapable as long as he had nothing to work for and nobody to actually share it with.
Yes,
Snoop
there
Dogg
you
even
go.
weighed in on the
There it
matter,
is.
reminding persons that knowing who your real ones are is much more important than any material wealth.
Good job, Snoop. Like, dude, that's exactly what I said. Is that not exactly what I said? Like, you have to have purpose. Like, I know this sounds like such a, like, oh, rich, like, this sounds like what rich people say, like, on podcasts like Joe Rogan. Like, you know, honestly, wealth doesn't make you happy. They say with, like, Gucci headband on and all. And it's like, okay, dude, like, you've never had to want for anything in your life. Like, you're like, it's so easy for you to say that. But it is true that, like, human beings need purpose. Like, we actually do need a little bit of adversity or, like, a goal to reach that requires hard work. We, like, it's sort of necessary for our psychological development. It's just how we humans kind of function. Like, yeah. And he's saying exactly that here.
I don't think anyone needs Notch's level of money to be happy. You shouldn't have to give away your wealth to be happy necessarily, but you need to have something that can transcend the purpose of that money, whether that be friends, work, or an alternative outlet. Reflecting on Notch's life, maybe his purpose was rooted in a struggle of sorts with Minecraft and optimizing it, and now that it ended, so had Person's own greater sense of self. Marcus Person was rich, and everyone knew it, but for someone like him, that was seeming more like a curse than a blessing, and his rant, although aggressive, was to show great vulnerability. He needed something greater to latch onto, but maybe we got something worse.
Uh-oh. Here it comes. Mo problems. I like how that's so cool that he's like, he's got a bunch of different people to edit each section, so it's not a bunch of work on one single person. And not only that, but each editor is being credited for, each individual section they made. That's super cool. That's neat. It's not like necessary. Like, he didn't need to do this, but it's just so cool that he chose to. Yeah, he's a real one. He's a real YouTuber.
A few days after his venting session on the social media website, Notch decided to respond to those who suggested that he give his wealth away, stating that money wasn't the problem, it was the lifestyle. And although he may not be wrong, if you let your money influence your lifestyle, then you're feeding the problem. And less than a couple months later, he was back in Vegas. He seemed to attribute his current downcast mindset to the success, but he'd been successful for a while. It was just that this time round, he had something else to account for that success, and it simply wasn't enough. It distanced himself from nearly everyone in his life and made him untrusting of the world around him. Notch was the paranoid wreck who had no idea of where he was meant to go from here, and expressing it online wasn't going to help, as the whole place can often feel like you're headed in circles. You think that after he sold his shares he'd have a lot less to say on the World Wide Web, but for someone who didn't want to be the center of attention anymore, he often still seemed obsessed with social media platforms. In his departure post, he characterized himself as a nerdy computer programmer who likes to have opinions on Twitter. But it seemed more than just the occasional hot takes at this point. To be honest, he seemed ever more invested with the goings-on around him, and that only continued to manifest itself as the online world became increasingly political.
Okay. So here's where I'm worried that TRO is just going to vaguely gesture at some What? Oh, I have to use a block here. Like, there's some kind of block that... Yeah, gearbox. Yeah, okay.
As we all know, 2016 was a strange...
I'm worried that he's going to skim over and sort of vaguely kind of vaguely gesture at what it was that Notch said and did that got him canceled, quote-unquote, the Nazi shit. Like, I'm wondering if he's going to elaborate, say, on the part where Notch insists that there's a particular tweet where Notch insists, for example, that trans people are forcing everybody to use their preferred pronouns and using compelled speech, and that you can be arrested for misgendering in Canada. This is objectively untrue. Like, the Bill C-16 thing does not do that. Like, this would be an easy thing for, like, him to call out and point out as wrong. Like, I'm wondering if he'll go... There's no way he doesn't get that far without going into detail about it. Like, to be fair, we're pretty early in the video still, so there's a lot of time left. Maybe he's going to elaborate heavily. I really hope he does. I know that he watches my videos, so, like, TRO does, so I know that he's, like, vaguely progressive at least. He may be way more progressive than that, but at least vaguely progressive. At least. So I don't know if he's going to go full lefty here and like lay out why Notch's Nazi takes were bad, or if he's just going to sort of generally like explain that his takes were controversial and anti-establishment or whatever. All right, let's find out.
Time for the internet on reflection, particularly with the cosmic rise of Donald Trump and the general movement towards anti-SJW content that seemed to target people who are not always the best at expressing their beliefs. When working on Minecraft, Notch had generally seemed to adopt quite progressive ideas towards his game. Although not overtly political, he said that every character was genderless and that people had a right to interpret each of them to their own liking. It was part of Minecraft after all, the fact that an individual can have an experience personal to them. Despite not explicitly endorsing anyone before 2016, Notch was someone who would have been mostly aware of the discourse within political spheres. And throughout 2015, he had mostly expressed disdain for the prospective Republican candidate, Donald Trump, calling him a loon, and exhibited genuine confusion at people's belief in his suitability for office. He'd interact.
I didn't know that. He was radicalized post selling Minecraft. That actually makes me feel better that he almost certainly wasn't a Nazi weirdo when he was involved with Minecraft and making it. It's after that he did all this shit. All right. So I guess his radicalization would have been 2015 to 2016. That's funny. That's when I got radicalized to the right too. Radicalized. It depends on, the wording is cringe, but regardless. Like, that's when I fell down the rabbit hole too. So, but Notch got to the point where he was tweeting out QAnon shit, so let's watch.
Interacted with a few YouTubers who expressed anti-SJW beliefs and stated that he would support Bernie Sanders if choosing between him and Hillary. As the US election approached, he seemed to become more and more invested in the issue though. Although he's vocal that he was not a fan of Trump's, he turned most of his ire towards Hillary Clinton, who he felt had acted dishonestly. I'm not going to go into every single detail regarding his political beliefs at this specific point in time, but as election day approached, his stance on Trump continued to soften, and eventually he admitted that if he was forced to choose between Trump and Clinton, he would probably choose Trump. This wasn't an exceptional stance at the time. Particularly online, people's resentment for Clinton was very palpable, and many didn't want him.
He's completely right. Online, being pro-Trump was honestly expected. If you were in favor of Hillary Clinton online, expect massive amounts of dunking. Back in 2015 or 2016.
Her to win just for the principle that they thought the Democrats had the opportunity to present a genuinely radical candidate. Well, at least by the standards of US politics. Trump became the anti-hero, anti-establishment figure that in spite of his very visible flaws became a punishment to all those happy to settle for a miserable status quo. Therefore, although his opinions were a little outspoken for a person of his status, these didn't exactly strike anyone as truly frightening. I think establishment is a very important word to use when analyzing these figures, because Notch is an independent game developer who cared deeply about the game he designed, similarly saw himself as a figure taking on the long-entrenched bureaucracies and structures that they employ to stay in power. He'd always believed that many industry players sacrificed user experience for their own gain, and they would try and oppress any actual innovation. Notch was one of the few large gaming entrepreneurs who didn't outwardly...
Basically, Notch had a upbringing of sorts. Basically, his experience had primed him towards this sort of untrusting of the establishment, untrusting of like what he's told to believe, quote unquote, kind of perspective. And that's why when he got really into politics, after not having anything to do other than browse the internet all day, he was so susceptible to these countercultural ideas of the anti-SJW, political structure. The idea like the left had gone too far and were the real, enemy and all that shit. I'm guessing this is where it started.
Attack matters like piracy, he was an advocate for the little guy and in-game experience. Additionally, he had always been largely skeptical of national governments and expressed deep concern about a surveillance state, particularly that relating to the US. That is where we introduce the sort of SJW that he also seemed to rally against during the election of Donald Trump, additionally crediting their behavior as much the reason that the Don got elected.
SJW back then was literally as big of a buzzword, just passed around everywhere, as woke. Like, SJW was then's woke. They're the same thing. Literally, directly, comparatively the same thing. They mean the same thing. They mean the same group of people. They're just the same thing. It's just different times. They relabeled it because SJW started to become cringe to use as an insult because all the content creators that made it made it an insult had all fallen off and exposed how huge of clowns they were. And so they had to find a new word that meant essentially the same thing to convince people to be against, and it became woke.
The sort of political correctness that many of them preached was not something that Notch had ever related to. Sure, he wasn't the sort of person who was particularly offensive or hurtful to people, but he always saw issues like freedom of speech as being non-negotiable. He saw any attack on it as an act of tyranny designed to oppress people who may speak truth to power. He wanted to fight against what he saw as this corporate sterilization of people's expression. He was also becoming increasingly involved in issues relating to the treatment of, quote, white men, and the use of identity politics in general. Now, I wouldn't describe any of his positions as hateful, or even with the intent to do harm at this point. Sometimes I think he spoke from a point of genuine frustration towards toxic factions in many movements.
At this point. Don't chat. He clarified at this point. That heavily implies that it got hateful later on. He said, I don't consider his takes hateful at this point. But he's going to move on in a minute. And this is true. At this point, he was in, like, the chud zone. Like, he was getting just into the anti-SJW stuff, and was starting to have his mind opened up to this SJW problem. And from here, basically any pushback he got from the left, depending on how it was done, was going to push him further to the right. And that's exactly what happened. Every cancellation he got on Twitter after this pushed him further to the right. And he went from talking about how he had some concerns about the SJWs to how feminism has gone too far. Another cancellation, he's talking about how he wonders why we're not allowed to talk about the Jewish question. And you know, then he's going into talking about how trans people are deranged. Like, every time he gets further and further and more crazy every cancellation, because he sees lefties disagreeing with him and, like, calling him out as a verification that what he believes is true. Because why would the left try to shut him down unless he's got a point?
Who were advocating for otherwise righteous causes. However, his frustration didn't subside in the year following, particularly with the online world further contorting.
But come on, buddy.
We have a major projection right now. Donald Trump will take Ohio. CNN projects Donald Trump will carry the state of Florida. Huge win for Donald Trump. Donald Trump, we project, will win in Kentucky, in Indiana, with its 11 electoral votes.
But why should it matter to someone like Marcus Persson? The dude wasn't the target.
Bro, it was so wild that Trump won the election with less votes than Hillary. Like, that was when I learned what the Electoral College was, and I was like, oh, so the elections have never been fair? I thought it was like whoever gets the most votes wins. That's how it works, right? It's like, no, basically, the Republicans have ensured that no matter what, like, even though they're a minority of the population, they'll still be able to hold power. So, yeah.
Of this, and it's not like his freedom was being affected by it. Well, at the start of 2017, a few large YouTubers, most notably PewDiePie, came under scrutiny for their behavior online. At the time, many who sympathized with these creators saw large corporations punching down on the freedom of expression previously held by many creators, whether or not the humor was in good taste. In particular, this sort of battle emerged all over the internet between traditional standards and the sort of Wild West approach that other parts of the online world possessed, and how increasingly influential in modern culture they were becoming. The online world and their communities were facing down reproval from many angles, especially from those who felt it excluded and alienated marginalized groups who deserved a space as much as anyone else.
Basically, at this point, the internet was having a massive schism between more sanitized, family-friendly content that, like, you know, your Markipliers, your PewDiePies, and at this point, like, PewDiePie was fairly sanitized, and you're more, like, chill, laid back, like, Let's Players, you're like, you had your, like, more normie, chill content, And then you had your super edgelords, like your Filthy Franks, your iDubbbz's, your H3H3s at the time, you know? Like, you had the people that were actively out there being, like, as shocking and offensive as possible, doing satire, playing characters, being edgy, and building a community around being edgy. And there was this schism where, like, there was that edgy side of the internet, and there was, like, the normie side of the internet. And they started to bleed into each other.
This all then reached into the video game industry, particularly given the aftermath of Gamergate, something that Notch had previously stayed rather neutral on, but now seemed to feel quite strongly about. This criticism of the current online culture was often advocated by progressively identifying people, the SJWs per se, who were also vociferously anti-Trump. I think a fair few people who were attached to that sort of wild west of the internet drew a correlation between Trump and a specific way of online life, particularly that freedom of speech given how Trump was a pretty unfiltered person, to say it lightly. Well, with infinite time...
Basically, as always, the freedom of speech they mean is being able to, like, say the N-word and stuff. Like, we've seen with Twitter what it means. Like, Elon Musk is probably the biggest, like, free speech lover type on the internet, and we've seen what he means when he says free speech. He's literally censored a bunch of keywords like trans, transgender, dysphoria, I think, is banned. I may be wrong about that one, but, like, literally a dozen plus words that have to do with, like, LGBT people he's banned. Why is that werewolf not turning back into a human? He should be just, you know, fucking right off.
Time and money, I guess Notch had finally found another struggle, but was this one worth fighting for? Mark as a person had always held a sort of morbid curiosity for these sorts of areas. Discussing the often contentious 4chan in an early interview, he describes it as possibly being one of the closest things we've got to a self-conscious virtual entity on the internet, even referencing it in an old intro screen for the game. In many ways, that sort of independent-minded section of the internet was what put Minecraft on the map, and so it wasn't completely beyond belief why he felt protective about it. I think in many ways, people like Notch saw these establishment types coming in and trying to dictate their own standards that much of the internet didn't perceive similarly. I think it's fair to say that although Notch's opinions on the matters in the previous part weren't completely out of nowhere given his background, they were somewhat different to many around him at the time, and had definitely alienated some people. When someone asked him why it seemed like everyone hated him now, he replied they didn't hate him, they agreed, but were just afraid to speak up. And as what he said received pushback, he became more and more stubborn, and in turn more and more irrational. Even if you agreed with any point he was making, it was lost in the sense that he was fighting a greater cultural battle. When an incident occurred at VidCon involving Anita Sarkeesian clashing heads with her critics, and Ant Green responding, he tagged Green telling him to be on—
Dude. Fuck, that entire thing was such a crazy and influential event that had so many far-reaching repercussions, okay? So you know how Boogie2988 has a reputation as being a kind of spineless, especially and like a fence sitter and like not being able to stand up for himself, and in large part, like, you see a lot of people bullying him about that. He's a OG YouTuber for those that don't know who he is. He was a like panelist on that panel about internet harassment because he's been a victim of a lot of it, and Anita Sarkeesian was also up there on that panel. Now, basically, like, Anita Sarkeesian basically made a point at the end of the panel about how women in the gaming industry and online get a lot of disproportional harassment and bullshit, like, everywhere they look, everywhere they go, and that she just wants to bring more attention to that. And that was like her closing statement on the panel. And then Boogie's closing statement turn comes around, and he's like, instead of doing his closing statement, he responds to her closing statement saying, like, I don't want to necessarily disagree with you, but, like, I just want to say that, like, men also receive a lot of harassment online. The internet itself is just inherently toxic and full of harassment. It's not an exclusively woman thing. Like, it's basically a very centrist-y, like, hand-wavy kind of response that, you know, he's trying to seem like he's you know, he cares, but it's coming off as not anything like that. But regardless, Anita Sarkeesian, had a bunch of like anti-SJW YouTubers who had been like making videos about her for years, literally in the front row staring at her during that panel. Like Sargon, Chris Raygun, I think some black guy was there. Shuonhead might have been there as well. Andy Worski, I think, was there. Just all the it was all the like anti-SJWs were there, just like in the front row, like watching her, and she was clearly quite upset by this. And after the show, like, kind of reamed Boogie out for like kind of not giving her a chance to respond to his point, because his closing statement was a response to her closing statement, so she couldn't respond to what he said. He had the last word on that matter, and it was a panel, not a debate, so it was like kind of disrespectful for Boogie to do that. But Boogie ended up telling the story on Twitter afterwards, and everyone was like, Anita Sarkeesian, that horrible bitch, and everybody like jumps to Boogie's defense because they hate Anita Sarkeesian. They want to find any excuse for her to be bad and to defend someone else from her evil, right? But Boogie ends up having a talk with her in private, and they end up working out their disagreement and like the thing that they had an issue over. And so Boogie goes online and is like, hey, everybody, me and Anita are fine now. We're all good. There's no more bad blood. We worked it out and everything. But the internet was like, what do you mean you worked it out with Anita Sarkeesian? What do you mean you worked it out with Anita Sarkeesian? So everybody who was defending him all of a sudden was now calling him a spineless coward for now defending or being cool with Anita Sarkeesian. So much so to the extent that I literally remember watching a 3 to 4 hour long debate, more of like a therapy session that Rags had with Boogie, YouTuber Rags, where Boogie was trying to convince... or where Rags was trying to convince Boogie that Anita is actually evil and that she's not reasonable. She's actually a massive grifting scammer, and that he needs to immediately no longer be cool with Anita Sarkeesian. Like, I literally watched that debate when it happened and was like, yeah, good point, Rags, good point. Destroy Boogie. He's being spineless. Like, oh my god, that VidCon was like a massive event in like the timeline of Gamergate. Oh Jesus, that gave me a flashback. I need to kill that kid in a minute when I make a new sword.
On the right side of history. That's a strong term for a situation that related to a commentary spat at a panel. At the end of Pride Month in 2017, there was a movement called Heterosexual Pride Day. Notch noticed this and stated that if you didn't support it, you deserved to be shot. Eventually, he did retract this statement and apologize, but it was clear that he was taking this all a little too seriously. It was clear that this was a historic battle to person for the soul of society, and this seemed to be influencing his political beliefs as well. In a May 2017 interview, then President Donald Trump made the bold claim that he invented the...
Jesus Christ, every time there's something going on in the video I really want to talk about, shit starts to go down. Oh my god. Okay. My dogs are okay. What just happened?
And had always held a sort of morbid curiosity for these sorts of areas. Discussing the often contentious 4chan in an early interview, he described he alienated some people. When someone asked him why it seemed like everyone hated him now, he replied they didn't hate him, they agreed. Did retract this statement and apologize, but it was clear that he was taking this all a little too...
Yeah, basically he did like the heterosexual Pride Day, if you don't support it, you deserve to get shot by a cameraman with a gun, was what it was. It was 3 different tweets. Like he did the like, oh, I'm walking it back in the second one, but then unwalked it back in the final one. So yeah, he didn't apologize as far as I know, and probably still stands by this stuff, even if he did.
Too seriously. It was clear that this was a historic battle to person for the soul of society, and this seemed to be influencing his political beliefs as well. In a May 2017 interview, then President Donald Trump made the bold claim that he invented the phrase priming the pump, which is particularly impressive given that in modern terms, it was first applied in the 1930s, the decade before Trump was born. Mockery ensued, and many people took to their favorite social media site to take the piss, including video game writer and YouTube critic Mikey Newman. Person, after having the reference explained to him, makes the judgment that it is just more baseless Trump bashing because they are afraid, which certainly
Yeah, I'll get into this in a minute. Basically, what I'm gonna ask you guys a question in a minute. Basically, like every time Trump revealed himself to be like clearly a dumbass piece of shit, everyone's excuse was, "Well, I don't care what Trump says. I care about his actions." And it's like, okay, but like he's not president yet. Why would you vote for him when everything he says you agree is bad? And you're like, you're just betting that like his actions are going to be contrary when he gets into office, and they'd be like, yeah, and they'd vote for him. Like literally, like everybody was just like convinced that every negative thing that came out about Trump was just the Democrats panicking and the establishment trying to destroy him. And he had everyone convinced that everyone was just after him in a witch hunt. He's still got a lot of people convinced everyone's just after him in a witch hunt. Okay, now I need to ask, how do I get this saw going? Do I need to, maybe a water wheel? A water wheel might be an option here. I need slime balls. Bruh. And then I need panels for that. Which I have to use this for. I have to get the saw working. No matter what, I have to get the saw working.
I'm looking for something to sue.
I can't proceed till we figure out how to get this saw working. I'm gonna kill that lawyer.
Prompted some confusion. It seemed that as the months passed, Notch had become more preoccupied with this idea that every narrative against Trump was part of some greater conspiracy to prevent him from making America great again. And well, it's a bit far-fetched. The thing about a lot of conspiracy theories is that they do often start with one genuine observation. Were certain echelons of the media disproportionately outraged with Trump's presidency when they'd given others a pass? You could make an argument for it. You could say that they weren't anywhere near as critical as previous presidencies when they enacted policy that could significantly harm a population. However, the fallacious link comes when you conclude that therefore they hate Trump because he's finally doing the right thing, rather than the fact that he's unorthodox and generates views for financially focused businesses. There are plenty of people online who are quite aware of establishment shortcomings, but also felt like it was still valid to point out issues regarding Trump. When he makes a claim that he invented a term that existed before he was born, then yeah, I don't think it's unjustified to have a bit of a chuckle about it. However, Notch didn't seem to be seeing it this way, and neither were a lot of Americans. So with that in mind, let's talk about a little conspiracy theory that occurred the year before, known as Pizzagate.
Shit. Okay, alright. Okay, the right opinion. You do have the right opinion. Okay, so we're going in. Yeah, bro's going in. Okay, he was dick teasing us this whole time. He's been cock teasing us the whole video, vaguely referencing the controversial takes that Notch has had. But we're like full on getting into the political climate, the state, everything that was going on. Okay, this isn't just a Minecraft video. This is a full on the right opinion, like breadtube politics type video. Not really breadtube. I mean, it's like marginally left leaning. It's essentially left leaning, but not whatever. I doubt that the right opinion would like to be called a breadtuber, but it's got that, it's a breadtube type beat, if you know what I mean.
Pizzagate was the allegation there was an insidious satanic underground sex ring being operated by the Clintons and Democrats out of a Washington, D.C. pizzeria. It was rooted in an email link from a Clinton campaigner which theorists claimed contained a secret code that tied all of this together, and eventually resulted in a gunman turning up to the pizzeria and firing his rifle at the institution. There were a deluge of
Remember, guys, every time a right-wing shooter motivated by right-wing conspiracy theories popularized by popular right-wing figures goes and does terror, all the right-wing figures insist it's a psyop, it was a false flag, don't say the name of the shooter, don't show their face, don't show their manifesto, they just want attention, deprive them of it. But when the one trans shooter shoots a place up, it plastered everywhere. Like, I've been watching I haven't been watching them, but I've been watching YouTube, and I've been seeing videos recommended to me that are literally just random gun YouTuber guys watching the body cam footage of the cop that shot the shooter, and just, like, it's just them, like, going, whoa, yeah, they shot that T-slur so good, yeah, watch them drop, heh, I like how you could see the body twitching a little bit after they shoot her a few times, because, you know, they misgender. It's like, damn, like, it's very clear these are gun YouTubers that are very right-wing, obviously, just taking joy in watching the cops just slaughter a trans person. And, like, yes, it was a justified killing, but fuck. Like, it's the same as, like, a bunch of racists watching like police videos of like cops killing like black criminals that were in shootouts. Like, yeah, I guess in this case the killings were justified, but the people watching them and celebrating them like are not. They're doing it because they want to, because they're racist. In that case, it's because they're transphobic. Like, it's been really bizarre. There's a lot of people that have been like talking about how much of a Giga Chad the cop is for killing the Teesler, and it's like there's a very big difference between like Grand Thumb came out to say there are only two genders. You will see a lot of I've seen a lot of gun YouTubers coming out to be publicly anti-trans following the shooting because they see like the trans community as a scapegoat to keep guns from being attacked by the left in this country. If the attention is on trans people, it's not on guns, and they can keep doing their gun videos. So yeah, a lot of gun YouTubers actively encourage their viewers to vote right-wing and everything. Yeah. Does anyone know how to, with Better Than Wolves mod for Minecraft Beta 1.7.3, to get this saw going? Because I can't make a windmill without parts that you get with the saw. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I don't know how I get this saw going. Like, it has to be moving. I don't know what to do.
Other related incidents to the theory, which has widely been discredited by mainstream institutions. Emphasis on the mainstream institutions here. Now, that's not to say it has credit. I personally don't think it does. But when you believe a theory that dictates all authority figures are in on something, them telling you it doesn't exist isn't going to be convincing enough. Pizzagate mostly fizzled out after the 2016 election, particularly given that Donald Trump actually won. But in August 2017, Notch published a tweet stating,
Pistons? Really? So with Better Than Wolves, I can use a piston? What type, though? Just guessing. Oh, that probably won't do it. Okay. I'll Google it on my other monitor while we watch the video.
Stating that, in fact, Pizzagate was real. A bit late to the party, all things considered, but quite the claim regardless. In elaborating on his stance, he rants about binary politics and how there might actually be pieces of evidence that have supported this theory, but that it might also be drugs, though the pedestals do look like people in a police sketch, and the pizza place has weird art and branding, etc, etc, etc. There were already a lot of retorts online to the claims made in Notch's very long thread, but he seems certain something is up, and although people may perceive his thread as being a bit behind the current political discourse, it may not have been as unprompted as some people thought. On the forums like 4chan, this narrative had been brewing, but one that integrated a new perspective. That Donald Trump was aware and working to bring this worldwide satanic cabal down, and that it would only be a matter of time until many significant public figures were reprimanded and charged. Similar versions of this story had already been promoted on the poll section of 4chan, but come October this began to escalate. On the 27th of the aforementioned month, a user by the name of Q Clearance Patriot claimed that Hillary Clinton was soon going to be arrested, and civil unrest would follow. Q clearance is a level of clearance used for the Department of Energy. It gives you access to a variety of data that would otherwise be restricted to the public. The inference here being that this guy was someone high up in government, and he was speaking out due to his patriotic nature. This seemed to capture the imagination for many in the...
Dude, it is wild. Is this the origin of QAnon? Yeah, he's literally going over the origin of QAnon in this video. I am so fucking glad. There's a good, you know what? There's a good chance that The Right Opinion watches my video reacting to his video, and, hey man, you're doing a great job. This is some good shit. From my, as a Minecraft player, this is a great video. And as a political pundit, this is a great video. You've nailed it on both fronts. The Minecraft side of this, fucking nailed it. The political side of this, so far, fucking nailed it. And we're only about halfway through.
Forum, and was followed quickly by another post that seemed to incriminate other popular Democratic figureheads and donors, implying that there would soon be a large-scale reckoning for all those who Trump viewed as criminal rogue elements. This would quickly manifest and grow, receiving more and more media attention and garnering a following from many committed Trump devotees. I think what happens to many people is the feeling of a greater cause and explanation for Trump's actions. He had always pledged to drain the swamp and deliver justice to a system that had legitimately been rigged against so many people. Q himself occupied this position of unfalsifiability, whose content could only be proven by time, and often leveraged on the belief of the individual, and it turned out that many were actually quite...
Ironically, it's funny because that's exactly what religious, like propagandist fundamentalist types do. They base all of their assertions on the idea that you just have to wait and see. And they'll say whatever it takes to keep on delaying the timetables. Okay, so this did not work. I have to get this thing working, and I don't know how.
Prepared to believe. Although Notch was not necessarily directly involved with anything QAnon related in its inception, and there's no direct evidence tying him to that, the correlation between his interest in Pizzagate and the founding of this sector of the internet seemed to imply that he was spending a bit too much time in these forums, and as he became more and more outspoken, people began to take notice.
All right, here's the trans part. Is there a water wheel? There is, but it requires the same block that you need to... So the block you need, the item you need to make the thing you use to power the saw needs to be made with the saw. Unless maybe I can use this iron hand saw instead. Maybe this will do the job. I've seen no crafting recipes that say it should, but there's gotta be something. Like there's gotta be. Okay, what's the stew? Yo, we did it. Okay, Pog, we're back. We went from it's over to we're back in like 10 seconds. Have you guys seen the meme where it's like the chart that goes from like on the bottom it's manic depression to on the top it's just mania, and in the middle it's like I don't remember what the middle one is, and it's like a line that like goes back and forth between manic depression and mania, and the bottom is it's over. Like the manic depression one is it's over is the label for each one where it dips down there, and the one where it peaks is we're back. Every time that's literally me. It's so Jover.
Make no mistake, Notch had definitely been pushing people's buttons online, but overall this hadn't affected his status related to his work at this point, likely because most of his tweets didn't have much staying power online and people didn't really care enough about some dude shouting into the void. He held steadfast on most of his opinions, but up to the end of 2018, he didn't seem to garner much attention outside the discourse sphere that he was involved in. However, there was the occasional reference to Operation Mockingbird, a theory that refers to the alleged brainwashing of the public through media propaganda, and had been regularly mentioned by those on QAnon, and Q himself who mentions it in his original post. Although it never attracted that much media attention, it was indicative of what he was doing with his time. However, as Notch's takes grew increasingly strong, there was a sense that what he was saying couldn't be ignored. This began in December 2018, which was met with a flurry of statements by person, some relating to race, some relating to general political identity, and just some relating to whatever the hell this is. He still presented himself as someone on the side of
What was that?
Little guy, but it seems he had identified a great he was saying couldn't be ignored. This began in December 2018, which was met with a flurry of statements by person, some relating to race, some
when Trump opens his mouth, winning occurs.
Relating to general political identity, and just some relating to whatever the hell this is.
Be careful. You know what this is. You know what this is. Come on, the right opinion. Come on. You know what this is. You know what he's saying here. You know what he's implying. You got. Come on, man. I know Nazis are pretty popular right now, but I feel like we can still call something Nazi when it's obvious. Come on. Yeah, we know what they mean. Come on, we've been on the internet. We've been in here. We've been in here for a while. We know how it is.
He still presented himself as someone on the side of the little guy, but it seems he had identified a greater battle against those who were at the top and the far left who were controlling every aspect of his life. If you were with them, you were ontologically evil. There was no two ways about it. Now, these tweets were definitely more concerning than the previous set. The least you could say about his comments up to this point was that although they were often provocative, the intended targets were often general concepts of political correctness, SJWs, and establishment figures, all of which were not without their flaws, even if the obsession with them was a bit overwrought on Notch's behalf. However, these tweets seem to harp on some other more questionable theories, in particular relating to IQ differences between racial populations. Now, this has been the subject of debate in certain scientific circles, with many broadly on the side of the opinion that IQ is not affected by race, more due to other environmental factors that may coincide with race. However, how does a human-generated spectrum of intelligence help discussion on racial differences? How would it dictate the world we live in? The truth is that people are still individuals, and anyone from any race can be really smart or really stupid. Notch had clearly grown to hate the general state of the gaming industry as he felt it was dictated by a small proportion of easily offended people. The left received a lot of the blame when companies made decisions that others thought they were being pressured into, but many of them were decisions ultimately made by the company. What would anyone who actually felt strongly about these matters done if the businesses in this industry just turned around to them and said, no, we're not doing that, or just ignored them? Probably not much, maybe some angry tweets, but that would be it. And Notch had survived all right to this point. Despite the fact that he didn't have direct ties to any companies, he was still symbolically associated with Minecraft and commemorated in the game. However, come March 2000...
Okay, hold on, chat. Let me see how I do this. Okay. I need to turn wooden planks into a panel. And then I need to turn... the panels into molding somehow? Somehow I make them into molding? Somehow?
2019, Notch was once again ready to test that, and this time he was going all out. First mentioning Operation Mockingbird again, but then dropping any innuendo and just outwardly stating that Q was legit, and that we should not be trusting the media. To be honest, I don't trust the media too much either, but for someone who doesn't like binary politics, he sure likes to make binary choices. After a couple days of continuing to push these general narratives that the populace was being lied to by the establishment, he takes it to Twitter to make the interesting observation that suddenly all the requests for him to stream and podcast have stopped. How curious. I guess the establishment decided that his time was nigh.
Yeah, they'll do this. Like, once they start getting alienated because they're being radicalized and whatever... Like, if they're falling in with groups of people, they don't necessarily have to be, but if they're falling in with groups of people that are radicalizing them further, they'll ask them to kind of, like, shove off other people in their lives and kind of alienate anyone who isn't also bought into this ideology. I think the term's called defoo or something like that. It's an old phrase for, like clan members getting radicalized and shit, but yeah. So, it seems like I can't make the corners with this saw, but I might be able to make the water wheel. The water wheel's made with these wooden blades, and these wooden blades are made with panels which I can make connected by a slime ball, but I have to find slime balls, and I don't know where I'm gonna obtain that other than, like, really digging underground and looking. Because, like, I guess that's the only way to find it. Like, slime's underground, right? Defooing was a term specific to Stefan Molyneux. No. Stefan Molyneux, like, used the phrase, but it's existed before that. I'm very positive it has. He adopted it. If you want to know who controls you, look at who you are not allowed to criticize. The kids in the orphanage control me. True. You're not allowed to criticize the kids in the orphanage. Is there a bro whistling outside in the game? Good luck finding caves. Yeah, so am I, like, fucked, I guess? This is insane. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way. I cannot do anything else or proceed any further until we've gotten this done. This is basically our progression soft lock right now till we've gotten the item we can use here. So I'm pretty much just stuck here trying out different combinations till we figure it out.
But his Twitter was still growing, which is something, I guess. I mean, he was making up to 100 tweets a day. With Notch fully embracing the QAnon movement and the man behind it, he definitely raised a few eyebrows, with articles being published on his recent turn to conspiracy theories. However, not finished to his crusade, he turns his attention to a variety of matters. First drawing a comparison between dressing as another race and dressing as the opposite gender and saying there is no difference. This opinion didn't seem to attract too much traffic as it could be seen as referring to cross-dressing. However, not too long after, Notch was back to business on a plethora of fronts, sometimes posting rather vaguely, which attracted some QAnon responses, other times just cutting to the chase and reminding people that casual murdering of infants for organ harvesting purposes is not acceptable. Hard agree on that one, Notch. He then writes a thread seemingly going truth mode on society. You cannot negotiate with these people who are trying to destroy human civilization as we know it. At least that's what I take from the thread. Though the last two tweets seem more directed to the trans community, mentioning gender dysphoria and pronouns, including the claim that trans people are trying to make it illegal to use the wrong pronouns, even though actually it's them who have the pronouns wrong. This began to receive some serious pushback, especially from some of his trans followers who are particularly enthusiastic about Minecraft.
These tweets are the ones that I covered in my very first political video. These particular anti-trans tweets. So I guess we're hard stuck because I believe the mod pack might have changed progression so that you can't craft these items how it says you do with these the crafting recipes. So yeah, guess we're done. Unless anyone can find something, I guess I'll just chill here until someone figures out a solution, and if not, I guess we're done with this Minecraft world, because this has always been my ending point on this mod pack. I was never able to get past this point because I could just never figure out how to get this saw to work. I was hoping I could get past it, but I've yet to find a way to get the saw to work.
One sharing a pro-trans message in a My Little Pony format stating that trans women are women.
It's Mango Pack Shoten LLC.
Notch didn't appreciate that, and quote tweeted this person stating that they were wrong, and although trans women were deserving of support as much as anyone else, that anyone advocating for this position was evil, and feeding into a dangerous, mentally ill delusion, using his sister's body dysmorphia as an example.
Damn, Notch was ahead of his time. That's the genocidal rhetoric the right's using now.
When further challenged on this, it seems he's more concerned about the authoritarian nature of many people to, quote, demand that they be addressed by specific pronouns. He stands his ground, states that it is illegal in many places already, and agree with another tweet that if they do this unquestionably, they will also be walking back women's rights, seemingly adopting a more trans-exclusionary radical feminist standpoint. Now, I do not know the law in every country or region, but the fact that Notch did not seem to cite any sources or even anecdotal content made these claims rather hard to work with, and when being asked what this all was about, he commented, "The Great Awakening," which is another event commonly referenced on QAnon where the greater population becomes aware of the
This is a thing that Tim Pool and, what's his name? The British guy that's really obnoxious? Paul... what's his name? PJW. Yeah, Paul Joseph Watson. That's the shit that Paul Joseph Watson talks about too.
Truth, not seem to be framing his tweets from the lens that he was punching up against an oppressive regime, but many people didn't seem to agree. Although it was true that certain industries were striving towards greater diversity, many didn't think it was really at the request of any specific demographic. It was more just a financially intelligent thing to do to give products greater appeal, as the number of people in certain groups outnumbered the people who were annoyed by these groups' existence. As someone who made a game whose whole existence can be defined by the individual, and as a person who emphasized that in the past, this shouldn't be new information to Notch, but he came to the conclusion that this time it was state mandated. However, in the end it just seemed like he was targeting a group of people, whereas misinformation could be making targets out of them. It seemed that as time passed, he was growing only more conspiratorial. Throughout most of March, Notch continued to back his positions unapologetically, responding in an increasingly blasé manner to those who showed hostility to them. And if there was any doubt about it, you could just look at his bio, which contained a link to the website where Q would regularly post. Safe to say, Notch was...
Damn. That's pretty undeniable, bro. That's pretty undeniable.
Definitely testing the patience of those who didn't hold his beliefs and still associated with him, most notably Minecraft itself. The person's recent turn to conspiracy theories had almost locked him in a self-inflicted cycle. As he became more and more extreme, fewer and fewer people felt truly comfortable with his ideas, and consequently probably weren't as keen to entertain his presence. Notch observed this and embraced his alienation. He's been an outcast before and he was ready to be an outcast again.
Completely alienating himself. And every single person that he was alienating himself from, like, that alienation only reassured him that everything he believes is true. Because one of the taglines of the ideology is, people will reject you for speaking this unfortunate truth. And so they see people not liking what they have to say as verification that it must be true.
likely attributing part of the reason to the fact that they couldn't handle him speaking the truth. Many of these people were probably in on it as well. In 2019 though, after the string of tweets we've just covered, Microsoft began to decouple their casual, if still meaningful, relationship. It first began with the simple removal of references to him in the loading screen. This seemed to be rather insignificant on the surface. However, up to this point, it was extremely rare for any splash text to be erased, only happening a handful of times in Minecraft's lifespan. At the time, many suspected this to be related to the instance analyzed in the previous part. However, Microsoft refused to comment on the matter, and ultimately this was deemed rather trivial. However, there
I secured the Vosh raid, comrade. Hell yeah, Bluestone. Dude. You should have seen. Hey, welcome, Vosh Raiders. Welcome. Come to my website. Come vibe. White Nervosa made me a website, too. Come hang out. Make an account. Come vibe. We're playing Minecraft. We're reacting to a video about Notch going down the Nazi pipeline. By the Right Opinion, it just came out today. It's a really good video. We're popping off. We're going to talk about some dope-ass drama that's happened today in the upcoming segments. Is it Notch a Nazi? You're damn right he's a Nazi. We're watching a video about it now. So come to the website, get some hot cocoa, pull your dick out and start stroking. Sit your ass down. Sit your white asses down in my chat.
There was another event round the corner that would test Microsoft's position on the matter, that being the 10th anniversary of Minecraft's publication to the internet. It made sense that Notch wasn't involved with the public image of Minecraft as it was, but at the end of the day, without him, Minecraft wouldn't exist, and the 10th anniversary was a celebration of just that. By not commenting on the removal of the splash text that credits him, Microsoft had the choice open so they wouldn't seem hypocritical if they did invite him. However, barely a month after, it seems they had made a decision that he would not be included in the landmark festival for all things Minecraft, with a spokesperson telling the press, his comments and opinions do not reflect those of Microsoft or Mojang and are not representative of Minecraft. Notch
Get fucked, Notch. Get fucked, Notch. If I had like some hard dance music going off, I could do the Z's meme where it's him doing this and it says "Don't care" plus you're a woman. Such a good meme.
Didn't seem to make any public comment himself. He moved on to playing the game Factorio. He seemed to be having fun with it at least. In the run-up to the event, he made a couple vague posts here and there which were hard to interpret, but on the day of the anniversary, he put out a single tweet reading, "Happy birthday, I love you," smiley face. It reached almost 30,000 likes, which is far more than any of his previous argumentative tweets had reached, and in these moments of wholesomeness, you almost forget what he was tweeting barely a couple months before. In a way, Minecraft's decision was probably in the best interests of everyone. If Notch still held his beliefs pretty ardently at this point, I'm sure he probably saw his exclusion as a badge of honor above anything else. If you believe in that sort of satanic cabal, Microsoft is definitely a part of it. However, I think Notch likely had a different viewpoint that could be illuminated by a few tweets. Although not commenting on its exclusion from the anniversary event, Notch did briefly comment on Microsoft removing the in-game references to him. After expressing regret for something assumedly relating to his position on trans people, he responds to a comment to someone saying that Minecraft removing references to him may be a way to help him process what he had been saying and doing. This comment seems to demonstrate some contrition for his recent antics, and seemingly accepts his fate for whatever happens next.
Did he fall out of the pipeline, but it's too late for him? That would be so tragic. I want to see that interaction there better. I want to get a better look at that interaction.
Although not commenting on its exclusion from the anniversary event, Notch did briefly comment on Microsoft removing the in-game references to him. After expressing regret for something assumedly relating to his position.
The path is narrow because we're curious. There are so many more lies to tell ourselves than truths. I wish I hadn't hurt you. I really do love you. This sounds like he's on like deranged posting, drunk or high in the night. Notch, you created my favorite game of all time, but as an ally and a close friend of many LGBT people, I can't look at Minecraft the same again.
Position on trans people, he responds to a comment.
Look at it as yours then. I like my memories making Minecraft much more than I would want to own it now. Microsoft taking my name out feels like a way for me to process what I did.
Someone saying
I really do love all people, even though I'm dumb sometimes. Do you think maybe this was him, like, being sad and honest drunk one night? Like, just revealing that, like, the bitterness and the hatred he's been, like, tweeting out has just been, like, coming from a place of him being, like, miserable and lonely. Do you think that's what this is, chat? I'm interested to see where this goes from here. I'm glad we paused to read this.
Minecraft removing references to him may be a way to help him process what he had been saying and doing. This comment seems to demonstrate some contrition for his recent antics, and seemingly accepts his fate for whatever happens next. People had additionally started a movement to recognize Hatsune Miku as the creator of—
Oh, I ratioed Notch on Twitter once, guys. I hope you guys know. I forget often, I have to remind myself, but I've ratioed Notch on Twitter before. It happened.
Minecraft, and Notch appeared to take it on the chin, stating that letting go is key. It's hard to really tell where Notch stood on his comments, as he neither issued a formal retraction or reassertion following them. He seemed to regret how he'd phrased it himself and that he had hurt people.
It's not hard. Most of his tweets do not break 1,000 likes these days. I mean, you could literally see here, like even back in 2019, his tweets weren't breaking 1,000 likes often.
But didn't elaborate on whether he stood by his opinions. Regardless, he seemed to accept that where he was and where Minecraft was were not the same place. And for that much, he was right. They weren't. Over the following year, he mostly refrained from talking politics directly, the occasional comment about Trump or Hillary, but ones that were not too hard to read into. I honestly find a fair few of his tweets—
J Spoon in YouTube chat just said, I ratioed Notch with Minecraft porn. Good shit.
Hard to completely understand sometimes, and his use of the word evil seems to have lost its meaning, to be honest. There was a hoax that he had passed away from a drug overdose, which was obviously not true. I think it once again likely arose from someone who was probably not a fan, but it was quickly debunked given that Notch was still firing off tweets every other hour. Although it was safe to say that Notch had been less provocative than he had been, he was still quite loud with his opinions when he chose to be. He still gave off the energy of one of those people who says they're not being political, but they clearly are at points. In August of 2020, a YouTuber by the name of Game Maker's Toolkit decided to try and run some ads on their channel. They posted their conclusion on their Twitter and referenced certain re-election ads from Mr. Trump. Notch, seemingly displeased with this comment, requested them to drop the politics, which GMTK said they would if Notch in return deleted his Twitter account. Surprisingly, the person decided to agree. GMTK took down their tweet, and Notch took down his account, taking the world back to the blissful days before people cared about who their president was and that crap. Except a few days later, Notch came back, explained that he was worried someone would claim his name tag, so had to do it for security reasons, and at that point just felt he had to start tweeting anyway.
Was he upset about the pro-Trump take or the anti-Trump take? What was the take that was political he was upset with? Presumably an anti-Trump take, right? Like a Biden ad ran on his thing or something? Would you say which gun YouTubers? I find a lot of them sus. I can tell you which gun YouTubers I've seen doing that I know are right-wing. Brandon Herrera is definitely pretty right-leaning. I like his content. I've even thought he's pretty funny when he goes on PKA, but, I mean, he's definitely more conservative. Garand Thumb, definitely more right-leaning. What's his name? The Cody's Ranch? Kyle's Ranch, not the guy on that's in not Russia, in Georgia, in the woods, not FPS Russia. The guy who's got the cap and he's got his little setup in the woods and he does the ballistics and he like does little skits at the beginning of his videos. What's his name? Demolition Ranch. Yeah, Demolition Ranch. Thank you, Tree Pigman 83. Demolition Ranch, I think, is pretty right leaning. Who else? Who else do I know is pretty conservative that's in the gun sphere? I don't watch a shit ton of gun YouTubers necessarily. Donut Operator, yep, very right-wing. He's like an ex-cop, I think. And he just does content doing the bootlicking stuff. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them are boomer conservatives. Kentucky Ballistics, I've never watched them as far as I know.
Which doesn't make much sense, but his return to Twitter couldn't be a surprise. I think it's fair to observe the fact that although many tweets covered in the last couple parts obviously did generate controversy amongst communities, they didn't really attract too much attention from those outside the immediate sphere.
Whoa, so many people came here from the Vosh raid. Wow, we're at almost 500 people here right now. God damn. Thank you, I really appreciate that. Well, hopefully you enjoy your stay, everybody. Make sure to come over to the website. It's the best way to watch. And make sure to leave a like as well. It's completely free and it helps the stream a lot.
A few articles and responses, but otherwise it was pretty quiet. You have to be an avid follower of the industry to notice. Notch never really farmed the attention that he was receiving. When most celebrities go rogue, they at least take an interview slot on Tucker Carlson or something. Notch never seemed to sacrifice his hatred of public life for publicity of his opinions. Amongst many, he was still that guy who made the game that their kids play, and they still heralded him from the era that had him as one of the most powerful people in the world. It's likely why Microsoft was so hesitant to drop him, but eventually they realized that their name attached to an article could yield a bit more chaos, especially if Notch said something ill-timed at the event, prospectively poisoning sales. Ultimately, the benefits of hosting someone like Notch, who had no technical connection to Minecraft in its then present form, did not outweigh the drawbacks. And thus, the disconnect was complete. But what was left behind? Now you're mostly up to date.
Dude, it is interesting that Notch doesn't seem to be doing this weird right-wing collapse into radicalization for the sake of some sort of monetary gain. I mean, obviously he's got all the money in the world, but he's like, for all intents and purposes, as far as we can tell, like a true believer of this crazy shit. What does he have to gain from pushing this stuff? He's not a grifter. He's not like a political pundit. He doesn't go on Tucker Carlson. He doesn't go on talk shows to push this stuff. He just tweets. And that tells me that it's genuine. He's really been radicalized into this stuff. He's not lying about this stuff. Like, he could probably be convinced out of it, unless it's all based in entirely just hatred. Like, that's all there is just hatred, maybe. But I don't know. I wouldn't bet on that. I don't feel like that's where this is coming from. I feel like this is coming from somebody who wants to be progressive. Like, his inherent, like, base state politically was progressive leaning, but was radicalized online by people who lied to him and warped reality for him to push him down a certain road. And now he feels like, you know, being progressive, being left-wing is actually just cucking yourself out to like this, I guess, left-wing, progressive, woke mob, I guess. I don't know. Okay, what is this obsidian aggregator? Is this what I need to use? I think this might need to be... I think this is what I need. I think this might be able to power the saw, maybe. How do I make that crucible? Must be stoked with bellows. Son of a bitch. I can't make that. Yeah, okay. Fuck me. All right, we're stuck. We're really stuck. We're really stuck.
The year is whatever it is right now, who bloody knows? And Notch has mostly faded into the ether, which given the current escalating political climate is probably for the best. As said, many do likely not know about all the antics over the previous years. Some probably hate him for it. A few probably think he's based. But I wonder how he feels after it all. A person who was previously so open about his feelings has become quite quiet. His Twitter mostly observations now, with the occasional tweet of affection to those still there. You can't help but wonder when looking back at his career if he thinks it was all worth it. Person occupies this strange position of having so much yet having so little.
I've got really bad news, chat. I can find nothing online to help us with progressing here. I think it's over, chat. I'm trying so hard. Message history? Can you just type the up arrow on your thing and repost it? You found the solution? Because it's got to be a different item, surely. Because I can't make the items that you need to make what powers the saw, as far as I know. The water wheel or the air fan. Ask the creator. Stream keeps freezing. Is it actually? Or is it just you, Nightmoth? The solution is to make a windmill to power the saw. Shoten LLC. The windmill is what I'm trying so desperately to make. The problem is... Here's the problem, okay? Let me explain the problem in very, like, deep depth to you guys so you understand what I'm dealing with here, okay? Because clearly it's not... Look, okay. I need to make a windmill to power the saw. The problem is... To make the windmill, I can make this, but I need to make moldings. There are two ways that you can make moldings. Either by crafting together two corners, that makes a molding in your crafting table, or by cutting a panel into a molding using the saw, which we can't power. So I thought maybe the hand saw would get us broken down into corners. I cannot get the hand saw to break some wood down into corners. I don't know what this corner block is. I apparently it can only be made with the saw that I can't power. But I have a hand saw that can make items literally a few pixels different than these corners. Hand crank? I already have a hand crank. That doesn't do anything. I've already tried it on the previous world I played this mod pack on. This was what stopped me. I deleted my world once I hit this block, this roadblock in my my previous world, off stream. I was recording 100 days, like a 100 days survival type video, and I scrapped it because I hit this roadblock and I just could not figure it out. Corners. They're called corners, but all I can make with this saw here, the iron hand saw, all I can make are these wooden plank slab corners, which are not corners. And I can make these, which are wooden plank panel corners, which are not corners. Ask the creator? What are you talking about? I can't ask the creator. I'm streaming, and they're not, like, 100% going to answer. What do you mean? This mod pack works. Well, I'd have to end stream to figure it out after stream, chat. I don't want to end stream, like, in my third segment with 440 viewers, but, like, use a guide. There are no guides. Fuck. Cherry, you'll have to edit this out when the video goes up. I gotta figure this out. I can't put it off. I have to figure this out because I'm just gonna sit here for the rest of the stream in game. Hand crank on a gearbox, maybe. Let's try that. Here's the gearbox. Here's the hand crank. Wiki says you can use whole plank blocks when making sails. It's an alternative recipe. Okay. Let's try it. It cannot kill us to try. Let's make the hemp sails. Alright. Fingers crossed. Oh. Why wouldn't it say so? Good thinking. Who said that? Who said that? Who said it? Who said it? Shoten LLC. You're getting modded right now. You're getting modded. How do I'm modding you right now, and I'm giving you a special colored name or something. I'm rewarding you for this. Shout out to fucking Shoten LLC, the goddamn goat. The goddamn goat. Who just saved this world. Shoten LLC. Congratulations, admin. You don't need to do anything with this role. It's literally just special privileges, and you can now. You're cool. You're cool now. You're dope and cool. Nice. Okay. I'm also gonna give you the. I could give you the contributor role, but that's for people who do stuff on the site. That's fine. Yeah, you're set. You're set. You're good. You're good. You're good, Shoten LLC. You have earned that. You have earned that. You carried this. You absolutely carried this. You saved this run because we're going to be fucked if that didn't work. Okay, let's get back to it. Thank you. You are epic. Cherry, resume.
The money and lack of commitment he really had to anyone or anything, he became this social media drifter, just kind of coasting from one topic to the next without any real continuity.
It is wild that he's fallen off so hard that his tweets barely break 100 likes. I'm not saying that like social media likes like matter really, like to whether or not you're a good person or to like how good of a life you can have, but like this is a guy who is so overwhelmingly loved and so famous that like he's a household name. He was a household name at least, but like now that couldn't be further from the case. It's wild. Oh wow, we need a lot more fabric for these sales. Okay, let's sort our inventory and then harvest some hemp.
Free to speak his mind without proper material consequence. Emphasis on material. Meanwhile, though, the spoils of being a popular figure had dried up as soon as he'd ventured down the conspiratorial path. Although Microsoft were the only people to officially cut ties with him, there were likely many other opportunities that didn't present themselves due to these comments.
You know who did collaborate with him, though? And this is oftentimes completely looked over and forgotten about. You know who did collaborate with Notch after all this shit? Dream. Dream played Minecraft with Notch after all of this stuff back during his like blow up when Dream was like really blowing up during Minecraft's resurgence in like 2019, which would have been around here, yeah, 2019. That's when Dream collabed with him, and Dream got a little bit of crap for it, but really not as much as he probably should have.
Companies, conventions, associates would likely see him as a liability, and whereas some people might actually care about their reputation, with Microsoft ending their association with him, Notch just seemed to accept that he had made his bed. But acceptance doesn't equate to happiness. I think a lot of people felt a sort of confusion as to what exactly led us to this scenario, and to be honest, it is understandable. The first thing when analysing a person's behaviour is often to search for a motive, to find some discernible cause, and a cursory look at Notch's background and existence wouldn't really point to anything that would lead to such behaviour, particularly given that most people knew him from Minecraft and what it represented to them. Throughout much of his lifespan, Minecraft garnered a significant audience who didn't necessarily fit into traditional societal norms. And that wasn't necessarily a surprise given that the guy who created it also didn't when he was growing up. Loads of people played Minecraft, likely many with extreme...
What is up? Because like this is the crazy thing, is that these wealthy billionaires who made art for outcasts are now turning their backs on like the audience that they built. They specifically made art like that appealed to like the demographic or to the type of person, I guess, like people that are outcasted or not accepted by broader society. Like Minecraft bucked all expectations, trends, and demands of the gaming industry, you know, like the graphics, the way it was released, the development, everything about it was very, you know, anti-establishment, which is what Notch is into. Yeah, it's hemp. Yeah, we're getting hemp rope. Like, I just, it's so crazy to me that people like J.K. Rowling and Notch, like, after what they do, making this art, would just completely turn their back on that concept of caring and being compassionate about people who don't fit in. It's like, what would lead you to thinking it's a good idea to betray... He said, look at me, I'm dead now. What would lead you to that, like, to believing that's a good idea? In the mind of, like, these celebrities, I just don't understand it. It's so blatantly stupid. Zan, it's Reddit brain rot and narcissistic hug boxing. Yeah, maybe they expect a more positive response.
Extremely diverse backgrounds and political views, and it never possessed a specific identity per se, but over the years it garnered a reputation as probably the most inclusive and accessible games of modern history. Probably a good example of this is how it benefited the social skills of many who have lacked them otherwise. Minecraft has been shown to really aid children who experience certain neurodevelopmental conditions such as autism, with many parents singing their praises of the game's transformative effect.
I love that the meme that, like, Minecraft is for autistic kids isn't a meme. I love it. It's so good. It's so good.
For their loved ones, finding a community and escape that actually helps them be more comfortable in their own skin. In the last few decades, society has become increasingly aware and sensitive to those who encounter such conditions and the social challenges that they may have to traverse as a result of it. While many regular social environments were still learning to evolve to the needs of those who may or may not thrive in those places, Minecraft was already there, and I don't think that was restricted to any specific demographic. I think it's also applied to many marginalized LGBT individuals, particularly those in the trans community who found solace in a game where your entire life is essentially customizable. It's not just an escape from the...
Minecraft was a game made for people that didn't fit in. It was a game that, like, did its own thing, that was outside of norms, and, like, was made for outcasts almost, much like how Harry Potter was, like, made for outcasts. And the creators of both just decided to stand in stark contrast to the you know, core values of the art they made that made them so successful. It's so bizarre. Make a trapdoor really quick. Yeah, really tired of stuff falling down there. Cool.
The real world, it's the entrance to a completely different one. We discussed how a game can often represent its creator, and Minecraft represented a place that remedied people who experience the often isolating life growing up that Notch did. That's a principle that doesn't end on the basis of personal identity, and therefore if anyone was going to understand the contemporary struggle of marginalized groups to fit in with society, it should have been him, right? Even if you believe that there wasn't any relationship between the creator and his game, even if perhaps people projected too much of the game onto the creator, it wasn't like Notch was ever vocal about any views that would contradict this image. On the contrary, in fact, as I've already documented, the dude announced that every character was genderless and even facetiously claimed that that made them all gay, thus owning the homophobes. He didn't seem to have much respect for traditional gamer toxicity, criticizing tropes such as calling someone gay as weird attempts at insults, and said that although he hadn't been attracted to a man, he tried to keep an open mind, and he's pretty cuddly. After he was informed that a Kickstarter he'd promoted was started by someone who seemingly held homophobic views, he expressed disappointment and said people should be sane. At a time where video game companies...
Gamergate radicalized him. He was pushed to the right by the Gamergate era, and the pushback that he got from being canceled for his cringe takes only made him go further right.
He's often stayed out of debates surrounding political issues. Notch's opinions on issues affecting marginalized communities always felt authentic. These days, it's often hard to tell which companies are actually interested in advancing the rights of those they claim to care about, and those who are just playing to the crowd as they always have. You could probably say that disingenuous support is better than none at all, but sometimes you also want to know who's not going to throw your rights under the bus when it's no longer profitable to them. Notch seemed like that guy. People might claim he was just being politically correct back when he had an audience to commit to, but I'd say all evidence suggests otherwise. As a guy whose success wasn't concerned by PR or even dependent on the game's sales, Notch was free to take whatever positions that he wished to, and he did take many in a time where they weren't necessarily widespread. His views on issues like piracy and big tech were considered different for their time in that industry, particularly when it was out of step with big tech itself. He was the anti-establishment figure whose success inadvertently tore up the status quo. The establishment's position on such matters has always been to predominantly follow popular opinion or play to the largest present market. Notch was never like that, and his game didn't conform to those boundaries either, which is what made it such a success. I'm sure for many people who didn't identify with the traditional brand of gamer, Minecraft was their introduction to video games as a whole. I think that's what made his outburst on the matter of transgender rights the breaking point for corporate relations. Despite the numerous concerning statements prior,
like, there's an argument to be made that Minecraft has made gaming more accessible to, like, so many more people. It's insane. Like, how many women do you know? Because, like, gaming used to be just such a massive boys club, and personally, I love when I find out that a woman plays video games, because hot, you know, basically, that's hot. So, like, Minecraft, I would say, has probably been a massive part of more women getting into gaming. It's a game that, like, you can just kind of pick up and play at your own pace, however you like. It's not, like, super intimidating to get into. Like, if you're a woman who's never played a video game before and you want to get into gaming and it's kind of a boys club and you don't want to deal with, like, the other popular games that are online and you're probably going to get kind of, you know, shit talk and whatnot, Minecraft is a very good in. Nowadays, it's probably, like, Stardew Valley or something. But, like, yeah.
Notch had created this game based on principles that he seemed to advocate for before brutally turning on. It's not out of the question for people to change their opinions, that much is true, but this just didn't make sense with what he'd created before. I don't think anyone ever saw these tweets as a grift. He didn't have anything to gain from his actions and didn't seem to want to gain anything from them. On the other hand, looking at the evidence, I don't think you can say he was being dishonest or corporate with his views before. I don't think selling his share in Minecraft necessarily freed his opinions anymore. But how can we reconcile two parts of an individual's life that seem so contradictory? Maybe we need to get into his shoes a little more.
Deeper?
When analyzing two apparently contradictory patterns of thought or behavior, sometimes it's important to look at the wider picture and causes, and how they may have interacted with.
I like the style there, being like an old like Minecraft Let's Play for a minute. That was really good. Like, turning it to 480p.
Each other. With Notch, I think the clues to understanding this about turn in political positions can be defined by a few constants and variables that impacted his previously rather innocent worldview. So let's talk about some of these factors. The most important factor is that of community. I think if there's one thing that matters to Notch, it's community. It's a complicated aspect of video game creation that he wrangled with for much of his career. But although he wasn't always a media darling and often definitely took pride in having some sort of control in the direction of his projects, he definitely valued the input from those around him, particularly those who actually sampled his output. This began the community of indie developers, some of whom he would go on to work with in creating Minecraft. He would regularly post his projects and interact with other developments, providing feedback and accepting it for his own works. It's not a surprise that in spite of the game's traction outside the forums, Pers remained active there on his account until the end of 2000.
So are we like digging deep into his forum posts to find out what his politics were prior to his dissent? This is super interesting. I like this video a lot. I know I've been gushing about it like quite a bit, but I feel like I should reiterate again. The Right Opinion makes some fantastic videos. This is very well researched and very well made. And as a Minecraft fan and a political guy, I'm really, really liking it. There could be... There are some ways it could be better. I feel like there could be some better denouncements and you know, overall call-outs of... Not enough room, place windmill, they're friggin' huge. Okay, so I gotta get that fucker high up. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We'll have an actual windmill we can use to power machines here. Okay, cool.
10. Continuing to discuss Minecraft and general gaming matters with other budding developers. This was a similar pattern with his audience. Although it was difficult to necessarily orchestrate a close relationship with your user base, Notch did his best, using a combination of Twitter and Tumblr to provide a balance between informal expressions of personal opinion and official announcements. He enjoyed attending conferences and interacting with fans. Being a part of something so much greater gave him a sense of purpose. Person also reaped the benefits of a tight-knit workforce in the company that he founded, maintaining the total number of staff under 50 during his tenure at the business. Notch reportedly held a strong personal...
It was a very, very tight-knit, like, development team that was making Minecraft, and as I mentioned before, that added so much to this sort of cozy, almost family-like feeling that the game's development had. I know that sounds silly, like a silly way to describe a development team, or like a game's development generally, but like that is how it kind of felt to a lot of fans back then. Like I kind of feel like there's, you know, that kind of nostalgia you get that makes you feel kind of hollow and empty for a minute, and like you actively kind of feel yourself like breaking up a little bit. You're like, like I feel that kind of nostalgia when I think back to it, unironically. Okay, this should be high enough. Okay. I should just have to place the gearbox here. Like this. And then one out like that. And then I should be able to put the windmill down like that. Yes. Yo, that's dope.
camaraderie with his employees. Mojang's office was based on the design of a regular home and filled to the brim with amenities. Workers would be treated to lucrative bonuses, and company trips involving the entire workforce would be made to luxurious spots to celebrate the game's continued prosperity. Community mattered to Minecraft. As a grassroots game with no investors, it was what kept the game untethered and unimpeded by ulterior interests. And if it mattered to Minecraft, it mattered to Marcus. I think the enjoyment of community resulted from the fact that Notch assumed the role of a working class hero of sorts. A lot of people from this sort of background could have easily let the spoils of stardom consume them. It almost had the opposite effect on Person, who seemed determined to demonstrate his allegiance to the everyday gamer. It should be no secret, Notch liked to be liked. I don't think this core set of beliefs ever deserted him. However, as the circumstances surrounding his popularity evolved, his position and that of others influenced his perspectives on said communities. As his fan base grew, his activity on the developers forum quietened down. The increasing gulf between him and those who enjoyed the game also expanded. In spite of the claims he was acting in the user's best interests, the situation regarding in-game transactions ultimately broke him because people alleged he was prioritizing corporate interests, something that clearly upset him so much that he decided to sell his shares. Think about it for a moment. One of the most successful figures in the video game industry sold the shares to his company because he was upset at what people online were saying. This may have solved one issue, but it opened up
So, like, Notch just seems like he's probably a really sensitive guy who is in kind of a fragile mental state and just couldn't handle the heat. He just couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle the heat. It really seems like it's that simple. Bro just couldn't handle the kitchen. So we've got another problem. That's working. But somewhere along this line, stuff's not working. Like, maybe that's too long? Do you think that's too long, maybe? I don't know what's going wrong here. This should work, I feel. Like, that spinning should turn that, and then that should make that work, right? Maybe there needs to be... another gearbox, maybe? That wouldn't be the solution.
Another after many of his staff seemed dissatisfied with the outcome of the deal. This was a guy who had turned down any and all investors up until this point, and although he did secure protections and bonuses for many of his employees, the principle of going with something he'd previously opposed ferociously to seemed to irk them. In many ways, he gained a lot, but he'd lost what mattered to him for so long. With the increased distance between him and the surrounding world, he gradually grew more listless and languid. Eventually, he was left with no community, nobody to properly identify with, and it wasn't like the wealth was the inherent root of the problem, but it was the result of decisions that inevitably isolated him from a lot of people. He wanted to rid himself of the crippling responsibilities that had come with being part of these communities, but had nothing to fill it with, until the internet began to move in a different direction, a more political one.
Like that's ever gonna happen.
Politics is something that many people understandably avoid, but it's also something that many people can be sucked into, particularly if they have nothing better to do than firing up the old blue bird and picking the first hot take that rubs others the wrong way. Notch had been outspoken on many of his political opinions, but never seemed to attach too much meaning to it personally. But as a perpetually bored person looking for a cause to latch onto, what happened in 2016 was the perfect catalyst. The campaign and subsequent election of Donald Trump and the reaction from mainstream sources to much of his behavior sparked a backlash amongst many on the internet.
I really like how, I feel like he's done this before. I like how The Right Opinion starts videos off with this sort of mysterious air to the, like very vague and mysterious air to the reason why an individual did something. Like, he's been very vague about, like, what Notch believes and what motivated him here, like pretending like he almost doesn't know when he clearly does. Now though, it really seems like he's just balls to the wall, like explaining it all. I feel like he was kind of leading us in before, and it's just kind of slowly giving us the drama. Okay, fuck, I have to get down there and then get more blocks. Son of a bitch.
Internet. Not necessarily because people identified with him particularly, to be frank, he wasn't very relatable, because they saw him as a sort of symbol in an enduring culture war against people who wished to restrict online freedoms that had long been enjoyed by those who had used it. Trump hated the establishment, big tech, and many of the organizations that Notch had rallied against in the past. Even though I'd say Trump had very different gripes to someone like Notch, as an influential person his cause was enough, and in a way it was the resistance that provoked people.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt, and when I say corrupt, I'm talking about totally corrupt, political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people.
Our new empire.
It's also important to note that a lot of mainstream businesses that had long been apolitical in many ways became outspoken on certain social issues that Trump was thought to possibly hold power over, particularly given their increasing prominence on social media and the new generation using it who were somewhat more progressive in their viewpoints. I think this sort of corporate movement probably alarmed someone like Notch, as to him they always seemed like the bellwether of cynical, self-serving opinions, and sometimes the enemy of your enemy is your friend. This is what started it at least. Although he had mostly avoided taking positions in past controversies, even larger scale situations, something about defending internet culture seemed to galvanize him. As that guy who essentially had his career launched by the online world, he was obviously going to be defensive of his characteristics that enabled his success. After selling his shares, he had lost his cause and community, but a new one was emerging. One where he was part of the last line against a culture that could sterilize everything that made it great. However, that still doesn't fully explain how we go from this to this. There's still a degree of disconnect. Well, it wasn't a solo effort. To understand the final stage of Notch's rabbit hole of conspiratorial behavior, you have to understand the conspiracies behind it and how they took their grasp on corners of the internet.
Okay,
the
we're
American
going
political
deep.
world
Okay.
was certainly being shaken.
All right, I fucking love the right opinion. I love the right opinion style of doing things. Because to be fair, there are no doubt tons of conservatives. What? Oh, I need more gearboxes to connect these. There's like a limit, so I need to like chain gearboxes up. Okay, I'm going to make this into a tower as well. So there's like a proper... I'm probably going to turn this spot into a windmill, like on the beach, and make like a proper house over there on the hill or something later on. But yeah, that's super cool.
Taken up in 2016, and it's not hard to understand.
But as I was saying, I really love how like the right opinion does these videos where it's like delving deeper and deeper into the topic. It's like boiling the frog, because a fair amount of people who end up watching these videos are probably going to end up being at least marginally right-leaning, and that's going to mean they're going to be highly critical of basically anything in any YouTube video they watch that sounds woke. And, you know, that could literally just be, you know, critical of someone right-wing or someone who's been canceled for being right-wing. Like, oh, what are you woke? What are you on the cancel squad? Like, you have to be super careful to sort of, like, boil the frog. Because if you say certain trigger words these people have, they just turn their brain off and stop listening and leave a hate comment. I really like the way that the right opinion goes about doing this. I feel like it does the perfect amount of just easing you in. Just easing you in. Nice and easy. Is that my dog? Wild one? Oh, we got another wild one. Let's go! 2 more dogs. Okay, this has been a really successful trip already. This is the most dogs we've gotten on a single trip. We've barely left the house.
Understand why. Many people have made the valid observation there was a huge gulf between those in government, the media, large corporations, and practically everyone else. Many Americans saw their lives going nowhere and they wanted something that could give them a purpose. I already spoke about the connection between hating the establishment and loving someone like Trump, but the forum of QAnon took that idea one step further and provided this elaborate explanation for everything occurring, rooted in this idea that Donald Trump was the person to overhaul the broken system as we know it and bring the power-abusing elite to justice. It took off because it targeted a certain demographic of Americans who felt taken for granted by those in charge. It provided an explanation that played into that moral black and white sort of thinking, presented people with a clear villain, a hero, and a purpose to actually support. Person wasn't like...
This is so good. This is just... He's just explaining the alt-right rabbit hole. That's literally what he's doing. Like, he's explaining it without saying that, obviously, but he's literally explaining the alt-right rabbit hole. That's what he's explaining right now. How it radicalizes people. He's not saying the keyword, but it's there. This is a really good video.
Like many people part of this movement, though. Firstly, he wasn't American. He spent a fair amount of time there, but if everything did go to the dogs, he could easily just go back to his cushy residence in Stockholm. Person also wasn't someone who was disenfranchised at that point. He lived a life of relative privilege. Of course, it was roots from his own product, but it wasn't like he had anything to resent about his current lifestyle at its core. At some points in conversation, he had mentioned the financial aspects of American politics, which may lead some people to thinking he had ulterior motives. However, he didn't have any business interest in grifting because he'd sold sold them all, and these opinions probably cost him a lot more in actual opportunities. Even many of those on the right avoided the realms of QAnon because of how it was based mostly in speculation. For many people, such a site was the most unattractive set of ideas to subscribe to. There's little doubt that Notch's tweets were not designed to reap the wallets of those agreed with him. So what was it? First, let's talk about the sense of purpose that appealed to someone like Notch, who had clearly been understimulated for too long by the world around him. We already knew that he had sympathies towards Trump in light of the position he occupied in much of the media and the culture war that was occurring online. QAnon elevated this idea of a culture war to fantastical levels and made everyone who was a part of it feel like a soldier for a cause that underscored the fabric of society. To many outsiders, it seemed so dangerously far-fetched. That's what made it exciting in the eyes.
This is so fucking good. This is so fucking good. Dude, I hope the right opinion sees my reaction to this video, because he's gonna see the part where I'm like, I really hope he doesn't, like, just sort of, like, vaguely talk about the shit that Notch did, like a lot of other YouTubers did. I hope he actually goes into detail about it. I imagine he was just sitting there, like, eating popcorn, watch my video, like, he's got no idea. Watching as it, like, slowly sinks in. Oh, it's so good. Someone cooked here. Okay, why is this gearbox not working? Excuse me? What? Why? Why you do this? Flip it, Zan? Flip the gearbox? Okay. If you say so, chat. I trust all of you.
Of those who were actually there. It could easily be the plot to a dystopian video game where you're the resistance against a worldwide cannibalistic cabal. There are plenty of conspiracy theories online, but this one had a plot and a finale. One where everyone who stood with the people against the powers would be rewarded. Although it's just my perspective, I think Notch emotionally connected with that. We're already aware of how seriously he took these issues. There is one more aspect about a lot of these radical causes that often brings people together though, and that is the absence of judgment between many people involved in these movements. Notch clearly struggled to find community after selling his share in Mojang, particularly given that he was a paranoid person and didn't trust many in his own life, especially now that there could be superficial motives to befriending him. He seemed to genuinely believe that most of high society that he was part of was corrupt and self-serving, sometimes seeming to long for more organic connections. I think the problem with the real world is that when you become such a well-known figure, your reputation precedes you, and you don't get the chance to make first impressions because they've already been made through publicity and media.
True! I mean, he's a YouTuber, so he knows this, like, probably quite, well. You know, I imagine that the right opinion is very aware of this by experience, but, like, I can say from experience as well, like, your reputation... eventually, like, you don't know what the word "your reputation precedes you" means until your reputation precedes you. Then you start to oh, that's what that means. It means that more people know about people's impressions of me than they actually know of me. You know, like, people are more likely to have heard of what other people think of me before they're likely to ever meet me. And that's happened to me a lot.
Media. By existing in online, often anonymous spaces, Notch probably rediscovered a sense of community that transcended his existence outside of those real-world circles. Notch enjoyed the forums of 4chan because he believed that it was people at their most honest and unfiltered. But also a lot of what united people was just the fact that they could be themselves. QAnon was more than that though. As a cause, it provided an unquestioning community for all those who united under its banner.
It was
a real
religion,
us versus them. Something where who you were came secondary to everything else, and to hell to those who doubted you. For a lot of people, this becomes a very damaging cycle though, because the more divisive a conspiracy theory, the more it might actually affect personal interactions. A lot of people believed if you followed QAnon, then you were just too delusional to even have a conversation with, so you could be distanced from people completely and left with like-minded people who may not be the most beneficial to your well-being. The other problem is that QAnon possess what I would call explicable dissonance, a concept common to a lot of conspiracy theories that provides an explanation for why outsiders may expound otherwise logical refutations of the core doctrine in question. These sorts of dismissals assign ignorance, brainwashing, and the very common idea that all will be revealed soon to discredit critiques of QAnon's proposed dogma. People have turned their nose up at it, but it's a powerful logical bind, albeit fallacious. QAnon did appeal to many disenfranchised people, but it also appealed to individuals who were starved of some form of purpose in life or community, things that every person really needs to feel emotionally fulfilled. A lot of old Q's predictions ended up not occurring, and at any point these could be signaled to bring the credibility of such a figure into question.
To be fair, Trump is now being indicted, and I believe it'll be on Tuesday Trump is supposed to be getting picked up. I think it's Tuesday, right? Like, whew. Like, for his arraignment, I think. So, it's today? No, it's Tuesday. Yeah, it's tomorrow. Okay, yeah. Like, dude, that might be when the right-wingers decide the storm has come, right? Like, that might be when shit just goes down hard. That's kind of scary. The fuck the dog doing?
But the truth was, the cause was greater than even the verity of any individual claim. Ideology came before anything else, even sometimes the lives and well-being of those who were actually part of the movement. Some would rather be a martyr for the cause. These communities also became very insular. When you surround yourself with people who only see things one way, you're very susceptible to succumbing to those perspectives, even if otherwise, in a normal environment, you would dismiss them. Although Notch did not express his support for the movement until 2019, the fact that he was promoting Pizzagate theories barely a few months before QAnon was founded shows the sort of places that he was frequenting. But I think more indicative was how he went about it. In his tweets, Person didn't seem to have a clear thought process behind exactly why these things were legit. He regularly appeared to contradict himself and seemed panicked and confused, even manic to a degree. Notch always saw himself as...
Well, yeah, the reason for that is that conservatism, or I should say like fascism generally, is not coherent. It does prey heavily on the mentally ill, that is quite true, but at the same time, I'm not saying that Notch is mentally ill here. Well, he may be, but like I'm saying that the beliefs that fascists hold are so insane that when said without a filter, it doesn't take long to listen to it before you realize it sounds like schizophrenic ramblings. None of it makes any sense. It does.
As a man of the people, a guy who was fighting against the establishment, and in a way QAnon presented itself as that too. That was the entry point. But once you're in, you're introduced to a lot of new ideas that build onto each other, and eventually you're hooked on something greater than that, and you're in a bubble where you won't even listen to anything else outside of it. It's a chain reaction to what those flurry of tweets could easily be the result of, and in many cases was honestly one of the milder results. The moral gravitas placed onto QAnon theories makes that fantasy very, very real for some people, and it has led to tragedy in multiple instances, with a subreddit even dedicated to people whose friends and family members have been drawn in by those beliefs.
Yeah, the QAnon, like, family subreddits have been very, very, like, depressing to read. Very depressing. However, we do now have this windmill, like, making our millstone go automatically, so we're now automatically processing the hemp down, so that's awesome.
Many accounts describing them as previously perfectly reasonable individuals. What many saw as a public outburst in Notch's tweets was something that had long been building up behind the scenes, a product of understimulation, wealth-induced paranoia, and existential emptiness, and ironically the desire to be on the right side of history. But what will history say about him now?
Probably nothing good. He's gonna be forgotten, honestly. By most, I think he'll just be forgotten.
At the start of the video, I invoke J.K. Rowling when talking about people who have become controversial through their social media presence. However, the one thing I would say about J.K. Rowling is that she does have conviction with her beliefs, even if I believe they're wrong. For someone like Notch, I feel there's a more relevant and recent example.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
This is Kanye West.
This video is so fucking good, dude. This video is so fucking good. This video is so fucking good. The right opinion's literally on the money. Right on the fucking money. This video is fantastic.
A rapper and producer whose music has been widely acclaimed for nearly 2 decades. His outspoken nature on political issues garnered him a reputation, for sure, but one that still commanded a level of respect for its independence. However, that good faith offered to him has ultimately been put under great strain in the wake of a plethora of anti-Semitic comments that do not even seek to disguise the dangerous connotations.
You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also.
Similarly with Notch, it was hard to work out exactly what motivated Ye's sudden spiral into such unabashed backing of extreme beliefs, to the point where some even question whether it was an intentional move to tank his career. Although I wouldn't go that far, I would say that a life where you have an abundance of resources but a lack of healthy relationships can cause one to lash out in a way that antagonizes those around you. There are many ways of doing this, but turning to extreme beliefs is definitely one of them. It's an appeal to make yourself as ugly as possible, challenge people to disown you, turn public opinion against you, to change that.
Well, specifically with Kanye, he was of the belief that, like, if he gets banned, or if he gets blacklisted in any way for the anti-Semitic shit he's saying, that is actually a verification that the things that he believes are actually true. Like, he sees it as, like, validation. Most of these people do. It's very bizarre.
Superficiality. Both Kanye and...
Dude, 21 Jump Street made Kanye love the Jews again. Jonah Hill's performance. To be fair, 21 Jump Street is really good, and I'm so excited for Kanye West to become a Zionist after he sees 22 Jump Street. Because when he hears, "My name is Jeff," he's gonna lose his fucking shit, bro. He's gonna lose his fucking mind when he hears that line.
Not subscribe to beliefs that advocated this idea that some elite class were fundamentally working against the interests of the people. And as individuals who believe they were on the side of the underdog, what might seem like public meltdowns to others seem like acts of personal and
Can you imagine if we wake up tomorrow and the first thing we see on Twitter is Kanye West tweeting, "My name Jeff"? What would you do if that's what you saw when you woke up tomorrow and checked Twitter? Kanye saying, "My name Jeff." And he's learned Hebrew.
Public resistance to them. It's a dangerous technique though, because you could easily just convert people to extreme beliefs, but sometimes people don't think about that, especially when they feel like everything's already been said and done. You feel like there's nothing else worthwhile left. We spoke about legacy, how one wishes to be remembered after they're gone. It's a complicated conversation because as much as the thought of being revered by some around you may be alluring, you don't really have the privilege of living that legacy. If you live your life for a legacy, then you're not really doing it on your own terms. For an artist, sometimes it's about pursuing a personal vision first, even if those around you don't necessarily approve. Notch's story isn't like that of many artists though. He's one of the few people who has actually seen his legacy play out while he was still alive. Even public figures who have been embroiled in far more serious controversies seem to have some control over the direction of their image. Yet to many, the conclusion for someone like Marcus Persson had already been written when he moved on from Minecraft. I'd argue there are many who still probably have their thoughts dictated on the guy more from their opinion of his most famous video game above anything else, despite the fact that he hasn't worked on it for a decade. I think Notch was quietly aware of this. When being asked about his legacy, he seemed to show disregard for the idea. And although I'm not entirely sure I buy his dismissive attitude, we'll get to that in a bit, I think he had to emotionally disconnect from it to an extent, or else he would have been a relic in his own mind. There was no way to properly follow up a game like Minecraft, a game so built on grassroots appeal.
Yeah, at a certain point I feel like maybe his hatred of Minecraft, his seemingly not caring about it, is a protective mechanism for him to feel like his glory days aren't over, you know? Like, he doesn't really miss it. He doesn't really care about it, but he does.
By the time that Notch acquired wealth and fame, he could never naturally replicate something so organic unless he created a whole new anonymous persona. Crafting a magnum opus of such a scale at such a young age with nothing else publicly notable under his belt, becoming a personality so intertwined with that work, when he walked away, it was a death of some sorts. The nature of what he did, essentially opting out of his career with such final effect, giving him no commitment to anything and a massive paycheck that allowed him to switch his life to sandbox mode. If life was a video game, then Notch reached the end credits before he even turned 40.
His life is like a video game, trying hard to beat the stage.
But the thing about the sandbox is that it does grow tiresome. Having everything at the tip of your fingers can often do more harm than good, particularly when you're not a person who ever really had a strong connection to the reward of the process. Notch wanted to fulfill this idea of being a rich person, the next stage of his life. The way he spoke about it sometimes made it seem like its own occupation. But the truth is that it's not a job, and the only perceptible upsides of becoming a socialite was the public attention, something that Persson was vocal about not necessarily enjoying. He wanted to be a part of something, but not the center of it. In the end, his prosperity merely made him even more distant and bitter than his work already left him, occasionally externalizing that angst online. And in spite of some people offering their support or assistance, Big Snoop even offering a trip to the doggy den, eventually the new lifestyle wore out its welcome. Notch was an individual who cared about that community and that vision, but by the time the next cause to commit to came around, all he had was a fuck ton of cash and some social media presence. That sandbox began to transform into a straitjacket. A naturally paranoid and unsettled person, he seemed to find new purpose in being outspoken and politically inclined, but gradually it grew into a set of beliefs much more antithetical to the world he had previously created. Who knows how long it was ultimately brewing. His tweets were a momentous climax in their own regard, but almost as soon as he expounded the theories that drew the greatest response, he dropped them, never really addressing it, just kind of moving on.
But it destroyed him so badly in terms of his reputation, you know? Also, we've basically got infinite food now. Like, I can turn every single wheat into a flour, and that makes a bread, so, like, we're good. And then I can can it, and the can's stacked to 64, so we're set.
As is with the idea with sacrificing your own public image, maybe Notch got what he wanted, the detachment from the fear that his relationships were transactional. The ones who'll stick around in that scenario are the ones who genuinely care about your well-being. Unlike Kanye, he didn't seem to make any new friends from his outburst, nor did he end up on the Alex Jones show, but it still wasn't without its bruising. Ultimately, it's not really rid him of the title of the creator of Minecraft, just the title of the creator of Minecraft who then became a conspiracy theorist and racist, and a fair few other ifs. Although I'm sure he sleeps okay on whatever mattress a couple billion can allow you to afford, there's still a lingering sadness that the outcome of years of hard work was a name that many would rather forget, but still struggle to, and the bittersweet connotations that come with the mention
depressing.
of it. He became a man both known for his best and worst moments, and neither seemed to cancel each other out in people's minds. So, what now?
I'm curious about his take here. There's really not much to it. It's
I said
over.
Notch's Twitter has been pretty inoffensive over the past couple years, which is largely true, but recently the original composer for the Minecraft soundtrack, C418, decided to put out a tweet expressing support for BLM and trans people, in light
Alright. Let him cook.
of a perceived rise in hate speech. Notch, in return, decided to sarcastically reply, "There we go, that should fix it." Not actively opposing the statement, but more snidely highlighting the futility of such a sentiment. And maybe he's not wrong, maybe a tweet won't largely make a difference, but you'd think that the creator of Minecraft would be the first person to understand that great oaks can grow from small acorns, and even if only one person's life is changed for the better from it, it's still better than no change at all. Unfortunately though, I think it reflects the rather nihilistic worldview that Notch has adopted in the past few years, one that didn't seem present before. I probably understand more than most that it's easy to catch yourself in that train of thought, but for a man who's always seemed concerned about how to change people's lives for the better, he doesn't seem to know what's best for himself. If he did, I doubt we'd be here discussing it today. Notch's behavior post-Minecraft has definitely promoted a strange relationship for many people with the game. When bringing his name up in conversation to those passionate about the game, there's not a sense of great anger, but more just frustration and disappointment. Like with other celebrities, it's caused people to look back at creative decisions and question whether the signs were always...
It's like looking back, it's like having a racist uncle or something that, like, you really want to you know, be chill with, and you really want to like him, and you really want to not have any problems with him, but, like, man, he's real racist, isn't he? You know what I mean? It's like, you remember being a little kid and having a lot of really good memories, but, like, yeah. Like, it's difficult. It's pretty difficult to expect that to change and to be able to get past that. Wait, will this work? Molding. Okay, then the molding might make corners. Corners, let's go! That's what we needed. This is what we needed! Let's go!
Is there, whether they can truly enjoy a game anymore in the context of what he said. What if they're just supporting a game with dangerous stereotypes and connotations themselves? It's hard to deal with the implications of speech, and you can't blame people for feeling conflicted about a game that they may have previously held very close to them throughout most of their life. As he sold his shares, possessing or buying
I'm not gonna
Minecraft...
quit. Like, unless Hytale is, like, just disgustingly better than Minecraft. Like, literally has everything Minecraft has, and then everything, like, if it gives me no reason to ever return to Minecraft, that would be amazing. I don't know if that'll happen. I feel like there's still a good chance that, like, I would still want to go back to Minecraft just for the sake of nostalgia at least, but, like, I don't plan to stop playing Minecraft unless, like, another game comes along that's so much better I have no desire to play Minecraft anymore. But that's different than, like, embargoing the game or whatever. Okay, so now I'm going to break this. And what should happen here, bear with me, chat, if I place this, and then I put this in here, the flower should go into this hopper. If it's anything like modern Minecraft hoppers, they should go in here. It did not, did it? No, it didn't. Why it do? Why it do that? Why is it doing that? Why is it doing this? Why? Why? But why? But why?
Doesn't really help him directly, but even if they removed his credits, it'll always be his framework, and it's understandable if that makes people feel a bit ambivalent. What happened to that guy that so many knew and loved? I don't think the Marcus person that people thought they knew ever disappeared, nor do I think that he was an inherently hateful person, but I think over the years he definitely became a more challenging and troubled figure. He was never equipped to be a big-time figurehead. He yearned for close interpersonal bonds, the simple pleasures of a creative's life, and he thought that cashing out his shares would allow him to get back to some form of normalcy. But to put it as concisely as possible, his position opened up a lot of old wounds and vulnerabilities that led him down a very dangerous path, and only seemed to halt when he revealed how far he was down there. It traded one form of status for another, possibly worse form of status. He could have settled down to a long life of video game panels, TED Talks, and meet and greets, become a visiting professor at a state university, or just gradually work on maintaining strong social bonds that would keep him from losing his mind. Instead, his handprints on a game have mostly been erased, his mention provokes uncertain groans, and some people would rather credit a fictional figure for the creation of one of the most universal experiences in recent history. He always...
I think the rain broke my windmill? What? It broke the gearbox. It wasn't lightning that would have done that. I think it's like the rain makes the thing go too fast. Wind too strong. The wind's too strong? Bro, I can't win. Dog, I can't win. I actually can't win.
They seem to accept this, but over the years has continued to name drop his magnum opus in many tweets, still reflecting on that era of his life, maybe only beginning to appreciate some of it properly now. It feels like he's still not over it. Whether all his previous actions were attempts to move past it is something only he knows, but when so much of your life is still tied to one game and its legacy, it's hard to create a new one. I think back to one quote I read in his blog post that if he ever accidentally ends up creating anything that might garner attention, he'll just scrap it immediately. Notch never seemed to find a position in life where he was truly comfortable. I think it came down to three things: resources, time, and purpose. When he started his work, he had time and purpose, but a lack of resources. As the game took off, he had resources and purpose, but no time. And after he sold his shares, he had resources and time, but no purpose. And his fear of ever gracing the spotlight again has often left him in that limbo. In the time that he was in the public spotlight, it was hard to pinpoint a moment where Notch was ever comfortable with his life, and that eternal restlessness is something that can really corrupt the mind. I think it put him in a spot where he consigned himself to a stasis that he didn't want to live with. He loved programming but didn't enjoy the human aspects of success, but didn't want to be defined by one thing, but didn't know how to escape that definition. His love of community and his...
So anytime it rains, the windmill will break. For some reason. So the water wheel is what we have to make, which requires slime. Go to the Aether.
Desire to please people was replaced with this distrust and resentment towards all those around him, and eventually manifested in more and more destructive ways, leaving me to wonder if he could really rebuild his public image after it all. One of Notch's resolutions this year was to create a new game, him making wry commentary on his own commitment to do that. It still doesn't feel like he entirely knows what he wants. Minecraft was one of the most stressful eras of his life. It's understandable he doesn't want to relive that, but sometimes you wonder if he still craves a bit of the taste. He's at a different stage of his life now, and so is Minecraft, to the point where you wonder if they even recognize each other. People draw parallels still and wonder how the two grew so far apart. However, amongst the politics, the business interests, the billions of dollars, the social media meltdowns, the far-right conspiracy theories, they still came from the same place. That was existent before any individual or business could dip their fingers in the pie, and although a person's evolving ideas can retroactively...
He's just always kind of been a little weird, huh? That is a good... I mean... I really think what it is at the end of the day is just the fact that the right specific... These conspiracies in general, not even just the right, but conspiracies overall, whether it be anti-vax shit, flat earth, all this stuff, is literally just trying to offer community to people desperate for it. People desperate for community. That's really what it is at the end of the day. And Notch was someone desperate for community. He had a nice little chill community when he first made Minecraft, and the game was small and it was super chill. But then it just kind of blew up and got way out of hand for him. And now his entire social media presence was getting bitched at by fans asking him to improve the game. And it's like, I miss the chill little community that Minecraft had when I first made the game. Why like, I need something like that again. He may not have even been thinking that, but, you know, subconsciously that's what he was thinking, and what he needed. And he found that community, he found that purpose in spouting far-right talking points online. I think it's really that simple.
Impact their art. The truth is that the place that Minecraft came from could never be represented by any tweet, and the game will always transcend whatever people put on social media accounts. We talk about art, but Minecraft isn't just a painting, it's the whole damn gallery, and so many people will create such great work on that canvas for years, decades, and maybe even centuries to come. So when Microsoft says that Notch doesn't really represent Minecraft's values, I don't think they're entirely wrong, but it was still a part of him. Minecraft is greater than any single person, even Notch himself, but maybe Notch needs to be greater than Minecraft. As most avid Minecraft players will probably know, upon completion of Minecraft Survival Mode, you reach the end credits of the game, accompanied by a verse composition known as the end poem. It lasts just shy of 9 minutes and takes the structure of a conversation between two beings that present themselves as all that isn't the player, essentially the universe. It analyzes many themes that Minecraft represents, but appears to conclude that the player themselves is the answer to all the questions that they may have.
I really, really like hearing people's interpretations of the Minecraft credits. I really love hearing people's interpretations of the Minecraft credits, because the Minecraft credits are one of the most fucking weird and mysterious aspects of Minecraft, and I always hoped that aspect of it was going to be expanded at some point, but it never was.
You control your own destiny. You control your own fates. At the end of 2022, the author of the poem wrote a post on the blogging site Substack, explaining that he had made the decision to place the poem in the public domain as he had not contractually handed over his rights to Microsoft or Mojang. However, it's the reason behind this and the story that inspired it that is far more interesting. As Goff explained, he was hired in 2012 by Person to work on the final text, and quickly struck up a camaraderie with our Minecraft lead. However, when involving Carl Manet, the business's CEO, things quickly turned sour as they attempted to enter business negotiations. In the end, all Goff saw from his contributions was a single $20,000 check. The contract itself was a pretty standard but stringent handover of all exclusive rights to Mojang, including an NDA which would have obviously prevented Goff from even mentioning this agreement at all. However, that wasn't the kicker. No, that came in 2014, when Goff received an email from Carl following up on the agreement and requesting the signature once more. Goff explains that Manet had framed this as housekeeping, when in reality research showed this was just around the time the shareholders were looking to cash out, and were merely tying up some loose ends. With the buyout estimated to be $2.5 billion, Goff felt a bit deceived and shortchanged, especially with how he had been treated up to that point. He felt disrespected by people he considered friends, and although he ultimately didn't sign the contract, it still offended him. In spite of this and the heated exchange that followed, he didn't seek legal counsel. He didn't formally request his poem be removed from the game despite the furore it could have caused. He merely let it be. He ultimately did nothing and gained nothing from it. And at first he felt bitter and resentful, but since states he has found peace. As a matter of fact, he argues that it was an important learning curve, and although he could have pursued it a bit more aggressively and ended up financially better off, he seems thankful he wasn't, as he probably learned more from losing out. However, he can't properly move on until he addresses the outstanding issues surrounding the copyright. Not wishing to grant Microsoft the exclusive rights, but also not wishing to remove it from the game. He ultimately relinquishes it to the public domain, and tells people to do whatever the hell they want with it. He was giving his work back to the world, and drawing a line under it. Originally, I wrote a paragraph here explaining why I included this anecdote, but I think I'm going to let it speak for itself. All I'll say is that, as written at the end, you are the answer to your own questions. It's never too late to add some chapters to your story and give people a more satisfying conclusion. You just need to turn the page. Maybe Notch needs to be greater than Minecraft.
This was such a good video.
Yep,
God
so
damn.
there we have it. That's the video. Hard one to end, honestly. It's really hard to think of a way to wrap it up, but hopefully I have given you some food for thought at least, and
This was
maybe
so
something
good.
to provoke discussion. I'd really like to thank my editors. They've once again done
4-hour-long segments now. Yeah, this is a 4-hour-long, 3 hour and 45-minute segment, Cherry. I'm really sorry. We've still got a lot more stuff to cover today, though. Don't you guys worry. I'll be streaming for a little while longer. Hey, Apillo. This was amazing. This was fucking amazing. The best Minecraft video essay I've ever seen. And also one of the best political video essays I've ever seen. That was amazing. That was fantastic. God damn. I gotta message him and be like, hey man, fantastic video. I hope he sees this. There's a link down below to this video. It'll be the pinned comment down in the comment section. Please consider commenting, and please go over to the original video and drop some support, please. And definitely go subscribe, ring the bell icon on his channel, and comment that I sent you. This was a very good video, and it deserves to get a lot of interaction and a lot of views and a lot of comments and all that good stuff. So go over there and send support. This was a fantastic video, and I could not be happier with it. I did not expect it to be this based, but this was great. Whew, that was a long segment, guys. God damn. We're going to be getting right back into another segment in a minute, right after I read this dono. Coke77, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $5. I really appreciate... I'm stoned. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. Didn't even say anything, but I do appreciate it. Let me update the dono goal really fast. And, oh, I didn't mean to close that. That was an accident. 175. There we go. And there we go. Damn. All right. Pog. I'm looping. All right. Really quick before we get into another segment, chat. Do you guys know what's about to happen? Who knows what's about to happen? We gotta make this dramatic. Heaven and hell, right next to each other. All I'm bringing is the portal gun, my canned food, and frankly, I'm not even bringing the bucket. I won't even bring the bucket. And since I spawned here, the portal should be literally right at the spawn point. The Aether is a complete start over. And the portal gun? Yeah, I got a portal gun. It's great. The portals are unique to the dimensions, so we'll be able to use the portal gun within the Aether to get back to the exit whenever we need to. Have I played Portal? I have not. You gotta react to videos in the Aether. It will be algorithm gold. Yes, I will. What? Wow. It's sunset here right now. Besides that, it's just how I remember it as a kid. Whoa. There's a appetite, I think it's called, up there. Wait, that's one of those Valkyrie places. There's Valkyries in there I have to fight. Holy shit, that's a whole ass dungeon I gotta do. We're in the Aether. This basically means we have to make a fresh start, but it's not entirely a fresh start, chat. Because believe it or not, I have a plan. I have a plan. But ideally, I won't have to use foreign wood to accomplish it. I'm going to do this not reacting to a video because I don't want to have to interrupt the video while I'm doing this. But I'm going to make it very quick. You guys are going to like this, okay? If I make a skyroot axe, it gives me 2 of any world-generated block that I break. In this case, wood with the axe. So I can double my wood yield with the skyroot axe. All the different tools, the different types of tools in the Aether mod have a different special effect. The wood gives you 2 of everything. So if you want to get a lot of stone, you would mine with a stone pick to get 2 of everything you break, even though it's slower. Yeah. You can't dupe. You can't dupe. It's only items that... this is a cloud parachute that keeps you from dying if you fall. And this is a book of lore, which will help guide me, but I don't think I need it. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do, chat. This is going to look really confusing to you guys. But I promise you it'll all make sense in due time. Notice that we're kind of in a bad spot right now, but I'm not really worried about that, and you're about to find out why. Okay, make some sticks. Okay, that'll do. Make some more sticks. Watch this, chat. This is about to be goated as fuck. You're going to be so impressed when you see what's about to happen, okay? You're going to lose your minds when you see what I'm doing. Y'all don't even know. Okay, no, I need 2 more. I need 2 more. Come on. Okay. We're so close, chat. You guys are going to love this. This is going to be our way of solving our Aether traversal issue. Okay, let me go back through the portal really quick. I got to craft something. I thought Aether was supposed to be endgame for this pack. There's no endgame, really. Like, it's like you can go there as soon as you've got the materials to. But, like, to complete everything, you have to do... It's a whole process. You'll see why I'm doing this in a bit. Like, once we've completed this, we're gonna do the Aether for a while, okay? It's gonna help us. Yeah. I think you guys know what I'm doing. I think you guys should be able to tell exactly what I'm doing. Are you starting to figure it out, chat? Don't care, bitch. Guess where I'm going? Heaven. And you're not sending me there. That's right. Whoa! God damn it. I love falling off of stuff in Minecraft. That's why I do it so much. I do it all the time, because it's my favorite. Okay. 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 I am not a good builder, chat, so give me a break if this turns out looking like shit, okay? I feel like it's going to turn out okay, though, actually. I honestly think this is looking pretty okay, although I will disconnect those, because that's a little cringe looking. Can I get over to that? Yeah, I'm about to invent aviation. Oh, wait, no, those need to be there. Fuck. That's what looks cringe. Okay, no, it's fine. Okay, we're doing good. That can go from there. Okay. And then we go over here. Okay. Down. That looks fine, right? Yeah, it's good. Take that one away. Cool. Go over here. Wait, come on. Don't die, Zan, for the world will be disappointed in you. Don't worry, I'm not gonna die here. I'm just... Oh, the sun's coming up. Yay! Oh, no, it stopped raining. That's what it was, because it was raining in the overworld. It made everything in the Aether all hazy. Ah. So now we're in the nice, bright, sunny Aether that you probably know and love. Wow. You know what's impressive? There's no glitches with the, from what I can tell, there's no glitches with the mods that are making, like, Mo Creeps and Weirdos or, what the fuck is that? Or Mo Creatures mob spawn here. Like, everything that's spawning here, from what I can tell, is supposed to be here. Whoa. So that's good to see. There's a lot of mobs, though. They spawn frequently in old Minecraft. I love that. Heaven, sun. It stays in the middle of the sky all the time. It never moves. It's just there. There's no nighttime in the Aether. It's always daytime here. But it does get all hazy when it rains in the overworld. For some reason. They probably patched that. There's flying pigs in Minecraft. If you mod it, there are. Okay, let's finish patching up this thing and get it ready for flight. I don't fully remember what the controls are, but I think I can figure it out quickly enough. Pioneers used to ride these babies for miles. Okay. Chat. I believe it's time for takeoff. Okay, let me see if I can remember the controls. I can move around freely in this thing. I believe the controls are like... Yo. There we are, and this is stop. Okay, and I can zoom out. Cool. Yo. And we can go fast, too, if we need to. Yo. This is what the Aether mod needs. This is it, chat. This is how we get around. I forget how to ascend. I know there's an ascend button. I just forget what it is. It's probably like the plus. Yeah, plus is ascend. Nice. Let's get some air. Nice. Over here seems like a good spot to dock. Beep. Oh, that's not good. We'll have to cut this thing out before we try to take off next time. As a matter of fact, it might be a good time to do it now. Just in case we have to make an emergency exit. So it kind of merges itself with whatever blocks are closest, and it'll try to take... Ooh. It'll try to take this along with it if anything happens. So yeah, there it is, chat. It's not perfect. We can always make something better. Like, we can always make something better, but for now, this is our Aether Traversal tool. Wait! The portal's down there, right? We didn't get too far from the portal, did we? There it is. Okay. Hold on. Steady. Yeah! Ooh, that's dangerous, but it works. Actually, hold on. I should do it right. Whew. Fuck. Okay, sideways. Sideways is the way. Whew. Okay. Alright, here's a better way to do this. There we go. No floating wool. Cool. Alright. This is why we brought the portal gun. Now we don't have to worry about, you know, getting lost in this dimension. Bro? I think he's headed down to the overworld now. I think he's just gonna float down to my house. He might actually. But, yeah, here we go. Awesome. This is actually a nice tract of you know, land here. Whoa. Yo, chat, should we build here? We got some of these guys shooting puffballs at us. This looks like a good place to build, like, with overlooking this area, with that, like, mountain here. Whoa, yeah, we could definitely... And that's the final boss... That's the final boss island, chat. Guess what I'm gonna do? Normally, I wouldn't be able to do this because I wouldn't be able to get up there, but I have the airship. I want to build on top of that island because the boss is inside of that dome, of that sphere. I want to build on top of the sphere inside of the golden trees. Although I see they're decaying a bit. I hope they don't fully decay away. I wonder why they're doing that. Those golden trees are super rare, and I kind of want to build like a little house on top of that inside of the little golden tree forest. We got to collect materials for it first. But these are just, these are Zephyrs, I believe they're called. They're just shooting snowballs at me. They're pretty harmless, but if they hit me, then they'll send me, like, shifting over a little bit to the side. So if I was, like, nerd pulling over an abyss, then they could shoot me off. That's what they're meant to do. Oh, yep, I just got hit by one. There you go. That's what it's like when you get hit. These are air clouds, which could actually come in real handy because we don't have... Because, like, fall damage is so brutal in this version. These air clouds basically completely reduce fall damage. So, like, if I jump... Yikes. Okay. So you can see they really make you sink in there. And it's hard to even place another block on them because they're so finicky. Ooh, that was dangerous. Fuck. Okay, we're getting shot at, but I'm trying to display the effects of this block because they're really, really handy. I should just use wool. Oh, Christ almighty. Oh my god, okay, these guys are fucking me up. Hold on, let's jump from here. Oh, I almost got hit. Alright, now watch. You just kind of sink into it. You take no fall damage, so it's a literally perfect fall damage stopper. That's some crazy knockback. Yeah, that's what they do. They're just annoying. But once you get a house built, they kind of fuck off. So that's nice. Alright, what was I... Oh, yeah. So, chat. Do you know what I was going to cover yesterday that I never got to cover because we ran out of time? I didn't get to cover the Abigail Thorne dysphoria discourse. She uploaded a video about how dysphoria isn't real. And I wanted to dunk on it because it seems like it's a pretty cringe video from what I can tell. But I didn't get time. So I think now is the time. Not dunk on it, but react to it and see what the takes are. Woo. Okay, let's get some of this cool golden wood. It's super rare, but it grows a lot on that island out there. I really like how it looks. Oh, it doesn't what? You can't harvest it? Oh, you can't harvest it. That is so cringe. It doesn't count as wood, maybe. What if I break it with my fist? Huh. Can you ever collect this wood, or is it, like, forever an unobtainable wood? It's fucking unobtainium. This is unfortunate. It's not on her YouTube channels. Didn't she upload a video about this? Am I tripping balls right now? Am I tripping? Am I high? I know I'm high, but am I like really high? Like way more high than I think I am? It was a tweet. I know she made a tweet, but did she not make a video about it? I swear she made a video about it. I swear. Huh. Okay, I was mistaken then. I was assuming there was a video about it that we could watch. I was... Where'd this come from? What the fuck? What drops glowstone blocks? I'm so amused by everything in the Aether. I haven't been here in so long. There's an air whale. The Zephyrs, maybe? Do you think the Zephyrs dropped them? Maybe it was a oh, she Patreoned her video. It's a Patreon video. Okay. Well, in that case, we can't watch it. Damn. Damn. Hey, Parallax. Damn, did I just punch that thing to death? Am I that powerful? Oh, a yellow slime. This thing could literally kill me, but if it doesn't kill me, it drops some cool stuff. Watch what happens when it gets me, though. Yeah, it's, not great. Did it die? Did that kill it? I think that killed it. Bro, that killed it. Okay, well, let's start digging down to start mining because I want to gear up with the best gear that this dimension has. And, you know what I just realized? We have the fucking airship. We can literally use the airship as a platform for mining out, mining stuff out. Okay, here's the thing, though. In order for this to work the way we want it to, I have to get rid of the little balloon. I know it looks cute, but, I mean, I don't have to get rid of the balloon. I guess we can just kind of use it as a starting point. All right, let's get this going. Well, let's get lower. Let's get just down there. And then start decreasing elevation. I don't think there's any negative side to, like, crashing. It's just kind of embarrassing. Okay. All right. Easy does it. That right there is the best ore in the game. I need Zanite to mine it, but that right there is Gravitite. That's what I need. That's what I need a lot of right there. Holy shit. Yeah, this airship is going to be very helpful in the Aether. This airship is going to be so helpful in the Aether. Oh my god. Okay. There are Zephyrs about, and they are as cunty as ever. Let's make a pickaxe, because this is going to be scary in a second. Alright, this is about to be scary, chat. Okay, we might die here, might die here. Okay. Okay, I think we're good. I don't think we're going to get hit off. The issue is I can't mine that. So I have to build up like another layer of protection here. And then mine up some stone. Okay, now we just need a Zanite pickaxe and I can mine up the Gravitite. And we can go on a Gravitite mining spree. And get ourselves geared up before we go back to the overworld and resume. This is what I came to the Aether for Gravitite. We need the Gravitite for some things. For like the different they changed up the crafting recipes for certain things with the mod pack for really useful items that require Aether stuff now, and so we're acquiring Aether stuff. Let me organize my inventory. We have to make special torches here too. Buy the Patreon, donos will pay for it. Isn't that right? Isn't that right, chat? No, I can't restream it if I do that, though. That's the thing. If I pay for it, I can watch it myself, sure, but I can't, like, stream my reaction to it because it's a Patreon video that is behind a paywall. It would be, like, massively unethical. Is it copyright? I mean, yes. And also, like, she could take specific action, like, on her own. I just checked, it's on her YouTube. Wait, it's literally been on her YouTube this whole time? Is that true? It's literally on her YouTube? It's not, though? Alright, someone's lying to me here. I don't like it. Someone's lying. Someone's full of shit. It's the one about emailing her doctor. No, this would be really recent. Okay, so she hasn't made it. Okay. Okay, just checking. Okay. We're gonna get to more politics in a minute, though. I have stuff that we're gonna be covering. Don't you guys worry. I've got plenty of stuff to cover. I was just asking about the philosophy tube thing because I thought it happened. I was mistaken, guys. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of stuff happening in the political sphere. Sometimes things get muddied up. It happens. It's on me. How many segments did you make today? So far, not many, honestly. I definitely need to do quite a few more segments tonight, Cherry. The Right Opinion segment took a long time. I think that was either 2 or 3. But the rest of the segments I have for tonight aren't insanely long. Like, they're all, like, 15, 20 minutes each, so it won't be too crazy. I'll probably be live for just an hour or so more. Yes, finally! We need 3. We need 3. Yes! Finally! Yes! This is Zanite. It's spelled with a Z. This is, like, the Aether mod's equivalent of iron. And we're about to mine, with it, the Aether mod's equivalent of diamond. The diamond is on the lowest parts of the islands. This is it, Gravitite. And it has a special property I'm going to demonstrate to you guys. This is Zanite. It actually mines things faster the more damage it takes. Let me show you what Gravitite does. This makes it extremely easy to safely mine, as you can imagine. But if you break all the blocks above it, it will float infinitely into the sky. It has anti-gravity properties. Yoink. We got our first gravitite ore. Let's go. This stuff's very rare. It's pink, too. The best ore in this game is pink. Nice. 5 gravitite. That was a very good ore. Okay. Now that we've found some gravitite, we're going to make... not an incubator. That's not what I mean to make. What's the Aether Mods smeltery equivalent? Enchanter? Zanite. Okay, it's Zanite surrounding stone. Okay, this is it. Alright, cool. This is the Enchanter, which is this dimension's furnace. We put some Ambrosium in here. And I put some Ambrosium in there. And then we put the Gravitite in there. And it starts to cook. Takes a little bit, but it cooks. Nightmare Blunt rotation. Hold on, we're cooking up some gravitite. I want to make a gravitite pick and demonstrate what it can do to chat. What it can do to you, chat. Takes a minute to cook, too, because it's so valuable. We're going to get decked out in full gravitite and head back to the overworld and just be an absolute bouse. An absolute fucking bouse. Like a bouse, if you will. V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 gifted, or the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. That is a very kind $5 right there. Said, it is well known that Osama bin Laden was a fan of anime girls, so given that, do you think he had a waifu? Is that well known? And if so, if it is, then, I mean... probably. He probably did. He almost certainly did. Was it Asuka? Is it Asuka from Evangelion? I think that character's from Evangelion, right? Did I get it right? Yes. Okay, Pog. Thank you. I appreciate the $5. That's very kind of you. Yeah, I feel like that's probably on the money. Your pronunciation made me want to die. I've never heard the character's name pronounced in the show before. I've never seen what it's from. Or I've never seen Evangelion before. It was 3 months, actually. Oh, thank you, V-Raptor. I really appreciate that. Let me update your thing. So that was $12. Thank you. Nice. Okay, so let me update the dono goal really fast. I'm too stoned to do math. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, V-Raptor. That is so kind of you. You're based as fuck. Okay. So, Evangelion. Evangelion is how it's pronounced? Okay. If you say so. Gravitite pickaxe. Let me show you what this does. You want to see what else it can do? Well, that's dangerous. We can do that. To make this safer, we could, I mean, I can place this here and do that. And that'll make it way safer. Super handy. It's super cool. I like it a lot. Plus, if I'm really bored, I can just do this. Which is always fun. And it instantly lets you lower a layer of blocks. So, you can always see a little deeper. And down there is the bottom. So it is a pretty cool tool. It mines things quickly, and it is powerful. Thing is, the tools themselves aren't very useful outside of the Aether, so I need to make full Aether armor. Whose mom is moaning in the back? That's a Moa. That's a Moa just going, woo, woo, woo. I'm a Moa. Okay, let me grab these. We're gonna grab this up really fast. This is gonna need to come with me real quick. And let's board our craft and get the fuck out of here, because this place... Actually, no, we want to go lower. I want to go lower. Is this as low as I can go, or... Okay, we're getting there. Alright, there we go. This is low enough. This should be gravitite galore, chat. This down here should literally be gravitite galore. This is exactly where we need to be. Alright, we got some torches. Nice. Can already see some ore, but not gravitite just yet. For now, here's what I'm gonna do. For now, we're gonna head back to the overworld. And we're gonna start our and I'm gonna save the world so that we can do the final segments of the day. Because my final segments of today's stream can't be done while I'm playing the game. Well, that skeleton just made a big mistake. I mean, either you're gonna burn to death or the dogs are gonna get you, skeleton. This isn't gonna end well for you, brother. Well, that ended. That ended how it was gonna end for you, regardless. Okay. Let's finish up here for the day. Because I have too much of a skill issue to divulge my attention, or to, like, divert my attention in the way I have to pull this off. Regardless, though, no. I need to look at tweets to cover the other topics, so unfortunately, I cannot do it while playing Minecraft. All right. Oh, okay. Keep going, music. All right. No Twitter. I think Conyer made a really good tweet about this, explaining the entire thing, so I'll bring up Conyer's tweet. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, this is probably one of the most bizarre right-wing conspiracy theories I've ever seen, and as of today, I got to witness it be born. And it is really, really, really funny. So, all of this starts with something... Should I start by showing you the weird, surprising tweet that's gone viral? Or should I explain the backstory? I'll explain the backstory first, because it'll let you know, like, how stupid the conservatives are going into this, okay? So, Let's start by reading this couple of tweets from Conyer, quote tweeting Marjorie Taylor Greene. And we'll get into what Marjorie Taylor Greene was quote tweeting in a minute. People are rightfully worried about AI deepfakes, but you gotta remember, motherfuckers are also just incredibly stupid. Basically what happened was, a dumbass replied to this person named Zaza Smoka's retweet of an AOC post. They forget to untag Zaza Smoka. Zaza replies in the first person, thinking they were addressed directly. This confuses the dumbass, who now thinks AOC replied on an alt. Puts Zaza, small account, on blast, leading to unwanted attention. Zaza deactivates. So basically what happened was, this person named Real Nico House, who's an insane, like, black separatist type, replied to a quote tweet, basically like Zaza Smoka, this random guy whose literal @ is just weed smoker. This person's @ is literally @weed smoker, is what this means. You guys, this is @weed smoker, okay? @weed smoker quote tweeted AOC. This person replied, responding to them like they were AOC, because this person is literally tech illiterate and insane and didn't realize they were responding to this random person who quote tweeted AOC and not AOC herself. So this person replies, but you vote to send money to Nazis and to fund the Israeli apartheid, but hey, at least you stood up to a TikTok star, laughing crying emoji. Zaza Demon, Weed Demon, aka Weed Smoker, thinking that this reply was meant for them and not AOC, because why would it be meant for AOC when they were replying to Zaza Smoker, replies, lol, and what makes you think that I did anything to support Nazis? You're delusional, seek help. Now, the right believes that because this person replied like they are AOC, that this is AOC's alt account. And the extent to which the right believes that this person, Weed Smoker, Weed Demon, is now AOC's alt account is insane. For starters, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ian Miles Chong believe it, as well as Matt Walsh. Here's where it all started. What did Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez mean by this? Matt Walsh tweets this, I came to the conclusion years ago that the trans movement is the greatest evil our country faces. I only become more and more sure of this fact with each passing day, and more determined to oppose it until my last breath. Just your general genocide shit. And Zaza Smoker replies, you are a hateful little freak, and I can't wait until you piss off a trans person that actually is as unhinged as you claim to say they all are. Can't be a bigot if you're no longer breathing. Fucking base take from Zaza Demon, but not AOC. Just a random person. Just a random weed demon. And you've even got fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene saying, this you at AOC? Zaza Demon is your burner account? That is a disturbing name. Excited to see an unhinged trans murderer, a member of the conservative press, Matt Walsh? Yes, that is demonic, so the name fits. And the replies are, serious question? Lol, no. Wow, she should be removed immediately at Speaker McCarthy. So a lot of the replies to Marjorie Taylor Greene are lefties that are dunking on her, but a lot of them, oh, is stream dead? Oh, are we back? Okay, I think we're back. I think stream just died for a second. I think we had a brief lapse on YouTube's end. I'm pretty sure that was on YouTube's end. It should be back. Refresh. It should be back. It says successfully connected. Refresh. We should be back. Refresh. Refresh. Come on, guys. You got this. Are we back? We're back. Okay, cool. Refresh. Everyone refresh. Everyone refresh. It was on YouTube's end, not mine. My internet didn't fail. It was literally a chat disconnected and then a successfully reconnected thing on YouTube's end. That was YouTube's end fucking up for some reason. Anyway, what was I saying? I was making a point before before I got distracted. Yeah, like, a lot of the people that are replying to Marjorie Taylor Greene are lefties dunking on her, but if you look at Ian Miles Chung's replies, there are a lot of people that are believing it. If this is a churn and burn at AOC account, we now know Twitter can see if it's logged into the same device as her official account. Maybe at Elon Musk can weigh in. So, like, there's a good chance that Elon Musk says this is AOC's burner account fraudulently. Like, right now, they're literally just giving it to Elon Musk to say whether or not this is really AOC when it is clearly not. So Elon Musk, if he just wants to hurt the Democrats, can just outright lie and say it's AOC's burner. But I guess that could be a crime. Oh my god, I cannot believe that the Zaza Smoker, like, burner account is going to be a new right-wing conspiracy, and we've seen it born. We saw how it was created. It was from a literal psychotic, like, black separatist calling AOC a bigot, and then some random person replying to that, misinterpreting the messages sent to them. Yeah, Zaza Gate has begun. This is what we're calling it. It's Zaza Gate. If this actually starts Zaza Gate, if Zaza Gate ends up happening because the right ends up thinking this is really AOC's alt account, oh my god. No better way for the right to cause its own downfall. Jesus Christ. Like, it is really nice, though, to watch in real time and, like, see the like, beginning of a right-wing conspiracy, though, right? Because usually these right-wing conspiracies, they get so muddled in layers and layers and layers of, like, different people's input on the conspiracy, it's impossible to find the core of it, the little tiny grain of truth at the core of it, or where the lie started, right? And here, we got to see it. We got to see where the lie started, the very first conservative that decided to lie and turn and create a conspiracy theory. Of course, it was Ian Miles Chung. For those that don't know, considering this is the guy that's, I guess, starting this conspiracy, let's go ahead and look into Ian Miles Chung. I'm sure there's a good video that takes apart this guy, because he's a very, like, repugnant piece of shit, and a lot of people hate him. He's a swatter, for starters. There's a lot of videos that are just generally dunking on him. Holy shit, there's even a video by The Quartering dunking on Ian Miles Chung. Like, everybody hates him. Bo Black's video, Twitter versus Ian Miles Chung. New audio leaks confirm Ian Miles Chung swatted Andy Worski. Here's the tipster video about that, if you want to see the video about, like, what kind of person one of the most influential right-wing talking heads on Twitter is right now. Is he a pedo as well? I think he might be. Yeah, they flashbanged a dog because he swatted, yeah.
What is up, guys? Tipster here, and today I have a new...
He'll be mad if he ever hears this, but I don't think I've ever watched a tipster video before. So this is the first time I'm seeing a tipster video.
A video for you guys, and holy shit, do I have a lot of really crazy stuff to talk about with you guys today. Some of you guys may know I covered the Ian Miles Chung versus Andy Worski thing quite some time ago. If you guys want to get caught up to speed on that, I'll leave a link up in the cards to my previous
he was friends with
video
MOC
on
too.
the matter. But some really interesting stuff
Miles
came
Chung
out today that kind of confirms a lot of the suspicions a lot of people had. In my last video, some of you guys may remember that some of you guys in the comments were suggesting that a lot of the stuff was kind of being speculated on. For example, the whole ordeal that's Ian Miles Chung admitting to swatting Andy Worski, and he includes a Twitter video here, and I'm going to play that Twitter video for you guys right now.
Out saying that he's going to make a video on me, that really actually set me off. I did not need to see that. I'm more than happy to just let him leave me alone, but he forced my hand, so I called the police. I actually called the police on him. I know what he does. I know he has illegal firearms. I know that he is deeply entrenched in the alt-right. I know that he has a lot of cocaine in his house. Yeah, he's fucked. He's fucked. I even talked to them on the phone. So who knows? Maybe they'll pay him a visit very soon.
So as you can see there, quite the interesting Twitter video. This was apparently someone who he had sent a voice message to through Instagram, and this person decided to leak that information to Keemstar. And a lot of people took this as, yeah, this is a confession, that him admitting to someone. We don't really know who this person is, although they have come forward. We really don't know this person's relation to Ian or Andy, if they have any relation to Andy or anything like that. But this looked like a confession from Ian, and a lot of people interpreted it as that. And Ian did respond to this initially when it came out. This is what Ian had to say. He says, "I called the police a few days ago to report Andy Worski for the suspicion of a crime. It has nothing to do with any incidents they are accusing me of swatting or hurting anyone. These allegations are exaggerated for the purpose of feeding a narrative." So it's really interesting because he said he never called the police on Andy previously, but now he's saying, oh yeah, I called.
Look at that story change. Look at that story change. There it is. Pretty sus. The story changing is very, very sus. Oof. So yeah, this is the right-wing talking head that is pushing this right now. I need you guys to understand, the right is absolutely willing to lie in the most disgusting ways to push this shit. They will absolutely target some random Twitter account and decide to come up with a conspiracy that we might see literally on Fox News tomorrow night. We might be hearing Tucker Carlson talking about Zaza Demon on tomorrow night's Tucker Carlson segment, if he hasn't already talked about the account already. It'll probably happen tomorrow, or whatever his next segment is. But, like, it is so wild that we get to see these conspiracy theories. Like, you know, we see them all the time. We know about these popular conspiracy theories, but we're seeing one be born, and we know the origin. We know where the lie is. The lie is that this account was just a random person who replied to somebody who replied to them that didn't understand what quote tweets were, believing that a message at AOC, a weird conspiratorial insult at AOC, was towards them, and replied to it, and it looked like it would be like AOC accidentally replying on an alt. Time for AOC to lawyer up and throw out some cease and desists. The thing is, like, AOC's not that wealthy from my understanding. Like, she's not very rich. I don't know if she can really afford that level of legal action. I don't know. Like, I don't think she would really be considered super wealthy, but I don't know. Maybe she does have the money for that. We'll see what happens. But yeah, these fucking conspiracies are insane. I genuinely hope a lot of people see this video before this conspiracy before this conspiracy spreads, because we already know what the actual truth is here. This is just a bunch of psychotic liars trying to radicalize their base into violence against, now it's political figures, right? Because, like, for a while they've been radicalizing their audience to be ready for violence against trans people, but now they need to get their audience ready for violence against elected officials so that there's nobody to keep them from killing the trans people. So that's what the next step is. It's to start targeting specific popular progressive figures. They've already been going after Biden, but they're definitely going to be targeting AOC and other left-wing politicians a lot with very much violent and murderous rhetoric. I mean, hell, there was a wasn't there a senator, a left-wing senator that was kidnapped and held in a house for like days by a or who planned to kidnap or something a senator? Like, there was a Trump supporter that was gonna kidnap and kill, or did kidnap and intended to kill a senator, right? Or a congressperson? Or the wife of one? This was a while ago. They planned but got caught? Yeah, they got caught planning it. Thank you, Peony. I appreciate that. Like, these people are yeah, the congressperson's name was Whitmer, I think. Yeah, Whitmer. Yeah, these people are... Governor of Michigan, thank you. Yeah, Democrat governor of Michigan. Yeah, these people are fucking insane. These people are evil and insane. And they are prepping for violence against everybody who stands in their way. Everyone who stands in their way, they're going to be violent towards. So, let's hope they get crushed. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Though I do have quite a bit more to cover today, guys. Though I'll admit I'm a little tired. Alright. You guys know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. The effects of Andrew Tate's popularity have been very evident among Gen Z. And while Generation Z, the most recent generation, is way more progressive than their parents, the millennials, like, the gap of progressiveness between Gen Z and millennials is greater than the gap of progressiveness between millennials and their parents. Significantly so. Gen Z is, like, exponentially more progressive than millennials. In fact, like, it's sort of a trend of, like, the millennials that are kind of progressive, like, needing to adjust to the new progressive standards that the Zoomers have brought in. Because a lot of, like, progressive millennials barely even understand the concept of trans people, right? Like, a lot of acceptance for a lot of the groups that you'll find are a lot more, you know, accepted in left-wing circles that are among Zoomers are not as accepted among, you know, left-wing circles among millennials and Gen Xers even, because they're just behind on the times, simple as that, right? But despite all of that, there's still been a very concerted push by the right to radicalize Gen Z to conservatism. And a large part of that has been focusing on young white men's loneliness. Back during the Gamergate era, there was a massive, massive push towards specifically young white men who played video games who were straight to radicalize them towards right-wing politics. It was very effective, but it was not enough. However, in this new era of right-wing cultural dominance, it's not really just left, I'm misspeaking. It's not just, like, white cishet gamer boys getting radicalized anymore. With the rise of Andrew Tate, Aiden Ross, and Sneeko, a large portion of the radicalized young Zoomer community are actually straight, straight cisgendered young black men. You see, Andrew Tate, Sneeko, and Aiden Ross's popularity, a lot of it comes from the fact that they essentially became waiting rooms for other popular streamers. Those streamers in question being like Kai Cenat, iShowSpeed, Gideon, and a bunch of other, mostly black creators who are fucking massive, but aren't always streaming, and their fan bases need a waiting room. You can tell it's the same fan bases by looking at their chats and their Twitter like followings, by the way. It's the same fan bases. Their fan bases needed a waiting room, and the waiting room ended up being Sneeko, Aiden Ross, and when those two started becoming simps for him, Andrew Tate. That is how a large portion of the new wave of incels online are, instead of being cishet white boys, are now like dude bro, like sort of very aesthetically different in the terms of like how they present themselves, because the dude bro, like the white gamer bro radicalization incels were like,
okay, so here we're gonna break down how women are how different value males, and like we're gonna do math, and like
that's different. But with like Sneako's type of misogyny inceldom, it's more so centered around the idea of making yourself more sexually attractive to women and becoming like a pussy magnet, right? And becoming like a Giga Chad, Super Chad. It's a different type of inceldom that's become popular in that demographic. And I think a lot of it has to do with those streamers, those content creators becoming waiting rooms for the largest content creators on Twitch, which have a mostly non-white audience. And that's how this became a no longer just a white boy thing, right? And so because of that, this new age of right-wing cultural dominance has resulted in this new wave of neo pickup artists having a much larger appeal than just these like nerdy, frail white boys. Like the gym cells are picked up by this. Like dudes who are really into sports are and actually are athletic and not like necessarily like physically incels are getting into it and stuff like that. They appeal to like the religious side of things and try to pull people into religion. It's gotten a lot more inclusive, the inceldom. But one thing remains true above all of this. This radicalism, this insane, hyper anti-woman, pro-rape, pro-sex trafficking, pro-misogyny bullshit mostly attracts young men who are in a fragile mental state of some kind. For the most part, it is not entirely mentally healthy young men falling into this. Mostly, it is those that are a little bit off, right? And in large part, people who are neurodivergent have become a large target for incel radicalization. People who are neurodivergent oftentimes have trouble forming bonds and friendships and relationships. And so what better way to try to explain that away for yourself than to find a bunch of people online that tell you it's everyone else's fault and try to offer you quick and easy solutions on how to, get out of your problem. That is how I think this video that we're about to watch came about today. I'm really not going to say much more before you watch it because I think the video really speaks for itself. Massive cringe warning. Massive fucking cringe warning. This is your last chance to not see this video. 3, 2, 1, cringe.
Getting out of hands these days.
I've had enough of this. This punishment stuff is going to stop.
You're not going to tell me what I'm going to do and not do?
I am now the alpha.
Bro. That's not how this works. I am the teacher.
The alpha takes priority over the teacher. Okay. The alpha takes priority over everything. Do you not know how that works?
The teacher is telling the alpha to sit in this seat right now.
And the alpha doesn't have to listen to orders from its lower.
Well, you don't have to listen, but the consequences that follow are going to still apply to the alpha.
The alpha doesn't take punishment.
Let's see how well that works out for you, okay?
Getting out of
How you doing, chat? How you doing after that one? How you doing after that one? The ironic thing is those same ideals isolate them further from people, keeping them within the incel group. That's the whole point. At people responding, the whole point of right-wing radicalization, a huge aspect of their rhetoric is the idea that if people push back against what you believe, that is just justifying what you believe because people wouldn't push back against it unless they're trying to hide the truth. And so whenever you lose a friend because your crazy right-wing beliefs are too far, you think, can't handle the truth. Just proves I'm right. It doesn't act as like a wake-up call for them. It vindicates them. So, this poor kid, very clearly, is probably spending every night on TikTok or YouTube Shorts just scrolling through, watching Andrew Tate and, like, Sneeko segments, probably watching Sneeko and Aiden Ross's stream. Like, this kid's probably way down the rabbit hole. And I think it's easy to imagine this kid probably doesn't have a lot of friends and probably has not ever dated and probably won't date anytime soon. And he knows that. And it's kind of understandable to see why he would end up gravitating towards Andrew Tate. Like if you're a young guy this age, like Andrew Tate has become a household name. Like if you want to become an alpha within like the Zoomer young guy generation, like you're hearing Andrew Tate's name thrown around a lot. You're eventually going to check him out if that's what, you know, interests you. And this is where you might end up if you're susceptible to it. The teacher handled it well. The teacher handled it really, really, really well. You know what I love about this video is that I feel like this video can kind of act as a sneak peek at how Andrew Tate's defense is going to go when he's in court for the sex trafficking charges. So I looked further into Andrew Tate's charges. He is being investigated by the Romanian like equivalent of their Federal Bureau of Investigations, like their highest up level of federal investigation. He has been under federal investigation for months before he even got arrested. They had been gathering evidence. They wanted to keep him in holding for longer, but they need longer to keep all the to gather up all the evidence. He has connections to some serious organized crime. They're looking to take down some serious organized crime connections here, not just Andrew Tate. It's also possible that I have a theory. This is just my own personal theory, that the reason that Andrew Tate was released into house arrest is so that he can be killed. It's very possible that the Romanian government has decided that it is not worth holding him in captivity anymore. It's just not worth the money and the press and all that, and it's not worth pursuing the investigation. And so considering the fact that, you know, maybe there's a chance some people he works with want him dead right now, they just let him out into house arrest for a little while to see if somebody comes and pays him a visit. Like, that's my theory. That maybe that's what the Romanian government's doing. I don't know. Could be, but regardless, in all seriousness, within the realm of like what we know, he's got serious charges going after him. He hasn't been charged yet, but what he is being charged with, the evidence they have, the investigators have said they have him on wiretap, seeming to admit to, like, the article that I read is Romanian officials seem to have Andrew Tate on wiretap admitting to crime. So, like, it's just a lot of stuff. It's a lot of, like, there might be snitches who wore wires and got him saying shit. Like, this entire case could be way, like, seems like it's way bigger than has even bubbled up to the surface. Like, the amount of evidence and the amount of people working on this investigation could be huge. There's a reason why it's taken so long for him to be charged. So I just want to let you guys know, because I did a little bit more research on it behind, like, off stream. But that said, I feel like this video acts as like a perfect sneak peek at how Andrew Tate's defense during the trial is going to go. Seriously, I want you to imagine this is the judge and this is Andrew Tate, okay? Just imagine it for a minute. Close your eyes and just imagine it.
Getting out of hands these days.
I've had enough of this. This punishment stuff is going to stop.
You're not going to tell me what I'm going to do and not do?
I am now the alpha.
Bro. That's not how this works. I am the teacher.
The alpha takes priority over the teacher.
Okay.
The alpha takes priority over everything. Do you not know how that works?
The teacher is telling the alpha to sit in this seat right now.
And
the judge is telling the alpha to sit back in his seat right now, Mr. Tate.
Alpha doesn't have to listen to orders from its load.
Well, you don't have to listen, but the consequences that follow are going to still apply to the alpha.
The alpha doesn't take punishment.
Let's see how well that works out for you, okay?
It's literally a perfect sneak peek at how Andrew Tate's trial is gonna go. If Andrew Tate isn't, like, literally just silent, like, dead face, like, dead-eyed and crying during the trial, if he's, like, acting like himself, this is how it'll go. This is how it'll go. Also, you know this kid watches Sneeko. He's got the Sneeko fade. This kid's literally rocking the Sneeko fade right now, is he not? I can't stand his posture and his voice. I think he's trying to act intimidating, like his arm is ready to wind up for a punch. Like his posture's supposed to, I think he's trying to look intimidating, like an anime character powering up. Because he's seen a lot of anime, so he's like trying to look like a tough anime character about to kill like 50 people. But like the teacher has not seen anime and doesn't like, this isn't intimidating. This is just a kid doing this. Stop. You know that's why he's doing it. He's imitating like some anime move or some shit like that to look tough. I'm sorry, but this kid's literally the kid that brings a katana to school. What can I say, all right? Like he fits the mold. Anyway, Andrew Tate is really out here ruining an entire generation of Zoomers. What do you guys think of that segment? Wait, what? I had it on loop. There we go. Pog. I don't know why the music stopped. I literally had it on loop. It shouldn't have ended. No, Lord Katsuno, it's not the Katsuo. That's an old video. It's not what I was thinking. The video that I was thinking is a Patreon exclusive video. IDK, it's kind of giving like little kid vibes when they get really mad and jut their head out with their shoulders and arms back like that. Maybe. It reminds me of like some anime stance, honestly. That's all I can think of when I see that. All right. You guys ready for the final segment of the night? All right. 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So this is going to be a funny one. We've talked about how Elon Musk has been destroying Twitter. He literally just introduced an update that censors pretty much a bunch of LGBT-related keywords, basically a bunch of words leftists use. And he also made it so if you don't pay for Twitter Blue, then your tweets can't be pushed in the algorithm, so you have zero discoverability. He's basically made it so you have to pay to use Twitter, which basically means no lefties are going to pay to use Twitter, which basically means Twitter is for right-wingers and normies now. So it's for normies and right-wingers and right-wingers to radicalize the normies without any lefties really to have a platform to, pull them away. That's basically the goal of this, from what I can tell. But another change has come along, and the reason for it makes me very happy. It makes me very happy. This is my Twitter. Do you notice anything? Do you notice anything about Twitter here? This symbol here used to be the little blue bird symbol that was Twitter's logo. It is now a little Shiba Inu Doge. The Dogecoin symbol. Now, a lot of people took immediately to making fun of Elon Musk for this, obviously, because he is the type of dude to think that this is a funny meme in 2023, because he's very much stuck in 2011 Reddit. However, some people thought maybe it was just it was supposed to be an April Fool's joke. But Twitter has like 3 employees now because Elon Musk fired all of them and the rest quit. And now there's like, everything takes like 3 days to go through at Twitter. So people thought maybe it was that. But then people started sharing around a really recent Reuters article. A Reuters article that came out today, the same day this update happened. Let's go ahead and read this Reuters article, shall we? Elon Musk seeks to end $258 billion Dogecoin lawsuit. New York, March 31st, Reuters. Elon Musk asked a U.S. judge on Friday to throw out a $258 billion racketeering lawsuit accusing him of running a pyramid scheme to support the cryptocurrency Dogecoin. In an evening filing in Manhattan federal court, lawyers for Musk and his electric car company Tesla Inc., Tesla.o, called the lawsuit by Dogecoin investors a fanciful work of fiction over Musk's innocuous and often silly tweets about Dogecoin. The lawyers said the investors never explained how Musk intended to defraud anyone or what risks he concealed, and that his statements such as Dogecoin rules and no highs, no lows, only Doge were too vague to support a fraud claim. There is nothing unlawful about tweeting words of support for or funny pictures about a legitimate cryptocurrency that continues to hold a market cap of nearly $10 billion, Musk's lawyers said. This court should put a stop to plaintiff's fantasy and dismiss the complaint. In a footnote, the lawyers also rejected the investors' claim that Dogecoin qualified as a security. The investors' lawyer, Evan Spencer, said in an email, "We are more confident than ever that our case will be successful." Investors accused Musk, the world's second richest man according to Forbes, of deliberately driving up Dogecoin's price more than 36,000% over 2 years and then letting it crash. They said this generated billions of dollars of profit at other Dogecoin investors' expense, even as Musk knew the currency lacked intrinsic value. Investors also pointed to Musk's appearance as a weekend update segment of NBC's Saturday Night Live, where portraying a fictitious financial expert, he called Dogecoin a hustle. The $258 billion damages figure is triple the estimated decline in Dogecoin's market value in the 13 months before the lawsuit was filed. Dogecoin Foundation, a nonprofit, is also a dependent in seeking the lawsuit's dismissal. Musk's posts on Twitter, which he owns, have prompted multiple lawsuits. He won a court victory on February 3rd when a San Francisco jury found him not liable for tweeting in August 2018 that he had arranged financing to take Tesla private. The case is Johnson et al. V. Musk et al. I hate fucking lawyer speak, like the goddamn Latin they use. U.S. District Court, Southern District of New York, number 22-05037. Now, I will be completely honest with you here. I think this is probably on its own a pretty weak case. It is clear that Musk is, like, mad about it because he's asked the judge to drop it, and now he is changed the profile picture of, like, the thing for Twitter, the logo of Twitter, to a Doge. This feels like it is in some way a reference to this. However, what I'd like to tell you about is that Elon Musk has effectively committed a crime, and he has done what he's accused of here, but within the realm of law, it is unlikely he would be found guilty of this. However, let's talk about market manipulation in one of its most simple forms, okay? Market manipulation refers to artificial inflation or deflation of the price of a security, also known as price manipulation or stock manipulation. It involves the literal manipulation of a financial market for personal gain. It means influencing the behavior of the securities with the intent to do so. It doesn't say you have to actively do it. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean you have to actively, like, call for people to do a thing. It means you have to do something that results in the inflation or deflation of a security with the intent of doing it. An action that you took. So, Elon Musk has without a fucking doubt done this. Now, if you do what Elon Musk has done for Dogecoin, which is tweet out hype for Dogecoin after very clearly having just bought Dogecoin, because you can see publicly, like, a live update of, like, the value of a particular cryptocurrency, you can literally see the spike in Dogecoin's value before Elon Musk tweets about it. Like, the noticeable spike where, like, somebody just dropped a few million on Dogecoin, clearly. Like, you know, like, you could tell. It is without a fucking doubt in my mind, Elon Musk has been doing market manipulation by definition, buying Dogecoin, encouraging people to buy it, and then selling it, because every time there's a big hype wave of Dogecoin, inexplicably, despite a ton of people buying it, its value suddenly starts dropping like crazy, because somebody just sold when it hit its peak. One person who has a shit ton of money in it. There's not a doubt in my mind that Elon Musk is pump and dumping Dogecoin. He's been doing it for a while. He's been doing it for at least 2 years now. And it's a crime to do it with a stock. If Elon Musk did what he was doing with any stock, he would be done. Federal charges. Federal crime. Without question. This is unambiguously market manipulation if it wasn't a cryptocurrency. The only reason why this isn't illegal is because cryptocurrencies are not legally considered a security despite functioning exactly like one for all intents and purposes. Granted, crypto is basically just the trading part of it, but it does work as a currency too, so you can trade it with other people, and that's a little bit more complex. But essentially, most people just engage with crypto insofar as they do with stocks, right? Just buying and selling shares, buying and selling crypto, right? In that sense, crypto is a security. It's an investment. It's no different than shares in the way that most people engage with it. They buy a certain amount of it, shares, effectively, and they hope it increases in value. In this case, because it's not literally legally the same thing, it's not illegal, but it is effectively the exact same thing and should be just as illegal if the other thing is. Elon Musk is committing a crime here in a better America. In a more caught up with the times America, Elon Musk would be behind bars for what he's done. However, as far as this lawsuit goes, it seems pretty shoddy. What it might do, however, is bring attention to the fact that this cryptocurrency is effectively like an actual investment, just like any stock is, to the attention of our ruling bodies, and perhaps they will be legislated as such, because holy shit, are cryptos and NFTs way too underregulated. Market manipulation with crypto should not be legal. It should not be legal. It is fundamentally breaking whatever fairness existed in the system of crypto to begin with. Yeah. We'll have to see how this ends up going for him. What do you guys think? Nobody runs their own wallet anymore. Crypto is completely bastardized from its original purpose as somebody on the Bitcoin bandwagon like 2013. Yeah, I feel like the fact that it has inflated so much in value and become essentially an investment is what ruined it in its original value, right? Like, do people... Like, what percentage of people that engage with Bitcoin as a cryptocurrency do you think even use it as a currency as opposed to an investment? I don't even have a crypto wallet. I use Robinhood. Like, I literally only ever use crypto as, like, a thing that I buy and sell. Like, buy low, sell high. That's it. Drug dealers use it, I guess? Yeah. That's true. That is true. I imagine a lot of drug dealers use... I mean, like, online drug dealers. Sex workers, maybe? Yeah. Huge for drugs? That's true. But, like, God, it's... The legislation needs to catch up ASAP. Because nothing would make me happier than to see Elon Musk rot behind bars for a federal crime, like market manipulation. Thinking that he's above the law because he's doing it with some newfangled Zoomer technology like Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. That's what it is. He thinks that because he's so into tech that, like, he's faster than the law. And he's super smug about how faster than the law he feels. But the law's going to catch up eventually. And I cannot wait to see him behind bars, because it's gonna catch up to him. He's too careless and too narcissistic not to end up behind bars eventually. I cannot wait to see him rot. Oh shit. Website seems to have gone down. What the fuck? The stream's still up, I think, but the website just went down. Is stream still up? Yeah, stream is still up, but the website just totally went down. I mean, it's a good thing I just finished the last segment, huh? Yeah, the segment, or the website just totally died. I wonder if it was a DDoS attack. That would be unfortunate. Oh, no, it's back up. The site just loaded for me. Let me try refreshing it. A bunch of stuff's glitched out, but something loaded. Maybe it's overloaded? I mean, this is the end of stream anyway. I'm just vibing with you guys for a minute, but I'm just curious what's going on. It's a host error, okay. Okay. Where I let Cherry know that the site went down, it's probably not coming back up tonight, if I'm being honest with you. So it's very fortunate that it went down right as I finished the last segment of the stream. That is very, very good timing. Yeah, same platform used by White Nervosa, or made by White Nervosa. Yeah, White Nervosa made me a website too, long time ago, back in 2019. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much the end of the stream. I did finish all the segments anyway, so it's not really a big deal. We'll get the website back up and running by tomorrow, I'm pretty sure. So we did get pretty lucky with the timing on that, because if it'd come sooner, it'd been unfortunate. But yeah, what a good stream. It's been 7 hours and 18 minutes. I really appreciate you all tuning in. I appreciate your support, your donos, your likes, your comments, and even if you were just hanging around and lurking, I really appreciate you. Thank you all so much. You're all amazing. And as always, I will see you all in my next stream, and that'll be tomorrow. So, see you then. Make sure to tune in. Doo-doo fart.